piano, tu vas crier oh. Au lieu de fourchette oh, ça fait pas bien piquer oh. C'est avec gâteau, tu vas manger oh. Deuxième Gaou qui est Nyatao, Marque Gaou, Blé Gaou, Sorokyo Gaou, Sabinto So Gaou, Angelo Gaou, Totorino Gaou, Eda Nyatao, Jefi Nyatao, Kade Nyatao, Kade Kuma Nyatao, Eda Nyatao, Kade Michel Gaou, Emile Gaou, Oko Kema Gaou. Honoré Gaou, j'ai dit qui danse oh. Regarde ta science oh, j'ai dit qui danse oh. Qui danse oh. On dit premier Gaou n'est pas Gaou oh. C'est deuxième Gaou qui est Nyata oh. On dit premier Gaou n'est pas Gaou oh.
Somebody na SLBC always they ask for this artist way elect so much when Abalu Bangora. In this video, they go for you. And I believe say you go must maybe grab and shake small to this wonderful song. In him Nachala Mwana. You know the animal may in soul rest in perfect peace. They call this the mama of Mutwashi. Mutwashi na the dance where they dance with the waist. And in the Congolese woman we come with that particular type of dance day. You know say the Congolese get a lot of different type of dance, bashege, kwasa kwasa, mayobo, all the one in they don't come, but this woman come with you with the Mutwashi dance. And yeah, they come with a title winner, Banda Yango, a very good love song. And I believe say una go really appreciate.
Oh, you're daddy! Oh, you're daddy!
Chérie a commis sa raison, va changer les bongo. Chérie a commis qui bumbulu, banda yango ndenani. Chérie a commis sa raison, va troubler bongo. Chérie a commis qui bumbulu, banda yango ndenani. Motindo na komi lelo kosambwa, c'est pas possible. Malili elanga na moko na ndako, melesi Manda yango yende nani na lukande na mona Manda yango yende nani na lukande na mona Chérie a commis sa raison, va troubler les bongos. Chérie a commis qui bumbulu, banda yango ndenani. Chérie a commis sa raison, va troubler les bongos. Chérie a commis qui bumbulu, banda yango ndenani. Motindo na komi lelo kosambwa, c'est pas possible. Malili elanga na moko na ndako, melesi Banda yango yende nani na lukande na yeba Banda yango yende nani na lukande na mona Amadou Jabi, Bessa Bedembote, na kati ya Konakri. Bobosa na te pesa pe chéri nanga se du bambote o bambura. Momo Kenzo, de Bruxelles.
With this song and tell una say not big bangba for say you go get only now you must. When you they talk, make sure say you talk the thing where they transform lives, or make sure say the thing where they transform your community outside they live. Not ever deceive Motorman. African Temple, the only program where they give you the best of good African videos. This guy in name na Sanfan Thomas. Now be tailor. Behind the machine where it is so close them for a customer them, it make sure say in mime. And I think somebody pick him up say, boy, you get a very good voice. Why can't you go into music and see how best you're able for market usage? And he tried in chance, and today he be one of the icon of Cameroonian music. Once again, the title na Noah, a very good Makusa song, and this one I believe say una will really appreciate. Till meet again next week. Hasta la vista.
ally them for make sure say the message of the government of Salone they reach the people them across the country. I want to tell particular thank you to our media partner. For the first time, we distinguished guests within the Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. SLBC now make possible for let una get win at the ministry page them and all the other platforms they live across
the country. Thanks to SLBC, we don't bring this partnership camp to a very new level. So I want to commend SLBC for that. But I want to tell thank you to the other major media partner in AYV where they always carry away as well live. The people who support with Sierra Water, we get VSO, we make sure say we get. And the only program this in the country, we always get sign language and we move towards making sure that we are fully inclusive as a government and all government platforms there across the country. Today we can talk about freedom of information. The Freedom of Information Commissioner Godinaya, already the Director General of SLBC as well as I don't announce. But today is a big news day, so I want to start with some of the news that will happen at the country. I get a few important breaking news I want to share with Una and go through that and do the updates. Hopefully by that time the Dr. Shega show will reach here. Number one, in terms of breaking news, today, when at the 15th of October 2024, the government of Salone, through the Sierra Leone Police, being received a request from the All People's Congress Party, the APC, for say that we provide additional security in the party office because they are supposed to get meeting with the ECOWAS and other moral guarantors them of the tripartite agreement. In the early parts of this day, some group of disruptors go try for boil that meeting day and begin for cause chaos. I'm glad for reports say the Salone police take full control and restore full and complete order. 20 people have been arrested and then 20 people have been currently help the Salone police with the investigations. So 20 people are in police custody, but the situation is calm, fully and completely under control, and people let me go about the normal business. I take the opportunity to also send a warning message that the government of Salone will continue for welcome people exercising with democratic rights. For that rights, they will not tolerate anybody, anyone here, for make it infringe on the rest of real rights to peace and security and tranquility. So all the way feel see they could cause chaos, they could be dealt with fully and legally. Another major update. We don't conclude investigations on the unauthorized landing at the Freetown International Airport. Now, at the end of this press conference, we will put out a very specific public announcement on this issue. But I will read the public announcement since we are there, and when I get the breaking news. As you remember, on the 20th of September, 114-seater aircraft be make waiting they call unauthorized landing. That means the candle that we airport won't get permission for car. With airports and with security authorities, they be immediately demobilized, they seize the aircraft, and then they start investigations. There have been 4 people that been there aboard the aircraft, including the captain. 3 of them, they may get Mexican passports. The other one, they get Spanish passports. All of them 4 that they will be arrested and counted in a Freetown and CID, the Criminal Investigations Department. And then the government of Salone, the investigator, they also decided that we invite 2 air traffic controllers them
follow themselves can help the police in the investigations. Police investigations, including thorough search and swabs conducted by the Salone Police. We invite the counterparts them from Ghana, they can and conduct swabs and search. We invite the counterparts them as well from Liberia. They come and conduct thorough search on the plane, do all kinds of swab. They reveal nothing of police interest on board the aircraft. I will repeat. Thorough search and swabs by local and international investigators from Salone, Ghana, Liberia revealed nothing of police interest on board the aircraft. The police and the ONS did therefore submit the file to the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Attorney General's Office, and then one and they recommend the following: that civil charges be pressed against all the crew members for violating various provisions in the Sierra Leone Civil Aviation Act of 2023. The offense the way the DPP say they don't violate include serving in an aircraft without a personnel certificate, operating an aircraft in Salone without air operating certificates, operating an aircraft in Sierra Leone without certification, flying an aircraft over the territory of Sierra Leone without authorization, among others. Consequently, all the 4 crew members, the police, the DPP, Director of Public Prosecution, they recommend for them fine them the sum of $100,000 United States before them and the aircraft will be released. The DPP will also say no evidence needed for charge the 2 local air traffic controllers them. The accused them through the legal representatives yesterday, October 14, 2024, they paid the fine of $100,000 into the consolidated fund. They paid through the lawyers the fine of $100,000 into the government's consolidated fund. All those therefore held in connection with this matter will be released. The aircraft no longer there in police custody. As far as the government of Salone is concerned, the matter is considered closed. Okay. Final updates before I come to the other one there. This one now for provide additional updates on the just released West African Senior School Certificate Exam, the WAS exam. As you know, the results of the 2024 major WAS for school candidates being come out. The Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education may pull out on the 3rd of October. I just want to reiterate some of the top line findings for now. 146,179 candidates from 816 schools in Salone that may enter for the WAS. That ends the total day of what I just called. It be less than the number we get last year. 2023 have been 243,202 candidates then. So that means there have been significant reduction in number of candidates. Well, government believes this now because we don't ban repeaters. Remember, since there are plenty repeaters and they go through the school system, now we know they create again. If you repeat, you go through the private school, so government will pay. So that then I go now one explanation that day, and then the difficulties some school learning gets for upload and continuous assessment scores. The results also for 36 private schools will be get a total entry of 10,562 candidates. We owe WAEC money, they don't put the inside this number. So they want and they also they make sure this number are less. So 83,113 candidates on the list released to MBSSC.
there will sit at least one paper. 27 candidates, 27,097 candidates were without results. As they are with results, they don't withhold the results. So that a very high number, 27,097 candidates in WAEC withhold the results. Then about 25,407 students they'll be absent for all subjects. 25,000 people that enter for the exam, but they never sit even one subject at all. The government did discuss with WAEC this issue, particularly of high withheld results and the high number of absentees for WAEC. Now, of that 135,617 candidates listed on the results received by the government and the SSC, 70,000 have been female, 70,380, 65,237 have been male. So that means 51.9% are female. It's not part of President viewing radical inclusion and jury. So you continue if you this don't continue extend for say more girl picking and more female than they enter for once than males, which we want for continue for see. Of the one that we take at least one subject with the results they don't come out, we're gonna be about 83,000, about 43,000 again are female and 39,000 are male, and 52% are female. Paper pass them, we record giving a pass rate of about 76%. The pass rates again is less than the pass rate of last year when I mean 83%. So the people that we sit subject that we who consider this result here passed about 76%. About 48%, with 39,982, now they obtain that minimum benchmark of 5 credits in a single sitting. So 5 credits in a single sitting, now about 39,000, which then constitutes about almost half of the way attempts the exam. Arrange Zaid, one female science student at Nile High School and the best performing candidates in the 2024 was. He takes 8 subjects, he gets 6A and 2 Bs. In average grade units, I mean 1.5, which is very good. He been closely followed by Wami Peking, Alpha Ibrahim Ba of St. Edward's Secondary School. We take 9 subjects and get 6 A1 and 2 B2s and 1 C4. In average credit units now be 1.56. It's very good. Best performing school now be Daily Bedouin International High School. All 17 of them candidates and 100% with release results obtain a credit or better in a minimum of 5 subjects, including English and Maths. And then all the students they obtain requirements for direct entry to University of Dakar degree program. Congratulations to Arrange, Alpha, and the Daily Bedouin International High School. We will pull out more of this data in terms of district performance in the WASC as well, the VAID as well. The best performing districts, we get 51% of the candidate we pass, including English and Maths. And but overall, we see the investment way His Excellency President Julius Malabi will make in the free education. We see the very good news. We will performance-wise, number of students, and all that. The issues that we will get, the government they continue to work on the issue. I just put now a quick summary of other news. When I remember seeing over the weekend on the 12th of October, one airline carrier will bear the Salone flag. We make clear the difference between a national carrier and a flag carrier. A flag carrier is a private operated airline where they fly the national flag. So the government of Salone don't put in place the mechanisms for them to get, for the first time in a long time, flights where they carry the green, white, and blue, who they call Air Sierra Leone. For announcements, and we gladly for announcing by the 2nd of December the first flight from Freetown to Gatwick, the North Terminal and London. We'll go 3 flights per week from here to London, 3 flights from London to Salone, direct flights. The cost will start at $9.99, and the CEO, Mr. Emmanuel Issa, will say when they start, they will even come as cheap for a promo price of $750 United States dollars for 1 round. So now we plan for going like this holiday. All the journalists there will be the same all language that they make now they connect. We are sell tickets on the 18th of October. And the websites they open, all the portals they open. So they are on that day on a already follow on a buy on our tickets. Last Friday as well, the Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs commemorates International Day of the Girl. The theme that being girls' vision for the future. The event again are part of President Bill. We really take stock of the progress we experiencing on make for advance critical issues in the country. One last one I will take that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Corporation, don't talk about the administrative changes that we don't happen at this building. Don't get transition, new directors, new leadership. They talk about the progress we Salone continue to make as we sit on the Security Council. They announced to establish new embassy there in Algeria and Qatar. In fact, the ambassador to Algeria will be there with this now. And it's still open new foreign missions as Salone by Morocco and Saudi Arabia as well alongside Salone. So when it comes to international engagement, Sierra Leone are a very much more respected partner, and we see all that day. Alright, today we get quite a few updates, but it's important that I go through them, update the day, and that the people of Salone across the country know. Now we'll come to the panel. I'm glad to say the Information Commissioner and the Chair of the Rights to Access Information Commission, Dr. Ibrahim Shegasho. They are with me. Today I've been getting the privilege for attend one event where they introduce this man, and the introduction might take 35 minutes. We are here in CV long. You don't do a lecture, you don't do all kinds of things. So, the man we, like I can say, who come is a correct man. No, so now man, today I with me, and they can talk about the rights to access information. Today we celebrate 10 years. I see all this design we get. 10 years of one of the most important public institutions for Una and for all citizens. So very briefly, we get a chance for them to talk about the progress we don't see, which we expect next. I've been introduced already the outstanding Director General for the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Madam Josephine Kamara, herself will give a quick update on what's in the happen at SLBC and how they do the work. And for represent civil society, we get Mr. Charles Kev Kobai, who is the Executive Director for Forward Salone. This man is the original civil society leader in this country. They do a lot of fantastic work, and I'm glad for seeing today since they don't continue to do this work. We all with them, we have this small over them, they open up the push for reform in the country.
So we start with you, Mr. Information Commissioner. You can use that mic there. 10 years since the right to access to information. I know I've been listening to you this morning. You give a long updates. When I get timer, wait the timer. Wait the timer, I listen to the timer. Charles, wait the timer. Okay. I'm supposed to get timer. But normally, I give 5 minutes, but this time I give 7 minutes. So that you will take time and explain to FAMPO waiting rights to access information commission they do, the progress they would not see, and why this commission in work and your leadership is so important for democracy and rule of law.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister.
I think for so now.
Thank you very much, Leo. Hello?
Okay, all right. Yes.
Yes, Hello? Hello, yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Minister, Honorable Minister, for this opportunity for come talk to the press. We celebrate the 10th anniversary, today, and putting our talk we'll talk just briefly. The moment for we for really reflect on where we don't come, also we don't come so far, also we did, also we go for go. So I think we don't make a lot of progress. From where we come out to now, in terms of building the institution, because the first thing we do when we come, now for building the institution, because as a kind of an institution, we responsible for promote access to information as a vehicle, to promote transparency, accountability. We decide, say, when we can therefore build up the institution, make sure, say, the staff there, everybody come up to speed. The first thing we do will not be get website. We try to get a website. Because what type public authorities therefore proactively disclose information, then they drop. So now we start first. And we use, because there are two approaches that we use for functions. One, the carrot approach. The other one, the stick approach. The carrots try for popularize the law, make sure say people know the law. And we don't do that a lot. We organize workshops, we do engage the public authorities then. Then also we build the capacity also of the one way they request for the information and also the one way they supply the information. Because sometimes the law they can be abstract. So you therefore bring them down to the level of people that we not to understand the legal registers then. So that we don't try for do. And we see say that they don't pay some dividend. Because when you come to the projects that we don't do, and now you come to the compliance side, you find out say the compliance rates don't really increase. Because when we come first, the compliance rates, the FOI requests, the number of FOI requests, and we just 112. That the first year we do the monitoring and evaluation of the performance. We find out say 112 cases. Immediately after that, in the next one we'll do in 2020, we find out say the thing go up from 112 cases to 144 FOI requests. And then after that, then out of that 144 requests, 132 then being successful. Then in 2021, the Commission record 369 FOI requests. And out of that 360 requests, about 345 being successful. But when we come to 2022, I think we really get a very big leap. I think what will get this leap now because in 2020 to 2022, we introduced this ACR, that is Annual Compliance Report, where we not only want to do the monitor on the way, like so we post a request for information, then they copy me or we intervene. We begin to get information from the public authorities then about the number of information requests the way they receive per year. So when we get more public authorities that they comply, they send their report that they to be, we find out say we more public authorities that they respond to requests. So in 2022, we annual report we find out say 13,107 FOI requests they make national in the whole country. So now a very huge leap. And then out of that, about 10,237 they were successful. So that just to give you the success rate. And then this year we don't pass to 2023. We get up to 19,496 FOI requests that we recorded. Very soon we pull the annual report, but we'll see more details of that. And out of that 19,000 FOI requests, we get about 90% success rates. You know, and also when you look at when you go out, what we don't do in terms of visibility in the international scene. Right now, we did part of the International Conference of Information Commissioners, and me are one of the executive members. They are also part of the African Network of Information Commissioners. In fact, the ICIC, the one who are called force, we get something away now. We become member of the ICIC in 2019. You know, 24th of September we become an accredited member. And then the INIC, where we therefore we are part of the African Network of Information Commissioners. They recently then give you the responsibility for develop records management code of practice for Africa, the standard code of practice for Africa. They also give you the task for more develop a kind of a strategy for capacity building. Now it will be also a standard something for Africa, you know. And also in 2019, we will lobby at the United Nations level. We able to bring together 6 countries. We will be part of that country. We lobby for September 28th. We always celebrate every year. I know people that observe say every year we celebrate access to information day, universal access to information day. We are September 28th. Sierra Leone have been one of the 6 countries there. We co-sponsor that particular declaration at the UN level. So if you look at who South don't come off for, you know, the challenges. We get a lot of challenges, of course, because this culture of secrecy, for making the transition from culture of secrecy to culture of openness, not an easy thing at all. Because people they don't use for do things in secret before this openness come. So again, will take time. But I think say we dip and get there little by little. You know, so far we don't collaborate with HRMO, we don't collaborate with Public Service Commission for review the civil service code. We go make public servants and go not say in obligation for them for respond to information requests. That idea the way they say they don't sign to code of secrecy or whatever. Mostly at the time when they take for make money they get the authority, the permission from the authorities for make money information officers and give information. And can pass out 50 working days. So what we don't do now, we don't work with them for make sure say we law and the law we for bring the law in harmony with the code of civil service. So very soon, when they go to Parliament, I think that the climate will change. And also one last thing I would like to say before I hand over to the mic is that we get opportunities then we don't make now the climate of access to information don't become very good. You know, the repeal of Part 5 in 2020, it make the journalists we notice a kind of increase, you know, a surge in the number of journalists that really come forward for kind of requests for information. You know, and if you say that atmosphere there, now a very, very welcome atmosphere. You know, we want to encourage more and more journalists there for make use of this law, because this law is very important. What we don't experience in reporting and monitoring is that most of the time when journalists then make reference to the law, when they go for good request for information, the public authority then can respond. So I want to take advantage of this law. This law very day for help everybody, not only journalists, but journalists can get more chance for make use of this law. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Information Commissioner, I want to take this opportunity for also publicly commend you for your leadership of this commission and for the fantastic work you're going to do, increase the respect we're supposed to get, and really push the reform in this sector.
I want to family one thing we remember when you say, let you don't remember anything. Last year, 2023, about 19,496 requests were made for disclosure of public information. 19,000. That just the fact of the request and progress means people that know say the law day, people that take advantage of the law. 90% of the requests were successful. You know, I can like for tell people that say sometimes you feel say someone can say that's me who will win in this country. On a huge progress now. 90% of 19,000. The year before now they about 13,000. The increase is seriously and unprecedented. And we will continue to do the work for make sure see we change the face of public information, which we discuss all the time, and how we will ensure see there is proactive disclosure of information. By the end of this year, we and Ministry of Communications they work for ensuring every single government ministry gets a functioning website. And we launch that day at a big event we will announce hopefully next week. That's an end of the year massive events we will do to all. We will do an unprecedented event. We will wait for the special announcements, inshallah, in the next week. So a lot of good work done be done by this commission, by your leadership, and President Leo a vision that will continue for remove any barrier will stop owner and the public for get access to information. And one very important institution where the public for get access to information, to news, and SLBC, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I don't say publicly a few times that this institution is so important in my mind. No matter all other things I do, I want to let me tell you be judged by the progress and SLBC. That is what I want the legacy to be. The transformation. And President Bill not only do the best thing possible, he appointed a fantastic Director General. He appointed a very inclusive and an excellent board. The board of trustees as well, led by one of them now. I know the chair of the SLBC board. How that? Dr. Williams James, and Ambassador James now, Deputy Ambassador to Belgium. So, Madam DG, I think it's an opportunity as well to give you between 5 and 7 minutes as well. For them, just give the public an update on SLBC. What's SLBC now? What's the initial steps that we don't take? And we think family for expect going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I'm glad the way you bring me kind to host the interview and meeting. I think that for me on the other side, that will ask the questions. But thank you for the opportunity for Calm Talk about meeting the SLBC. And I want to tell you thank you for all the support where you don't give it. And not to just the support, in terms of physical, the support in terms of allowing us for doing work without fear. One day from when I come, nobody will tell me, say, oh, that was in the studio. Or that news will not be reported with people and militants. One or two people don't say, but we tell them, say, it's not new dispensation. That power is still out beyond that. They call me not to because of political party or the tribe or who start come out. They say, I can't do the work. And the work are for be fair, independent, and live up to the mandate of the broadcaster, we say we will be pluralistic. Pluralistic, that means all voices. And for you, all one voice. We did try, we don't reach it, I just 6 months, I just blocked 6 months. And the 7th month this. But if una self take a walk to SLBC within a short 6 months, una will see waiting on the progress, and I invite you all as journalists will take a walk. Anytime. No appointments needed. I don't believe in item 13. So just come. If you want to do real investigative journalism. But really, when I pick up the reins in March, I think I entered the office March 11th. The first thing I do was I called the management team. I said, let's do something. Then we put together a 100-day plan. That 100-day plan, it will include my vision, as well as the vision of the Ministry of Information, and by extension, the vision of the people of Sierra Leone. Because the people of Sierra Leone are going to get SLBC. My first statement we have been saying was, they continue for call me state broadcaster. I have nothing said and they right to. We not to state broadcaster. Sometimes semblance of state broadcasting in only. So waiting, me say, we for continue for come up the actual name and for rebrand SLBC, not just your voice, my voice. Now for say this, not the public broadcaster. There's a difference, and it should be clear. So within that 100-day plan, me and the management team, we sit down, we agree on certain things we will do within the first 100 days. One, let's be dirty. Dirty day. So we decide, say, go clean. We not get pets and money. If you pour not to dirty not to pour, not to soak. So if you clean around your environment, you pour, nobody knows say you pour. So we clean up, we begin clean the physical infrastructure. We get one red carpet in the hallway. Still dirty, but now you get some fresh air. So we get one red carpet, we want some brown. As a red for be red, blue for be blue, white for be white, green for be green. I say make we remove the red carpet. Because I don't a dusty country. Freetown a construction site. So every day, if rain not come, the whole place dusty. Why you for put carpets now one? And they make people sick. So we clean that up. And then we begin freshening up the place. Now you go as SLBC, then you use my bathroom, you feel good. We change lights, bulb them. So my means they don't inside Jahannama, the place is warm. We say okay, even the heat it will affect we. Aging equipment that we'll get. Because then camera place they at a certain temperature. They lost them back. So now I make all time we get breaking transmission. So then breaking transmission, I said how we'll survive. We can buy half equipment we'll clean up. The next stage, now before, check the human resources. Oku idlers, they SLBC. Plenty. And now that's made, we really get volunteers, we really get contractors, when our SLBC said pay, they're not the inside consolidated fund we government they pay. So we say, how we going to manage in human resources? We task the human resource management. We say, we're not try for do appraisals, we're not try for do set up waiting and call, key personnel indicators, and then key personnel indicators. Yes, sir. Then key personnel indicators, and then we'll determine who that will stay based on performance, basically. And then the third thing, the other thing we say we will do, out of that 100-day plan, we did set up a strategic communication for the next 3 to 5 years, which is in progress. And then we begin to look at programming. While we go for me approval and tell me, say, we programs them, not again, so Bollywood programs that we pull from the internet. But today, Minister, glad for reports, say, even with local language programming, so they don't come. We team puts together all programs that we will be do for let them revamp or rekindle them programs they need. Right now, we also don't form a lot of partnerships. You know, I come in the middle of the budget here with most partners that already set their budget, so it's difficult to make them do it. But we didn't look forward. We also look forward to the energy needs. And the ministry, this man will sit also. I know the number 1 champion for CC SLBC transform. If we not transform, Mr. Minister, that will be one of your greatest errors if we don't move from analog to digital stage. You know, fine for telling us, hold you was accountable, but that's the job of the media. We need to hold every government person, every public official accountable. So we will work towards digitization through the ministry and through the goodwill of His Excellency the President.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Director General. Now hear some of the good news. Content, very important. Breaking transmission, SLBC will make a thing of the past. But the most important way is saying at the end, the talker, is we are moving from analog to digital. We will achieve it. It's a difficult, it's an expensive endeavor. But we get the commitment of His Excellency the President. We get the commitment of the Minister of Finance. We don't lay the foundation. We begin that work for lay that foundation this way in the next year, 2 to 3 years. Every citizen will be proud of a public or national broadcaster. As you say, it's not a state broadcaster, but it's a state propaganda arm. Very proud of that. SLBC by the Act, a public broadcaster. And you get some the citizens of this country. I want to get some. Speaking of citizens, I'm for council, Mr. Kefkobai. Because in a civil society, I don't be part of this move for, let me see, freedom of information, public broadcasting, also the transformation of this country. So I just want in 5 minutes for the reflect. It's 10 years of rights to access information. You also observe the public broadcaster. What's your assessment today? What's your achieve and what you need for achievement? So I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm grateful for this time we give me for discuss this topic. You know, one man we always hold to very high esteem. Just an aside, I'm a nephew. In Papa, I'm a brother from another mother. But if you born picking, you admire that picking. Mr. Bad. I always don't hold you to high esteem and keep it up. The man who you make, it will inspire other young people who will be leaders in our country tomorrow. Thank you very much. The state of access to information. In my own assessment, a healthy now. Yes, a healthy. I give you a barrage of reasons why I say the state of access to information in Sierra Leone healthy. One, we get one of the robust laws on access to information. By the time we pass this law as a country, we will get the 3rd best laws in Africa and the 5th best law in the entire world, the right to access information. We give very strong authority to the commission and give them that independence for able to promote citizens' access to 10 years. The chairman really don't give me the figures. The data, they speak for itself. When we start, when nobody understand what's in freedom of information, what's in the access to information, even public officials may be scared. How they can ask me now, we make for them what this will bring to their own very work what they do. The integrity where it will bring to you as public official when they disclose information. That misunderstanding and misgiving where public will get. Where somebody goes sit down somewhere, a concoct story about your department or your project. If you first release that information, you don't kill all and despair, then fake news. And that's now one of the beauty of access to information we don't bring at the landscape. We now see that resistance will be in the first 5 years in the rollout of the commission in operations. That resistance not again. Because everybody don't now understand what it means for disclosed information. You get key public institutions where they erase. But say that me first do public disclosure. Why to them, if they bring laurels to the institution, if they add good name to them because they're able to take lead in it, it don't make a lot of institutions now a practicer. Although there are still some limitations, but at least the limitations now they can we go back to the dark ages. The limitations were there for me I see them as opportunity. Why should not make progress? Those limitations now opportunity. And I'm going to quickly speak to the opportunity side. That the fact that we get an existing one of the progress we'll make now that we get the open data portal. But this portal, the opportunity where it will give we now the fact that we need for integrate a lot of MDAs that get websites on their own. And sometimes when they look for information as a researcher, we don't work civil society, we do a lot of research so that we get the right information to do the right engagement. And some the scanty then website where you go, you don't get what you really look out for. But the open data, the opportunity we get, now for let the commission now work with the Ministry of Information for ensure that they link all MDAs, their website to the portal. So that you get one-stop shop MDA, I will just go to the link and access the information where did it on that MDA in work. So it makes it easy for navigate and get your data and make your data analysis and assessment and then you go engage. That's one opportunity we present. A second layer of opportunity we bring, 10 years don't give we an assessment, a feel of the good things where the law don't do. We also go to see the gap analysis in the law, even though now one of the strongest laws, but still get small gap we need for address. Now we need for look at and make sure say that gap that they will perfect them in a review. We'll be able to bring better outlook to access to information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, sir. As I say, this man, when a veteran they talk, you don't see this a veteran. This ability they talk, it's the subject matter. They don't do it for many years, like I said, not just in the biological sense, but also in the sense of the leadership that they group with at the civic space. So I have to congratulate you again for that. No, not all. This is the press conference. I want for me to ask my questions, panelists them. Any and all questions, including all the issues that we don't cover across the government of Salone. This is the platform for do that. If you don't need personnel, just remind you of the rules. Only one set of stars that we get per week. Everybody will have stage, and everybody talk about food. you will give the mic and for asking question direct and we there for answer. Wait, I can point. Then we get 5 questions at a time. Okay? We start with the bar, not the day last week. So we start with
legend.
Number 1, Mr. Kamara. Number 2, my brother Yanda. Number 3, number 4, number 5, Ivy. So we do all manner of this issue first to the top here, and then we do.
Mohamed Kamara, the World Church Sakara newspaper. Right to access to information, sir. I can best remember in my days as a correspondent, and I even get to wait 2 minutes for Senior Minister, once I got to the managing director of the company. But in Sierra Leone, there's a problem. When I get any penalty, what would I impose on any individual, whether a civil or public servant, or whether to vote for something in this country, where journalists go for Gosia, he refused for Sia, he got told I don't still reply with that, sir. Thank you.
Alright. If finally we answer that question there, you can leave for clarifying. Because you get access to information, let me see, you get right for email. Very important. But you will clarify, and then as Minister of Information, I get a perspective on that. Thank you very much. Number 2. Go ahead.
Yes, Mina Bordan I write for New Citizen newspaper. Request I director to Dr. Shaw. First of all, I have to congratulate you on attend the university. But I go on for no because according to our act, our focus on public authority. Because I write for a letter a couple of months back. So, whose effort we don't put in place for try for review on our act, we will capture private entity there also because they said they do things the way wrong, but when you go to them, they will say the act's not covered. Thank you.
Brilliant question. Thank you for that.
Yes, me and Saidu, we are the right for exclusive. Doctor. We see Second Arabic right now for at least reveal to the 2023 general election results. But we will see Second Arabic come back on social media reports say we will not be able to get that information. So, what will be the reason to advance to as a result for say, you know, we will get this A, B, and C. What will be the things we will advance to, and what will be the most difficult request we will get so far from the public, from the time we will get all the requests there. What will be the most difficult request we will get so far?
All right, thank you. Next.
Ibrahim Slbc, Voice of Salon Radio. And Madam Kamara, we see something we don't pop up in the media about SLBC leading to that Umuto Kana Makini. Waiting they come about that one the way the million off from SLBC.
All right. Last one, Ivy.
My name is Ibrahim Jawara from IB Blog. Mr. Minister, my own question about the fly salon. You recently report about the news and people ask so many questions. Say why the price get for the.
Also fly salon. Fly salon. Any man let me get.
Yes, salon. Sorry.
So Sierra Leone. Very important.
Yeah. So, so many of the followers they ask why they price it in dollars and from here to Salon to England than the pound sterling.
Why not in pound sterling?
Yeah. Or dollar.
I mean, I think the price was just, again, they don't even announce it officially. So I can answer that you and say season number 5 and then I'll cancel that. Waiting we be do as a press launch for announce the routes, for announce that this will be reasonable, for announce the progress they will see, and for see it will be different. When the platform will be launched, waiting the email announced because also international news, they announced the correct side, everybody will understand across the world. Sierra Leoneans are there for buying tickets all over the world. So that $9.99 we announced in dollars, it's in a starting price. The equivalent will be announced in pounds because now airline business. If you go online, you must be. You also be announced in euros. But this is an opportunity to clarify one update we have been wishing for make. Now here will become, someone be asking for a question about air tickets. That airports don't make sure say the flights are expensive, as we go Guinea. I can't tell you, say the data not supports the propaganda. Also, I say the number of flights coming to Sierra Leone will increase. And I also say ticket prices not one great variable they lead to ticket price. I talk and I have plenty also. So one challenge is right on social media. I mean, the most expensive. This that we say ticket price in multiple variables, including number of flights, regularity of flights, the leadership of Minister Fanitsuri and DG Musa Yobai. They don't work on all the other variables they would see. And since the announcement alone of a direct flight in December from here to the UK, people in the share on social media, then other international flights they will carry. So man don't reduce the price by half. And the same airport, the airports not change you, the tax on the airports not change you. But the propaganda was like, no possible a price can down there. But check now all the other one. In fact, to get screenshots with, so man check just 2 days before we press conference on Saturday. The price reduced some of them close to 2 times and they cost the price. So what's the president building here? Will you make your man? What's His Excellency President Julius Mother building here? And he reforms are comprehensive. We don't rush by the issue. They don't go through this issue. We first don't build state-of-the-art airports. Now we work for bigger airports, they are international hub. Where they bring flights now across the sub-region. Yes, Sierra Leone also just the UK flight, my first to announce. The next phase, by mid-December to early next year, we go for the one shot to them from the east to the west, across the sub-region. And they can deposit Naya, and Naya will become the hub for direct flights to both the United Kingdom and the United States for the first time in a long time. Also, government get the flight to a private company. But government don't lay the foundation, the comprehensive reform for let life be better and easy for the citizens. So also, machine car business. And so to be sustainable and long lasting. So the important one, I go back for all reports, my reports and say the reforms of His Excellency President Julius Malabio, the leadership of Mr. Fanitsuri, the Director General Sierra Leone Civil Aviation Authority, Musa Yobai, they will really come with some big changes. And starting from December, we all begin to see the change in just the prices of flights to Salon. Clear? Good. Chairman, you get a question. One, any penalty on anyone name where you fail for comply. I want to answer that question a little bit broadly on failure to comply, because there was a specificity as well. Mr. Kamasi, they want to refuse for see journalists there. That's information minister, if I see every journalist who has me, I will not suffer. So they are clarified up the other number one. New citizen asks an excellent question. So you ask the government public institutions or private institutions, they will get which we refer to as public interest. Are they governed by your acts, or are there things that we need to do for update the acts? Mrs. interested in that answer. As a third question on a letter we be written publicly by one lawyer we they call Slbc, and say why you not be able allegedly for key this lawyer written the want. I think say the question makes some assumption that we are not for two. I think you will clarify that. And which are the most difficult requests we you don't get so far in the commission. So take that one and then we'll come to education.
Yes, the first one about penalty. Yeah, the first one about penalty. Of course, we get a penalty for refusal for key information. That is very clear in the Act. You know, Section 47 provides that very clearly. Say any public authority will refuse to give information, we will take action. And you want to go observe, say, in the past, we don't take some few actions then, including, you know, sanctions. For instance, we call on the public authorities, first, because there's a ask we first for review the refusal. We can invoke Section 45, where you give it that power day, for ask the public authority within 7 days for release information, failing which with the escalator, you know, and we don't get situations where no SSF member who don't take action. So, but for somebody for go say you want to get access for interview, somebody, if the person refuse to see you, in their cases they would only receive few cases like that, but most of the time what you can tell the people, particularly journalists, what in the Act, they write a letter to the minister or the head of the public authority. You request for information. You can put your questions there. We don't get few cases there. In fact, many cases there recently, when journalists they do letter, they list down all the questions, they send out to the public authority, and the public authority they respond. So if you try to see a minister, you know you will get that opportunity there. Probably the minister busy by a meeting or something. You know, what we could advise normally, put her in writing, you send out. And if within the 15 working day deadline, if that 15 working day deadline pass, the minister will respond to you, then definitely you come to we. And when you come to we call on, we engage the minister or the head of the public authority for tell us this particular information, as long as the information we supposed for the public domain. Because don't forget, say, you get certain classes of information.
Now, right for information to write for civil.
Yes, not all right. You can get the information, yes. So now they are get that clear. So, go better, you do the letter, and then you left and day, 15 working day pass. You then will get the information there, definitely. Because the person will say, not only the minister will go for interview, not only will give you the information, and somebody when the minister will give directive for make me release that information to you. So within that 15 working day deadline, if that information they don't come, then you will come to we and we will take action. Yeah? And then the other one about the public authorities and the privates. The Act not make any provision very clear provision for say we for target private institutions. The only thing, the definition of public authority, when you look at the definition section of the Act, it says any public authority, now any institution, any entity, body, corporate, where they receive money on behalf of the people. Okay? Any where they receive money, whether it be in the form of funding, whether in the form of donor funding, or whether in the form of contracts. You know, for instance, a particular company go engage, win a contract for build roads, for instance, for the country. And if you say that particular point, they don't receive that money, they're able to deliver on that something, they have public interest something that day. So, although it's not very clear for say private companies that will be targeted, but because of the public interest angle, you can request for information from private institutions as well, as long as the information where you ask for relate to public interest. You know, the only thing, because it's not too clear at the moment, we never engage with the ministry for make sure say we amend that particular aspect so that it will be very clear. Because in South Africa, all our jurisdictions in Africa, like South Africa, the private institutions are also included, private companies. Yes, included. Let's say even in Ghana, most recently Ghana self don't begin to consider. They don't even amend the most self so that they will target a private institution. Because this is a question this way you ask, a very important question. We don't receive the questions there severally, you know, from other people. They say, hey, when I just go after a public institution, when I left the private one, the way a lot of the issues of transparency and accountability can be very evident. You know, so we try to address that day. But for now, if the request for information, as long as you get very clear evidence of public interest for that information, the way they request from a private institution, you can request for that information. You know, as long as you get that very clear. The Slbc Mara case, I'm surprised. I think I have misinformation that day. Because the Slbc Mara case, where it happened, we do due diligence to trial, definitely. Because they asked me for review, the refusal of the ECSL for release the summary results of the elections, the 2023 elections. They said because the 15 working day deadline elapsed, and the Electoral Commission no respond. So when they asked me for review, we'll do that review day. And part of the review, we ask the public authority, we give them 7 working days for response. ECSL, and they respond. They respond, they cite, they make reference to section 14 of the Act, where it provides any information we available in the public domain already, you're not obliged as a public authority for releasal because it's already available in the public domain. And they say it's available in the websites. So they respond, then we do that, we will do that, within the 7-day working day deadline will be there. They respond before the end of the 7-day working day deadline. And when they respond, they say the team there, and we step we do verification. We own team, we compliance team, go on the website, check. And the Slbc Mara do your verification. If I now say yes, indeed, the summary results were there on the ECSL website. You know, so the only thing we say, by letter we write later, he say, of course, they only can be after we request what he said. But we, only when they don't make the request, now we check, we not be checked before. You see? And he write a letter even thank we for we effort. The only thing later on, they ask back, apart from the summary results, they ask for all the results now. But the ECSL response, they say, according to section 92 of the Electoral Commission Act, the Elections Act, the 92 only give them that permission for release summary results and not all the results. So, Slbc Mara rightly now say, well, they don't talk, we don't do what we able. So he said they go on the Supreme Court for an interpretation of Section 92. What we don't act again. So we happy with the intervention. So the matter closes straight away. If I even recognize that by letter we write to me, thank you. So I'm surprised where you get that information. They are giving us correct information. And then the other ones, the most difficult requests. Well, we don't get difficult requests when we don't come. So I don't know, it was difficult for me to single out the most among them. You know. So I would say probably one of the most mediatized requests they would not receive in the Slbc Mara case, because it was heavily mediatized. You know, the media, almost all the media, the bad headlines, they were so heavy. It becomes so sensational, probably because of a politically dicey issue in an election, you know. So probably, but I know we'll call them most difficult. I would just say no more, most mediatized. So thank you.
All right, excellent. Okay. All right. This mic not work. Eh?
Alright. So what's important now that una for understand say the commission also they compel we for follow the law, not to go against the law. So the commission in the interaction with ECSL now for say the law say you for do this, you for do it. So even the person will talk away write the letter, in clear say wait right, what he say they ask for, actually ECSL say but it's where the one they ask for, it's already public. It's on our website. You go there and go check, say what go check the day before you not be there. But as far the commission was concerned, it was there, and you can verify that it was there. And if you want to go further than what the law say, you go now to the Supreme Court. But in that particular issue, this commission then performed their own task with applause. Did you get two questions? One come online. The one way come online say, Madam DG, the picture from your studio not too good. What you do for solve this long-lasting problem? The SLBC. And then the second question, and the way can I hear about one lady we named Umutoronka Namakeni, they say what's make una be layer off. Me say we don't know what talk. I get a comment on that particular question, but you chance first.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. So, at least the picture, not good, but we're there on air, huh? So hopefully on that area you read what they say, but like I've been saying in the opening statement, this is not a perennial problem. We continuously work for solve. Of course, the minister don't make commitment, and minister don't make that commitment through His Excellency the President, that SLBC is a priority. And we will try to move from the analog state to the digital state. So today on behalf of SLBC, for all sound breaks, for all picture quality low, I want to sincerely apologize to the general public for not providing the information that you need because of limitations of, certain limitations that we have. But this government, I'm told, is committed to making those improvements. And that's why I'm here. Otherwise, I don't run away. But truly, let me come back to the Ms. Umutoronka case. The chairman just told me it's the information in public domain. I'm not mandated to answer any question. This Umutoronka issue belongs on a public domain. But in the interest of transparency and accountability, I will talk about them. I know they talk about them in my capacity as Director General of SLBC. Me, they sit on the board of directors, no, the board of trustees for the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. They don't interview, and it became a very important issue to them. So they pick them up and say, no, we know they left this investigation to the management. So the board of trustees, we minister don't talk, the chairperson, now we all young person, we all are journalists and interested in our woman back. So imagine the director general that woman, the chair or chair that woman, we now go play on due waiting sir. Wuru. So we come be woman. Yeah, wuru. That's what they call it. So the board, that's a big whole issue. They investigate. And when they do the investigation, they put out a press release. And I will look at that press release. For Una, we're not being good to the public and we don't listen to SLBC and other media houses. We will publish that press release. Then findings then. One of the findings, then say we then investigate Ms. Toronka na be volunteer. Anybody can come and say, I want volunteer. Mr. Ronka then say, maybe it don't be, and it don't be reported before for SLBC. And in a large member, not all large members, we are functional journalists. We know the handbook journalists. Not so, where they go office to office for harass women ministry. Mr. Bidon did it. I'm not new to this game, that's alone. So, Ms. Toranka, remember when I come in March, where I start, I work on all the regional stations. I think it was in May or June, I work at Makini, Kono. It's Toranka, one of the people, and that's why I've been seen at the Makini station. And when I see them, they tell me, say, now one panel new people then where they bring as volunteers because they know we get marketers. If he don't left, he go school. He come back, he say he wants for join week, but space no be there. According to it in the station manager say. So the station manager tell we say, tell the board say, the only thing where they go, which is if not volunteer. He say he don't go mind for volunteer. And say, well, if you volunteer na marketing, people that we need. So I be volunteer marketer. One of the things that when the board say they find out for the case, now Mr. Toronka being used SLBC footage without permission. And that footage they be branded. Copyright issues are very important, and we as journalists must uphold those responsibilities as journalists in this space. I know the waiting right to access information day or the other regulatory bodies waiting then we talk about copyright and using branded items for take, go put on a private platform, social media platform. The repercussions are great. You can put the institution way in branded into disrepute if you not be careful, because they would think say another institution they line one. Let's assume if Mr. Ronka not be employee or even contractor of SLBC officially, let's assume he forget the employee manual and with editorial guidelines. It's important for all of us to read your institution's policies.
DG.
Yes, sir.
We'll get about 10 more minutes. I want to go through one more round of questions.
Okay.
So
I just one round of.
Yes.
So, the editorial guidelines. Every journalist will remain professional. This professionalism we get for upholder in this field to make we be respected as journalists. So the editorial guideline and the SLBC employee manual say in section 9 and section 10.2 specifically say unprofessional behaviors are tantamount to summary dismissal. Summary dismissal. No two way about it. So I just want to now let we uphold the public interest news so that we out to the highest level and let we be professional in the work we do as journalists.
And I want to comment, thank you DG, I want to comment on the fact, as I said, the board, one thing I pride myself in is that I allow them for doing work. But there's one more thing I want to say. After Madam Toronka imposed, some unscrupulous individuals and targeted her online, and they made a threaten her, and they made a send offensive message to her. As Minister, that complaint they reached me, I've been submit an official report to the Office of National Security and the Salon Police. And while I stand by the decision fully of the board, I also stand very fully with Umutonka against anybody we choose for online threatening, abuse, or intimidate her. And they tell all the one that will do that, no matter how long it takes, once we're there, we will find you and we will bring you to justice. That's a commitment that we have. Next set of questions. 1, 2, 3, I want one now. Where are the women? We got 1, 2, 3 already. No can the 10th question I have no woman. In a woman, and they say where are the women? The man is Tiano. Eh? The man left them Tiano. Where are the woman? Then journalistic house here, now one gets opportunity for their questions asked, yeah? Woman and the alright, carrier number 4. Where the other woman? As number 5. I want one more woman. I did not woman but it's young woman. Eh? Say something I'm cool now. Alright, we'll get 3. I want one more woman. Okay, let her ask first. Una will get you will get one. Go ahead. Go.
We learn Mamusila from the Nature newspaper. Mr. Minister, in your update, one thing we left out the latest report on MCC scorecard, where we see there are certain areas that will be done to make progress, then there is a drop. Yes. Taking, for example, we look at the control of corruption, we get 83, 79, this time around at 76. Then political liberty, we get 96, this time around 89. Then civil liberty, we get 94, this time around 97. So they drop. So what is the government to take on this?
All right. Thank you. Number 2.
The name Abdullah the report for all night. My question goes to Mr. Minister. Why is the update on this aircraft? You say on both national and international investigators, then you understand there is nothing of security threats when you find out that
nothing of police interest.
Yes, so your police interest. So you say the DPP recommends him, advise him on finding $100,000. So I want to know how to arrive at that $100,000. It's not
by the act.
Okay.
It's a civil nation. Number 3. Go ahead.
My name is Suleiman Jalo. I work for Export Times newspaper.
Suleiman, go ahead.
Jalo. Okay, I will take the bar ask 2 questions because I get one for you, one for you. Boss man, today the boss there. Mr. Minister, in your update, you say the money that we don't pay on the consolidated fund.
They don't pay yesterday. I get it in Sito.
Yesterday?
Yes.
For the sake of clarity, is there any timeline where the aircraft for left? If they're for left, at what cost?
They're not there at will. We don't hand them over now. The matter is closed. They can left just normally now. That's up to them. We can't control that.
Okay, now
once they don't meet the condition, we don't find them, we don't do the investigation, we don't hand the plane back to them, we don't release the individuals there. So until why would they talk to them left? But I have no control of that over that anymore. So as far as the government of Sierra Leone is concerned, the matter is closed.
How of the investigation be released and they land for refill? If you want for refill, is there any negotiation between them and the government?
No, we don't really make clear, say, we don't find them because they violate the acts they have. And so now going forward, anything they want to do, they're going to get for compliance.
To doctor, of recent we see the commission find one entity about 8,000 new loans members of the public want to know if they don't pay that money. Should in case, or is there any in your constitution a timeline where person will pay a fine levied against any institution? So in case that person don't pay the money, what will be the next action from the commission?
All right. Number 4.
My name is Maria Mamundu from Newstown State. My question will go to DG. I want to know how long it take na SLBC as a volunteer. How long did it take for me to confirm you for me to be a permanent staff? And waiting at the laws then we govern people really volunteer at that place, and also for be a permanent staff, waiting at the laws the way it entails.
All right. I think that only because we only get 4 more minutes, and I really want to keep to time. So, DG, you start quickly, but keep it brief, please.
How long does it take to volunteer? In we books, volunteerism, like anywhere from 1 day to 3 months. If you stretch and say sometimes 6 months. So if you services they're really needed, and volunteers are laid in 2 different categories. Some they come, we know they pay them. Some they come, then they give them stipend. We call them stipend, not to salary. I make it very low, even low past the contractors. So if your services are needed, you get for take a break. Say you can't today, you say you want to continue. We get for assess you or see if the institution needs you. If your services are needed, just the same as contractors. If your service is needed, we give you a break, because Sierra Leone labor law say after 11 months, if somebody don't volunteer or become consultant, if we take a break. If we go above 1 year, you for begin pay certain benefits. So now need for read the labor laws and compare them to institutions, their own policies, where they guide employees. So now that's we say. So we know if we need your services, you have to take a break and come back, then we can hire you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, you find somebody 8,000 new loans if they don't pay within a minute.
Well, when we find one part of the act, we a bit weak. We, on one of the amendments and proposed amendments, we would all submit to the ministry. Thank God the minister said there. For giving powers of enforcement, because at the moment when we find the information, they possibly request the information, which is that we act, and for enforce the fine, not to be. Yes, I make a bit. What is that? So that make we power among we propose amendments to include that day. You know, if the time pass, maybe they don't pay the fine, and the requester not come in for demand for make my public authority response. Now a problem. So if I don't say that I need to weakness and the way in we act. So I make one of the proposed amendments I will make. We hope very soon the minister don't assure me just up and this symposium won't be there. So very soon, then policies they go through cabinet and then parliament. I think that will stretch away because at the moment it didn't have the act say we can fine, but in terms of enforcing the fine, now they will get challenged. You know, and we don't want left down there now the hands of the requester, because the requester them sometimes they go afraid. They go say, what you make for go really go enforce this. We not to be impose the fine. Why make for go enforce that? So now a weakness. So we try to look into that. Yeah.
We review that
aspect.
All right, just quickly on the FCC rule because we can close now. Thank you, sir. You know, open the good school. We get them parents and we also you know and teacher them. Who go class You are careful, you know me, Papa. If I get 95 per English this term, next term, I get 93, and I still can't force. They say not time for do more. And a discussion with this class. In all the years leading to President Bill Kawana Power, the highest score we Salon will ever get for multiple of corruption will be 49%. We fail. Since President Bill Kawana consistently we are above 70%. We are above the past. We are above. We don't maintain our with slight deviations here and there. But above 75, 74, 76, 78, 83, 84, 80, and a record to be proud of. Okay. The fact say on every measure we call, you don't mention nothing, so we don't fail nothing, we don't nothing. Freedom of information, since you do a lot of tell the man the score, not talk to score, because they have an increase. 89% now gets on freedom of information. President Bill, the first, every president before I promised for repeal the criminal crime law. Everyone we promised, including Pakaba blessed memory, they didn't do it. And one day possible do that. His Excellency President Julius Madame. So on as far as FCC is concerned, that's actually fantastic news for the country. Last time we challenging here because of an election here. In an election here, you scored be affected because of the election and the climate. But when you put that aside, say I do not just for pass, but the most important thing is that we don't sign the FCC agreement. And the country poised for meets the preconditions as stated in the contract, will lead to we for start effective implementation, just last week again and I am. So I think the rest should say the government has started to pay attention to this course. And we will continue to do all we can for to maintain very high scores. Like how the commissioner just say, even with new acts from 89% we are not satisfied, we are like let teacher parents here. Because they bring like one man this way say, who do this, say, oh, we're supposed to do more. We can perfect education say for supposed to do more. Now I don't tell we don't still for time to get to more. So we are with you and we will continue for the best. On that note, I want to take this opportunity to tell thank you to the fantastic panel this vacancy. Dr. Ibrahim Shegashaw, the Information Commissioner for the Public of Salon, for the good work, congratulations. The fantastic Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Madam Joseph Kamara, and Mr. Charles F. and the CEO, Executive Director for Forward Salon Research Society. Until next week, we will meet again for talk more about what we move this country going forward. I tell you all, take care and I say assalamu alaikum.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Maisama, important presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public squire, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara,
I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangra. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
Keep blue. We are the best.
we not run away. We come for better. We people they want for see what we they do. We people they want for know what we they say. Oh, we like we salon. Oh, we like we salon.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it mean I don't learn from it, and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program so we dey counsel you for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle dispute between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
join the Love Factor team
every Sunday 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
While the frequency of buildings collapsing and fire accidents are growing at an alarming rate, only few people have thought about ensuring their businesses or property. This negligence has driven some people out of business, some into poverty when they were visited by certain tragedy. A lack of compliance with insurance regulations by many citizens is rife, and many do not even believe in the idea of insuring their property. It is against this background that the government in the year 2000 introduced Sierra Leone Insurance Company. SLECOM's Deputy Commissioner Sheikh Matia said they always ensure that claims are paid to beneficiaries when needed. Yet many people are either unaware of or indifferent to the importance of insurance, leaving themselves vulnerable to devastating financial losses.
Indeed, insurance companies pay claims. We make sure that they pay claims. Whenever there is some amount of discrepancies or whatever, then we come in and settle it. Whereas, to the best of our knowledge in insurance, so that people will have easy access to our office through our provincial offices, liaise with them, tell them about the compulsory insurance issue, about all the rest.
For a broker, Joshua Boni, distrust of insurance companies is one of the major reasons why many Sierra Leoneans are reluctant to insure their homes, lives, and property.
The insurance side to the client is that the client also feel that the insurance companies are taking money away from them without compensating them when the actual things occur. So the basic issue or challenge that I would say we as practitioners are facing is one of trust. And I believe that if that element of trust is worked on, the industry can be a better tool for the economy.
With over 4 decades in the insurance industry, Ambassador Ali Issa Bangura, Executive Chairman of Sierra Leone Insurance Company, has seen firsthand how non-compliance with insurance laws has worsened the impacts of disasters on individuals and communities. Despite his company's compliance with all legal frameworks, individuals continue to shy away from insurance coverage. Ambassador Bangura calls for government intervention to enforce insurance laws more strictly and advocates for the digitalization of the insurance sector to improve efficiency and accessibility.
The corporate institutions that insure against fire and such perils. Individuals, no. I can tell you 90% of the houses in Sierra Leone are not insured. We all know that. But there's a law that says tenantable properties must be insured. It is in the Act. But the question is enforcement. How do we enforce that? You see, it's not easy in a situation such as ours.
One of the key concerns in the consequences of action, lawyer Ibrahim Mansaye of Mansaye and Associates Chambers highlights that when a house is uninsured, the legal consequences in the wake of disaster can be severe. Individuals could face fines or penalties for failing to comply with insurance laws, he emphasized.
Particularly under the Insurance Act of 2016, when you look at Section 91 of the Act, basically it provides that if you do not comply with certain provisions of the Act and you're found guilty of that, you may be fined up to the tune of 10 million loans, which is now 10,000 new loans, or face an imprisonment of 2 years. I would advise homeowners to insure their property not only against fire but also against other natural disasters.
Despite these challenges, there are still citizens who recognize the crucial role that insurance plays in Sierra Leone's development and their personal safety. For these individuals, insurance represents more than just a financial tool. It offers peace of mind and protection against unforeseen tragedies.
We are seeing this disaster everywhere. We are seeing the houses being burnt and everywhere. We are seeing some unfortunate death, tragic. We are in terms of illness as well. We are seeing so many people in some deplorable condition, except they have to come to the masses to ask for financial help. And all of these things, as Sierra Leonean, if you are part of this insurance, then it's a step in the right direction.
Yes, I trust insurance company because waiting do a better way.
I trust insurance companies because it is better that I have somewhere to save money than to spend all the profits after sales. Now I know if something goes wrong with my business, they will come to my aid.
But if I go back to the insurance, then go able for help me.
Education and awareness campaigns led by both government and private stakeholders are critical to reversing the current trend. In Sierra Leone, experts in the insurance industry say many citizens do not engage in insurance activities such as insuring their life, houses and other property, which in returns hinder them in terms of adversity. In a nation where disaster can strike without warning, the importance of insurance cannot be overstated. It is time for all Sierra Leoneans to embrace this vital industry for the protection of their lives, property and
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern. The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SLBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SLBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SLBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self PM for being the use to your area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
No fact na a very good program. Where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made around land format and I wonder you say land.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program so we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do your for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Can you meet around the water side? Lovely fish, we get them every day. Can you meet around the water side? Lovely fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Injiming around the water side. Lovely fish, we get them every day. Injiming around the water side. Lovely fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Water side. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side.
The men wearing number 5 jerseys, Francis Timet. The ball is still in the possession of Sierra Leone. Ball is still in the possession of Sierra Leone. So the ball is still in the possession of Sierra Leone, and we here at the SKD Sports Complex number 4. Sierra Leone still has this ball. Francis Timet. Okay, so we are here to see who takes the day. It's Sierra Leone versus Ivory Coast here at the SKD Sports Complex in Kingsville. The score both still reads 0-0. Score both still reads 0-0. So the game is gone 9 minutes. So Sierra Leone is going to take a free kick against Ivory Coast. Sierra Leone take a free kick against Ivory Coast. So as you can see, the players of the supporters of Sierra Leone are chanting the one goal. And that player of Sierra Leone took a long one, but went outside. A kick from Sierra Leone, but that ball was actually flipped outside. So it's Sierra Leone versus Ivory Coast here at the SKD Sports Complex. That's the CAF African Cup of Nations. So the ball is in possession of Ivory Coast is in possession of the ball. Sierra Leone has just intercepted, and the ball is still in possession of that player from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone has the ball from his teammates, a long one, but is in possession of that Ivorian player. So the Ivorian keeper just found his teammate. The ball is in possession of Ivory Coast now. That player for Ivory Coast, number 8, has it. Francis teammate. They are deep in the half of Sierra Leone, but that's Sierra Leone player number 8 intercepted. And I send Ivory Coast in possession again of the ball. The ball is in possession of Ivory Coast. So wherever you're watching from, this is Pro Media TV, and we're bringing you live. So the scoreboard still reads 0-0, Ivory Coast 0, Sierra Leone 0. Wow. That player from Ivory Coast took a long one, but it went outside. So as you can see, the scoreboard still reads 0-0. Ivory Coast 0, Sierra Leone 0.
Let's get this problem was chosen by Samuel as a team for first game they play in Cote d'Ivoire
So as per the game, Sierra Leone is playing at home. So the boys deep play in the half of Ivory Coast. Sierra Leone in possession of the ball. Deep in the half of Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast intercept. Ivory Coast is now in possession of the ball. Okay. The referee sounds his whistle as the linesman threw his flag. Linesman with his flag. Play continues here at the SKD Sports Complex here in Painesville. Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone. CAF African Cup of Nations. 0 Sierra Leone, 0 Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is on the ball. Ball possession. Ivory Coast deep in the half of Sierra Leone. Ivory Coast still in possession of the ball. Ivorian player found his teammate. Ivory Coast is still on the ball, still in possession of the ball. The ball is in the center cycle. The ball is in the center cycle, but Ivory Coast is still in possession. That Ivorian player wearing number 22 finds his teammate. Send a long one to his teammate. The ball is in the center cycle. Ivory Coast still in possession of the ball. Ivory Coast still in possession of the ball. The ball is in the center cycle. Okay, the ball is in possession of that Sierra Leone player. He takes a long one, but whoop, it's outside. Linesman with his flag. The ball is outside. CAF African Cup of Nations, Sierra Leone versus Ivory Coast. Scoreboard reads 0-0. Scoreboard still reads 0-0. It's Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone in possession of the ball. Okay, Sierra Leone is still in possession of the ball. Sierra Leone number 4 in possession of the ball. Finds his teammate. Send a long one there to his teammate. And the ball is in there, but the ball was intercepted by the opponent player. The ball was intercepted by the opponent player. The ball is still in the half of Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast in possession of the ball. Ivory Coast in possession. The ball is in possession of the opponent player. Francis teammate. So the ball is still been playing the center cycle. Ivory Coast still in possession of the ball. Ivory Coast 0 Sierra Leone, but the ball is still in possession of Ivory Coast. He took a long one, very long one there in the half of Sierra Leone. Francis teammate. Ivory Coast in the backyard of Sierra Leone, still in possession. Oh, okay, Sierra Leone intercept. The ball is in the possession of that. Wow! Ivory Coast just missed a possible goal. Yeah, Ivory player just missed a possible goal right in front of the keeper of Sierra Leone. Please continue. Wherever you're watching from, this is Pro Media TV. Then we bring you live the game between Ivory Coast and Sierra Leone.
Let's get these football players. Was choosing.
So the ball is in possession of the Avron player wearing number 3 jersey. The Francis teammate, and is being intercepted by that Sierra Leone player. And okay, so the ball, the referee sounds his whistle. One of the players of Sierra Leone is down. The player from Sierra Leone is down. The referee sounds his whistle. It's Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone. The scoreboard reads 0-0. So wherever you're watching, if you're there in Sierra Leone, if you're there in Ivory Coast, wherever you're watching from, Sierra Leone in Ivory Coast, keep watching, share. The boys, wow, a brilliant save there by that Ivorian keeper. Ivory Coast is in possession of the ball. The ball is still in the possession of Ivory Coast. Still in the possession of Ivory Coast. So wherever you are watching, Ivory Coast or Sierra Leone, please like, share, and comment. Please cheer your team to victory. If you're there in Ivory Coast and you're watching, share your team to victory. If you're there in Sierra Leone, Freetown, Sierra Leone, Kenema, wherever place you are in Freetown, in Sierra Leone, Freetown, Kenema, Shaka Stevens Street, wherever you find yourself watching this beautiful evening, please share the video. Sierra Leone plays Ivory Coast here in Liberia at the SKD Sports Complex. So if you're there in Sierra Leone, share the video and let other in Sierra Leone watch it. Those who are not here in Liberia and unable to watch the game, they are opportune to see the game through Pro Media TV here from Liberia. So wherever you are in Sierra Leone, wherever you are in Ivory Coast, this is an opportunity that you watch your game. Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone. Scoreboard reads 0-0. So the ball is in the possession of Sierra Leone. That's a Leone player, found his teammate. Number 4 of Sierra Leone has the ball. Francis teammate. And that player of Sierra Leone is on it. sends a long one back to number 4 player. That number 4 player finds his teammate, number 5. Number 5 sends a long one there to his teammate. The man wearing the number 14 jersey is on the ball, finds number 5. The man wearing the number 5 jersey. So the ball is in the half of Sierra Leone. Okay, the Sierra Leone keeper is on it. Takes a long one. She takes a long one in the half of Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast number 4 player has the ball, finds his teammate. Ivory Coast is on the ball again, deep in the half of Sierra Leone. Oh, that Ivorian player is down. The Ivorian player is down. The referee sounds his whistle. So wherever you are in Ivory Coast, please share this live, share this video. If you're there in Sierra Leone, wherever you are in Sierra Leone, share the video. So wherever you are watching from Freetown in Sierra Leone, please share this video, share this live. CAF African Cup of Nations, scoreboard reads 0-0. Sierra Leone 0, Ivory Coast 0. So Ivory Coast is taking a free kick. So that player of Ivory Coast will take the kick. So let's see if whether this is going to bring victory. The first goal for Ivory Coast. Let's see if whether this is going to open the curtains for Ivory Coast. So Ivory Coast take the free kick, but let's see if whether Ivory Coast is going to open the curtains. Let's see if the Ivory Coast is going to open the curtains. Oh, a long one outside. A long one outside. Ivory Coast took a long one, but it went outside. A very long kick, but it went outside. Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone. The scoreboard reads 0-0. So wherever you're watching from in Sierra Leone, we say please like, share, and follow. Share this video. Wherever you're watching from Ivory Coast, please share your team to victory. Wherever you're watching from Sierra Leone, share your team to victory.
It's time for water break. This is the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifications between the visiting side, the Elephants of Ivory Coast, and the host nation.
Wherever you are watching,
Leon Stars of Sierra Leone.
The Leon Stars of Sierra Leone. The Elephants of Ivory Coast.
Recognize the presence of the president of the Sierra Leone Football Association, Mr. Thomas Ibrahima, along with the Vice President one, Mr. Harold Johnson, Vice President two, the Mayor of the Corp City, His Lordship, Aliyu Badara Tarawali. And of course, the rest of the executive committee members present here today.
So it's Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone. The scoreboard reads 0-0 as the players have gone for water break, but returning to the page. So in a very short split while, the game will commence. Game will commence as the player have just went for a very short water break. So wherever you are in Sierra Leone, if you are in Kenema, Shaka Stephen Street, whatever place you find yourself right now in Sierra Leone, we say please like, share, and comment. Please share this video and let all of your friends in Sierra Leone watch. Let all of your friends watch. So if you're there too in Ivory Coast and you're watching, please like, share, and follow, share this video so as to allow your friends to watch and cheer your team, your country to victory. You can cheer your country to victory. You can cheer your country to victory. And let's get back to the playing page. Sierra Leone versus Ivory Coast. Scoreboard reads 0-0. Scoreboard reads 0-0. Sierra Leone versus Ivory Coast here at the SKD Sports Complex here in Liberia. Please join the live and share and cheer your country to victory. If you're there in Ivory Coast, cheer your country to victory. Sierra Leone, cheer your country to victory. Join the live, share, and comment. Ooh. A beautiful save there by the Sierra Leone keeper. Beautiful save there by the Sierra Leone keeper. Very beautiful save there. So Sierra Leone is in possession of the ball. Sierra Leone is still in possession. Referee sounds his whistle as the linesman wins his flag. Play continues here at the SKD Sports Complex here in Painesville. Sierra Leone still in possession. Sierra Leone in possession of the ball. Player of number 4 finds his teammate. Number 11 sends a long one there, but on the leg of that Ivorian player who kicked it outside. So Sierra Leone and Ivory Coast, we'll see who will. So wherever you're watching from Sierra Leone, Gold City, we say keep watching, share your country to victory, share the video, share the live, join, and share your team to victory. Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, the ball is in the half of Ivory Coast. Ivorian player is in possession, found his teammates. Take a long one. The ball is still in possession of that Sierra Leonean player. Ivory Coast is still in possession of the ball. He sends a long one, intercepted by that Sierra Leonean player. Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone, and the ball is deeply in the half of Ivory Coast, but got intercepted by the Ivorian player. The referee said no foul, play continues. No foul, play continues, but the ball is still in the half of Ivory Coast. Still in the half of Ivory Coast. Ball is still in the half of Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast still in possession. The Ivorian player finds his teammate, take a long one there. The ball is in the possession of the Ivorian player. Oh, the ball is outside. The ball is outside. wherever you are, this is Pro Media TV here from Liberia, and we're bringing you live this live game here at the SKD Sports Complex here in Liberia. Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone. Ivory Coast take on Sierra Leone here at the SKD Sports Complex. So the ball is in possession of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is in possession of the ball. That player wearing number 15 jersey for Sierra Leone is on the ball. He finds his teammate, number 5. The man wearing the number 5 jersey. So Sierra Leone is playing home here in Liberia at the SKD Sports Complex. Number 12 player finds his teammates. The ball is in the half of Ivory Coast. That's the only player. The ball has been intercepted by the Ivorian player. Sierra Leone is trying her best, trying everything possible to open their curtains. Sierra Leone is trying everything in her possible weak ways to score the first goal in this first half. So share your country to victory, share this live, share. Follow the page, Pro Media TV, follow us. So the keeper is down. That's the Leone keeper is down. The medics are attending to the keeper of Sierra Leone. But the scoreboard reads 0-0 for Sierra Leone, 0 for Ivory Coast. As medics are attending to the keeper from Sierra Leone, he's down. Medics are attending to him, he's down. But the scoreboard reads 0-0 for Sierra Leone, 0 for Ivory Coast. So wherever you are in Ivory Coast, please like, share, and comment. Follow the page, share the live. Wherever you are in Sierra Leone, please like, share, and comment. Follow the page, share the video as we bring you live this all-important match, Sierra Leone versus Ivory Coast here in Liberia. The game has been played here at the SKD Sports Complex here in Painesville in Liberia. Sierra Leone is on the ball. He takes a long one. He finds his teammate. That player from Sierra Leone took a long one, but unfortunately, the ball went over the bar. Sierra Leone is trying everything in their possible weak ways to score the first goal in the first half of this match. As you can see, the Sierra Leoneans are cheering their team to victory. So wherever you are in Ivory Coast, cheer your team to victory, wherever you are. This game is competitive. Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone is competitive. Scoreboard reads 0-0. Ivory Coast is in possession of the ball. Ivory Coast is the player of Ivory Coast found his teammate. Number 24 has the ball, finds his teammate. Still in the Ivory Coast, still in possession of the ball. Okay, the ball is still in possession of Ivory Coast. The ball is still in the possession. Okay, number 12 of Sierra Leone. That player of Sierra Leone and Ivory Coast are both on the ground. Referee sounds his whistle. Referee sounds his whistle. So wherever you are watching from Sierra Leone, we say please like, share and comment. Please follow the live video. Please follow us. Please share this live as we bring you this very important game here. That is the CAF African Cup of Nations. Sierra Leone takes on Ivory Coast, where the scoreboard reads 0-0. Scoreboard still reads 0-0. Ivory Coast 0, Sierra Leone 0. And Sierra Leone is playing home. Sierra Leone is playing home using Liberia's field. Ivory Coast 0, Sierra Leone 0. So we see medics are heading for the player who is down. The medics are heading on the field for that Ivorian player who is down. So wherever you are watching from Sierra Leone, watching from Ivory Coast, we say like, share and comment, follow the page, share this video so all of your colleagues, wherever they are in the various villages of Sierra Leone and Ivory Coast, share this video so they can be able to watch it and see their various teams playing and be able to cheer their teams to victory. It is the CAF African Cup of Nations, and it's been played here in Liberia. So we see that Ivorian player, he's been taken off the pitch, taken away by the medics, and referee sounds his whistle for play continued. So we're back on the pitch. Back on the page. Sierra Leone 0, Ivory Coast 0. Sierra Leone 0, Ivory Coast 0.
1-2, 1-2.
Sierra Leone 0, Ivory Coast is 0. Okay, plays continue. Play continues here. Sierra Leone in possession. That player wearing number 4 jersey has the ball, finds his teammate. His teammate send it back to number 4. Number 4 finds his teammate. Number 5, player wearing number 5 has the ball, finds his teammate. And they are in the half of Ivory Coast. Sierra Leone is in the half of Ivory Coast. Number 4 player finds his teammate. And Sierra Leone is trying their possible best, but the ball is being intercepted by Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is in possession of the ball. Ivory Coast is in possession of the ball. The keeper from Ivory Coast took a long one, but since it's outside, the ball is outside. Ivory Coast versus Sierra Leone here. So wherever you're watching from, like, share and comment, follow the page, like the page, follow Pro Media TV, follow us as we bring you the game between Ivory Coast and Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone still in possession. Sierra Leone still in possession of the ball. Number 4 player has the ball. Takes a long one from his teammate, and it's in the half of Sierra Leone. It's in the half of Ivory Coast, but keeper.
Trouver une place de titulaire avec l'arrivée d'Emers Faé après le premier tour. Au moment des huitièmes de finale et ensuite il a été titulaire tout au long de la compétition. Précieux au milieu de terrain par son activité, Jean-Michel Seri. Il a l'air d'avoir très mal. Et on vient d'entrer dans les 5 dernières minutes, bientôt les 4 du temps réglementaire. Toujours 0-0 entre la Sierra Leone et la Côte d'Ivoire. Le ballon côté droit là avec Koroma. Obligé de revenir derrière. Forna qui n'a pas trop de solutions. Si ce n'est Nathaniel Diallo. Et on bascule côté gauche. Contrôle complètement manqué là, de Koroma, Béni Traoré qui a permis de récupérer ce ballon. Caissier. Agbanou en retrait. Derrière, il y a Fofana. Forna dans le rond central. Ballon donné à gauche cette fois-ci. Le changement qui va avoir lieu du côté des éléphants. C'est Ahmed Traoré, me semble-t-il, qui va entrer en jeu. Attention, Côte d'Ivoire en infériorité numérique. Le bon ballon, un poil appuyé. Ça profite du coup à Yaya Fofana, le gardien du SCO d'Angers. Et on rappelle la sortie sur blessure de Jean-Michel Seri, ouais, c'est ça, c'est Ahmed Traoré, le joueur de la JOCR. Passé par Naples, par Bournemouth, par Sassuolo. Et bien qui va rentrer à la place de Jean-Michel Seri. Ah, il a un sacré effectif, Emers Faé sous la main. Ah, la bonne transversale, là, ça c'est bien vu. Le centre en première intention, pas mal non plus. Et ballon finalement mis en corner par Guéladoué. Sur ce centre au deuxième poteau, centre de Nathaniel Diallo. Adressé en première intention. On revoit en première intention et en demi-volée. Et Guéladoué qui a préféré ne pas prendre le moindre risque. Et il a prolongé ce ballon en corner. Et il est entré, Ahmed Traoré donc à la place de Jean-Michel Seri. Ah, il est mal frappé là au premier poteau. Daniel Diallo, nouveau centre, écarté par la défense ivoirienne. On va repasser par Francis Koroma, le gardien des Leone Stars. Et les Leone Stars qui comptent un point, quatrième de ce groupe G. Un point pris lors de la première journée, c'était face au Tchad. Match nul 0-0. Ensuite, les choses se sont compliquées. Défaite lors de la deuxième journée, 3-2 en Zambie. Et vendredi, lors de la troisième journée, vendredi dernier, défaite 4-1 face aux champions d'Afrique en titre. Ils sont dans l'obligation de l'emporter, là, les hommes d'Amidou Karim, s'ils veulent continuer de rêver. Ils n'ont pas d'autre que de simple temps additionnel, mais il y aura évidemment du temps additionnel. Conséquence de la blessure de Jean-Michel Seri, qu'on espère pas trop sérieuse pour le milieu de terrain ivoirien, qui semblait tout de même avoir bien mal. Et la remise en jeu pour les éléphants. C'était destiné à Omar Diakité, ça ne lui est pas parvenu. On vous affiche sur votre écran. Changement qui a eu lieu il y a quand même plusieurs minutes. Entrée en jeu d'Ahmed Traoré à la place de Jean-Michel Seri. Attention à ce ballon dans la surface, la bonne défense d'Agbadou. Et Béni Traoré, balle au pied, attention, parce que quand il accélère, Béni Traoré, ça part fort, et ce mouvement, il est bien vu en triangle. Et c'était pour Jean-Évrard Kouassi, côté droit, qui a obtenu la touche jouée rapidement avec Guéladoué, qui va mettre ce ballon dans la surface. C'est un peu trop long. Guéladoué qui a déclaré en conférence de presse que son poste préférentiel était latéral droit. Et donc c'est là que l'ami Emers Faé ce soir, parce que les quelques minutes grattées ces derniers temps étaient plutôt au milieu de terrain. Alors il a dit évidemment que c'était à la disposition du coach, qui prenait tout ce qu'il y avait à prendre, et que s'il fallait jouer au milieu, il jouerait au milieu. C'est ce qu'il a fait ces derniers temps. Et là, bien pour ce match, il a retrouvé son poste de prédilection, celui de latéral droit. C'est trop long, ça file en sortie de but. Opéry, bien joué devant Alassane Koroma. C'est la pause finalement. Et 0-0 entre la Sierra Leone et la Côte d'Ivoire. Une première période où on n'a pas forcément rêvé. Il n'y a pas eu une énorme intensité dans ces 45 premières minutes. On s'excuse encore pour les différents soucis techniques. On va souffler l'espace d'un petit quart d'heure et on se retrouve pour la deuxième période. À tout à l'heure.
Eh bah tu vois Loulou, on a bien fait de refaire l'isolation. Maintenant, t'as une bonne capacité de déphasage. Et puis pour chauffer, tu pourrais installer un système plus écologique, comme une pompe à chaleur RO ou une chaudière à granulés. Bon, on regarde ensemble comment bénir.
Fufana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the Slbc.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the Slbc.
Hi, I am Kenema, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the Slbc, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the Slbc. My name is Cecilia Alice Sise. I'm a broadcast journalist based in Freetown, working for the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Growing up as a child, I was taught there were 18 ethnic groups in Sierra Leone. Among them are the Limbas, whom like other ethnic groups are known for agriculture and palm wine tapping, and the Mandingos, who are more like business people. But over the years, there have been numerous reports of inter-ethnic conflicts across the country. Notable among those conflicts is between the Mandingos and the Limbas in Bewa Chiefdom decades ago.
As a ministry, we are aware of complaints being made even before my time as a Minister of Local Government and Community Affairs of a situation in Bewa Chiefdom, which still needs to be dealt with as other issues nationwide, community, ethnic issues that are very sensitive for those communities and those involved. To date, we know that there are still active actors involved in that particular situation.
Interestingly, my paternal lineage is from this town, Kamabai, Bewa Chiefdom, and this is my second time ever of being here. But unfortunately, I cannot speak any of the languages. Like many other people, I've had stories about the conflict amongst the ethnic groups here, particularly the Limbas and Mandingos. One account is saying that the conflict hinged on cattle rearers and crop farmers, while other accounts say it's based on the struggle for power, precisely the ascendancy to the chieftaincy. So, I am on this journey to find out what really happened. But as I proceeded, it was made abundantly clear that the conflict between crop farmers and cattle rearers is very common, just as in other chiefdoms across the country. However, what stood out clearly is the Limba ethnic group claiming to be in the majority, original inhabitants and custodians of the chiefdom. Hence, leadership belongs to them.
It originated from Suluku. Suluku was a warrior.
It originated from Suluku, a warrior who drove out the enemies, then believed to be the locals and claimed the entire Bewa chiefdom. But he was never a paramount chief. However, his first male child, Kalawa I, was elected the first paramount chief of Bewa Limba chiefdom. The daughter of Suluku, called Titi, fell in love and got married to Chief Nonko Sheriff at Karine village, of which Suluku was against. Titi therefore left Kabumbang and went to her uncle at Kamabwembe, who tied the knots between Titi and Chief Nonko Sheriff. And eventually, Titi gave birth to her kids with Chief Nonko Sheriff. But notwithstanding, those children are not eligible for chieftaincy.
But notwithstanding that not give them the right to say they will be chief.
Across the entire northern region of Sierra Leone, women are barred from contesting or holding chieftaincy titles. Therefore, male offsprings of a woman born in a chieftaincy family are considered not qualified and illegitimate to the ascension of the title.
And over and above that, people let me even provide 2 sections them for the Mandingos them.
But over and above, our people had provided 2 sections for the Mandingos. They have the Karina section and the Balandugu section. So they have their own section chiefs out of the 9 sections of Biwa Limba chiefdom, which I think they now understand the situation and know that they came as settlers here. And sometimes they admit to that.
Admit that yes, na can then come.
The Mandingos, who on the other hand feel equally entitled, claim their legitimacy to the paramount chieftaincy of Biwa chiefdom is by treaty and not by birth whatsoever.
My legitimacy or our legitimacy has a direct contact. Our great-grandfather was the King in Sierra Leone, King Alpha Matsiri. He signed a contract with the British government in those days as a king, and he was on stipendium. So from there on, settled a Karina, and there we had the privilege of contesting here from our great-grandfather, not from the mother side.
The German-trained physician contested and won the 2006 Biwa Paramount Chieftaincy election, which processes were boycotted by Limba sections and 4 ruling houses, 2 of which are in Kamabai and 2 in Kabumban towns.
I went there legitimately, signed, went through the process. They refused to take part in the election for reasons best known to them. I was crowned, elected, starting function.
3 years later, Dr. Alpha Sharif was put under pressure by the Anes Baikroma administration to be removed from office.
Made allegations, set up a commission of inquiry on me. Up to the time I'm talking to you, nothing was published, no white paper, only with the permission instructing the provincial secretary for me to hand over the staff, which I refused. I told them not over my dead body, because my right. So it's not appointment. It doesn't please the president, Dr. Sierra as permanent chief. The people, my people, voted for me. I have no problem. I have problem only with just few people. And Kumar I have problem with. Finish.
It's not a good thing. We need to put up our right gears to address it, because those will come as little drops, and before you realize they transform themselves into early warning, and then there we are, and we don't want a repeat of what happened. So yes, we know about it and we are concerned as peace activists.
Then a case was brought against him in a formal court system.
I was on my way to Freetown when they stopped me at the checkpoint at pile up. They said they have instruction from the IG to collect stuff from me. An ordinary policeman. I said, you ordinary policeman? By then, I don't know who was then, the LUC or whatever. They called him. I said, no, I will not give it up. They detained me at McKinney, then took me to the CID. I was there 2 days. They were asking for that. I said, I will not hand it over. Throw into Pandemba Road. The next day, I appeared before Wellington, Magistrate Wellington. He read the charges to me. My lawyer is still Dr. Abubakar Jabi, because he conducted. After this happened, after the so-called Commission of Inquiry, which they set up 3 good months, up to the time I'm talking to you, I was not handed over any result. How can you take an action?
That symbol of authority in question is fed missing in the custody of the judiciary. But with this receipt from the Office of Master and Registrar, Dr. Sharif has assured hopes.
Only the judiciary can tell me where they kept my staff. It was a bail bond. I gave it to the custody of the judiciary, which I have a receipt.
Et coup franc du coup pour les hommes d'Amidou Karim. Mustafa Boundou pour le frapper, ce coup franc. Emmanuel Sabagna est en train de se faire soigner là sur le bord du terrain, vous le voyez. La cheville gauche qui est touchée pour le latéral gauche des Leone Stars. On rappelle, hein, la Côte d'Ivoire a besoin d'un point pour composter son ticket pour le Maroc. Coup franc frappé et mal frappé, ça file directement en sortie de but. Un petit point donc pour composter le ticket pour le Maroc. La Coupe d'Afrique des Nations qui se disputera au Maroc du 21 décembre 2025 au 18 janvier 2026. Et les éléphants qui remettent donc leur titre en jeu. Titre obtenu le 11 février dernier face au Nigeria au stade olympique Alassane Ouattara des Bimpe. Trostekong avait ouvert le score pour le Nigeria, mais Kessié et Allaire ont offert le 3e trophée aux éléphants de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et depuis, la Côte d'Ivoire n'a plus perdu. Depuis la fin du premier tour de cette Coupe d'Afrique des Nations 2024, depuis l'arrivée à sa tête des Mers Faé en remplacement de Jean-Louis Gasset, eh bien les Ivoiriens n'ont plus connu la défaite. 11 matchs exactement. Sans la moindre défaite. Béni Traoré, là, qui est au sol, qui peine à se relever, qui demande à l'arbitre si il a bien vu ce qui s'était passé. Bon petit joueur, hein, Béni Traoré. Qui évolue du côté du FC Bâle en Suisse. Et qui, match après match, eh bien, montre ses qualités et gratte du temps de jeu auprès des Mers Faé. Et de Guy Demel également, l'adjoint des Mers Faé, comme vous le savez. Forme qui va repasser par Francisco Roma. Une sortie là de Yaya Fofana. Qui a percuté l'un de ses coéquipiers. On va revoir Amadou Bakayoko qui est dans le coup aussi là. C'est Agbadou hein, qui reste au sol là. Ouais non c'est pas bien ce qu'il a fait là Amadou Bakayoko. Parce que c'est clairement intentionnel et c'est dangereux. Il pousse Emmanuel Agbadou vers Yaya Fofana qui arrive lancé pour sortir et s'emparer du ballon. C'est dangereux parce qu'Agbadou s'y attend absolument pas. Et une charge dans le dos comme ça, non c'est pas sérieux là ce qu'il a fait Amadou Bakayoko. Attaquant Sierra Leone. Ouais il peut venir s'excuser. Ouais, 5 minutes de jeu en seconde période, toujours 0-0. Pour l'instant, la Côte d'Ivoire est qualifiée, la Sierra Leone éliminée. Parce que si la Côte d'Ivoire a besoin d'un point, la Sierra Leone, elle, doit absolument s'imposer pour rester en vie dans cette course au Maroc. La touche en faveur des Leone Stars effectuée par Emmanuel Samadia. Et coup de sifflet encore de frangin de l'arbitre camerounais. Christopher Opéry pour jouer ce coup de pied arrêté. Une nouvelle faute là sur le défenseur Havrais. Ouais, bonne récupération là des Leone Stars avec Kaikai qui est parti plein axe. Ouais, la faute sur Alassane Koroma, faute à l'entrée de la surface de réparation. Et coup franc extrêmement intéressant là pour les Sierra Leonais. Eric Bailly. Alors est-ce que c'est la première ou la deuxième qui est sifflée là? Eric Bailly déjà arrive clairement en retard et ensuite c'est Agbadou qui s'est chargé. Alassane Koroma, j'ai l'impression que c'est la deuxième qui a été sanctionnée par Franck Jeannot dans la demi-lune aux abords de la surface de réparation. Ouais, et je vois qu'on demande le changement, c'est Eric Bailly, me semble-t-il, qui semble... Le geste n'était pas très net. Non. Je pense surtout qu'il demande, oui, est-ce qu'il doit se positionner. Il est en train de discuter avec Guy Demel. Ah, c'est une vraie belle opportunité là pour les hommes d'Amidou Karim. Là évidemment c'est de faire vite redescendre le ballon. La frappe qui vient flirter avec la lucarne gauche de Yaya Fofana, frappe signée Mustapha Boundou. Ah, c'était une vraie belle possibilité pour les Leone Stars. Ah, ce match ressemble à un piège pour les éléphants de la Côte d'Ivoire. Les Leone Stars qui sont à l'attaque, les Ivoiriens qui n'ont quasi plus le ballon depuis le retour des vestiaires. Et le ballon récupéré encore là par Samadia. Les Ivoiriens qui viennent dans le camp de la Sierra Leone avec Benny Traoré côté gauche. Est-ce qu'il va arriver à temps? Il a évité la sortie de ce ballon. Est-ce que ce sera une remise en jeu ou un renvoi au 5-50? Sierra Leone qui au sol. C'est Béni Traoré qui a essayé de passer par-dessus Abu Dhabi et Doumbouya. Qui récupère le ballon. Guéladua. La fin de centre là de Jean-Édouard Kouassi. Fin de frappe au crochet. Kouassi n'a pas trouvé la fenêtre de tir. Et mauvais contrôle là, de Guéladoué, qui n'a pas pu maîtriser ce ballon. La remise en jeu faite rapidement par Emmanuel Samadia. Alassane Corona. Faute peut-être sur Corona. Non, ce n'est pas sifflé. Christopher Opéry qui peut repartir. Balle au pied. On réclame une position de hors-jeu là pour Marc Diakité. Drapeau qui s'est levé. Ah, c'est Mao d'Orgelès qui est resté au sol, qui était reparti balle au pied. Et ça va commencer à faire beaucoup. Choc là, Abu Dhabi Doumbouya qui est venu percuter Mao d'Orgelès. Mersaille en discussion avec l'arbitre assistant, évidemment il n'a pas dû apprécier ce geste là. Ballon côté gauche, il a été contré à Amadou Bakayoko. La bonne défense d'Eric Bailly, même si le dégagement file en touche. Touche. Avec ce ballon qui traîne dans la surface de réparation, attention. Et la défense ivoirienne finalement qui écarte le danger. Ouais, ce sera un coup de pied arrêté là en faveur des éléphants. En faveur des Leone Stars finalement. Le long ballon devant le but de Yaya Fofana sans souci pour le gardien du SCO d'Angers. Badou qui prend des risques, la mauvaise relance directement sur Bundu. Ballon récupéré, bien joué par Guelado et qui peut lancer Oumar Diakité dans la profondeur. Oumar Diakité côté droit qui va rentrer dans la surface de réparation. Et il a voulu mettre ce ballon en retrait, il a été contré in extremis. Et le coup franc encore en faveur des Leone Stars. La faute là d'Emmanuel Agbadou sur Amadou Bakayoko. Et le coup franc pour la Sierra Leone. C'est bien frappé, personne pour couper. Et attention, il faut dégager ce ballon. Voilà, c'est fait pour les Ivoiriens. Mais attention, ils sont en train de jouer à un jeu dangereux. Et du coup ça bouge sur le banc ivoirien. On voit notamment Jean-Philippe Crasso qui s'apprête à entrer en jeu. Et j'ai bien l'impression qu'Evan Guessant également s'apprête à faire son apparition. siffler la faute d'Abou Diaby Doumbouya. En faveur des éléphants. L'entrée de Jean-Philippe Crasso à la place de Jean-Évrard Kouassi. Et qu'on va pas marquer beaucoup de points là sur cette rencontre-là, Jean-Évrard Kouassi. Et alors, Evan Guesson, l'attaquant de l'OGC Nice. Qui prend la place, lui, de Benny Traoré. Jean-Philippe Crasso, auteur d'un très bon rassemblement lors des 2 premières journées, avec 3 buts inscrits en 2 matchs. Evan Guesson, côté gauche, première accélération, le centre de Christopher Opéry, il est bon ce centre. Oumar Diakité qui tente de remettre. Guesson encore, la nouvelle accélération et le centre bien capté par Francis Koroma. Evan Guesson là qui a apporté déjà sur ses 2 premiers ballons. Omar Diakité, le bon ballon pour Jean-Philippe Crasso. Crasso qui a pu se retourner. Le centre de Crasso et Oumar Diakité qui arrive un poil en retard. Et le renvoi au 5,50 là pour Francis Koroma. On est entré dans les 20 dernières minutes de cette rencontre, toujours 0-0. Et pour l'instant, la Côte d'Ivoire est qualifiée. 2 changements à venir du côté Leon Stars. Avec Calonne. Et Tarawail qui vont entrer en jeu. C'est le moment de la pause fraîcheur.
It's now time for the break.
Alors, est-ce que c'est Steven Colker qui sort? Non, il va reprendre sa place. Voilà, quels sont les changements côté Leon Stars? Ouais, ben changement... Entrée de Calonne donc. est sorti de Bundu. Entre également le Tarawale à la place de Kakai. Ouais, les deux ailiers, les deux attaquants excentrés qui cèdent donc leur place. Encore une fois, la Koroma qui donne des soucis et des frissons dans la défense ivoirienne. La tentative d'antenne qui, elle, par contre, ne donne rien. Ça s'envole largement au-dessus et à côté du but de Yaya Fofana. Et voilà, Yaya Fofana sur cette tentative de Koroma. Bon ballon là, de Christopher Opéry. C'était pour Mohamed Diomandé. Ouais, un dégagement. Le Corona arrive devant. Et une bonne nouvelle pour les éléphants de la Côte d'Ivoire. Simon Adingra, qui est l'un des principaux absents de cette liste ivoirienne, a repris l'entraînement du côté de Brighton. Et ça, c'est une bonne nouvelle concernant la pépite Simon Adingra. Récupérer Oumar Diakité. Accélération d'Oumar Diakité. Il a poussé un peu trop son ballon. Marseille qui réclamait une faute. Il n'a pas été entendu. Encore un coup de sifflet de Franck Grano. La faute sur Mao d'Orgelès, encore une fois. Il a pris un peu de sommeil d'Orgelès. Un peu plus de 10 minutes encore dans le temps réglementaire de cette rencontre, comptant pour la 4e journée des Qualif-CAN 2025. Le groupe G dominé de la tête et des épaules par la Côte d'Ivoire. Pour l'instant, 10 points au compteur. On est loin du 4 buts à 1 de vendredi dernier. Perry là, qui chasse Alassane Corona pour reprendre ce ballon. Le ballon côté gauche là avec Calonne. La montée de Samadia, il est servi. Le centre de Samadia bien capté par Yaya Fofana. Quitté. Bon ballon d'Orgelès. Il a quitté encore côté droit. Il a essayé de combiner là avec Mohamed Diomandé. Il y a faute là sur Mohamed Diomandé, la faute d'Alassane Koroma. Ça s'est envolé au-dessus du but, mais il y avait une position illicite au départ de l'action. Allez, Francisco Roma qui va ce coup de pied arrêté, qui va aller chercher loin devant. Ils n'ont plus de choix, hein, les Leon Stars. De toute façon, ils doivent se ruer à l'attaque là dans cette fin de match. Seule une victoire les maintiendrait en vie dans ces qualifications. Samadia. Calonne. Fin de son pour le crochet, face à Diakité, Samadia de nouveau. Le centre file à l'opposé et qui file directement en touche. On va rappeler la sortie sur blessure de Jean-Michel Seri en première période. On espère évidemment avoir rapidement des nouvelles rassurantes pour Jean-Michel Seri, qui est sorti sur civière et qui semblait souffrir. Le premier avertissement dans cette rencontre, il va être pour Eric Bailly. duel là, avec Samuel Tarouali. Et nouveau coup franc intéressant pour la Sierra Leone. Même Samadia qui va s'en charger. Bien frappé, la tête et le but Sierra Leone. Et là, tout est relancé. Et du coup, le but signé Amadou Bakayoko. À ce but, il va faire mal aux éléphants ivoiriens. Car on le disait, il leur faut un point pour valider la qualification. Et bien pour l'instant, ils ne sont pas qualifiés. Et la Sierra Leone reste en vie. Et Mamadou Bakayoko, le héros des Leone Stars. Ah, c'est son premier but, hein. Dans ses qualifications, et Mers Faye qui se tourne vers son staff et vers son banc. Là, on revoit bien frappé, hein, ce coup franc là par Samadia. Et Bakayoko qui saute plus haut que tout le monde. Et Yaya Fofana qui ne peut rien faire d'autre que détourner ce ballon dans ses propres filets. Oh, ça c'est un but terriblement important. Et je vous le disais un petit peu plus tôt, hein. Je vous disais que ce match ressemblait terriblement à un piège pour les éléphants de la Côte d'Ivoire. Eh bien le piège là vient de se refermer. Et la Sierra Leone est devant. Et accélération d'Oumar Diakité, la réponse, hein, peut-être des éléphants de la Côte d'Ivoire. Ballon bien récupéré là par la défense sierra-léonaise, le ballon loin devant. Eric Bailly qui relance le long ballon. Eric Bailly fautif, hein, c'est lui qui a offert ce coup franc aux Sierra-Léonais. Coup franc qui était largement évitable, hein, en plus. Et l'entrée de Wilfried Singo à la place d'Oumar Diakité. Le joueur monégasque qui prend la place de celui du Stade de Reims. Cette fois-ci sur Bailly, faute de Bakayoko. Les changements côté Sierra Leone avec l'entrée de Silla. Ibrahim Silla. Et sortie du buteur. Amadou Bakayoko, remplacé par Ibrahim Silla. Un milieu pour un attaquant. Évidemment, on va verrouiller du côté d'Amidou Karim. 2 minutes dans le temps réglementaire. Il y aura évidemment du temps additionnel. L'ultime minute du temps réglementaire. Et les éléphants là sont obligés de réagir, sont obligés de tenter d'aller arracher ce match nul. S'ils veulent décrocher leur qualification dès ce soir, sinon il faudra attendre eh bien, le mois de novembre pour cela. Ouf, Christopher Opéry là, qui a pris un énorme coup. Et deuxième carton jaune sorti par Franck Jeannot. La faute elle est énorme là d'Abou Diaby Doumbouya. Qui n'a pas pu retrouver le ballon. 5 minutes de temps additionnel, on est déjà entré dans ces 5 minutes-là, alors qu'un nouveau changement se prépare avec l'entrée à venir, côté Sierra Leone de Rodney Michael. Rodney Michael, il a fait un peu à l'américaine. Ouais, Francisco Roma qui va évidemment gagner du temps. Ouais, le dégagement de Corona. Un coup de sifflet de Franck Jeannot. Et le voici, le changement. Rodney Michael. Il est sorti d'Alassane Koroma, buteur vendredi. Et encore une fois, bon ce soir. Sango côté droit. Le centre renvoyé par la défense sierra-léonaise, mais récupéré. Christopher Opéry à gauche. Et ça, ce sera trop long. Ça file en sortie de but. Et les Ivoiriens qui se dirigent eh bien, vers une non-qualification ce soir et qui devront certainement attendre le mois de novembre. La faute à ce but inscrit par Mamadou Bagayoko à la 85e. Un dégagement. Un peu plus de 2 minutes encore. Qui reste au sol. Mais ça joue puisqu'il est en dehors des limites du terrain. Ouais, c'est une mauvaise idée de vouloir gagner du temps comme ça en étant en dehors des limites du terrain parce que du coup son équipe se retrouve en infériorité numérique. Et là, on va aller prendre des nouvelles, évidemment, parce que le ballon est sorti. Même pas sûr, hein, qu'ils soient en dehors des limites. Finalement, c'est l'arbitre qui avait décidé de ne pas interrompre le jeu. Ce duel-là avec Christopher Opoli. La surprise, Sierra Leonaise qui est en train de se dessiner chaque seconde un peu plus. Est-ce qu'on va rajouter du temps pour cette blessure? C'est pas certain. Fritzingo, côté droit. En touche. Et Guéladoué qui réclame un ballon, ça revient pas assez vite. La longue touche de Guéladoué. On est bientôt à 6 minutes de temps additionnel. Nouveau ballon dans la surface de réparation sur souci pour Francisco Roma. Et Franck Janot qui s'apprête à siffler la fin de cette rencontre. Tentative de débordement de Romain Michael. Ballon qui file en sortie de but. Et c'est terminé. La Côte d'Ivoire devra patienter jusqu'en novembre pour composter son ticket pour le Maroc. La Côte d'Ivoire piégée par la Sierra Leone ici au Libéria. La Sierra Leone qui s'impose 1-0, but d'Amadou Bakayoko à la 85e. Hamidou Karim doit être fier de ses hommes. Emers Faé et les éléphants piégés, surpris par cette équipe Sierra Léonaise. Il faudra donc attendre la trêve de novembre pour composter le ticket pour le Maroc. La Côte d'Ivoire qui reste en tête tout de même de ce groupe avec 9 points au compteur. Et la Sierra Leone qui en compte dorénavant 4 et qui reste donc en course dans ses qualifications pour le Maroc 2025. Merci de nous avoir suivis. Encore désolé pour les quelques soucis techniques. Bonne fin de soirée à toutes et à tous. Ciao.
but we don't run away. We come for better. We people that want for see what we they do. We people that want for know what we they say. Oh, we like we saddle.
Congratulations and happy birthday to our dear daughter and granddaughter, Catherine Raymonda Admire Kabia Kabo of 8 Learshore Drive, Regent Grafton Road, and the people of the Zuleika Schoolyams Farm. Raymonda, as you celebrate your 12th birthday on the 15th of October, may this day be filled with joy, love, peace, and pleasant surprises. May you be blessed in your going out and coming in, and may you continue to excel in your academic pursuits. You are blessed and highly favored. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. And may you live long in good health to celebrate more birthdays. Congratulations and cheers to your new age. From your grandfather, Ransford Kabia of the SLBC, Mother Anastasia Peggy Kabia, Father Abibu Kabo, great-grandmother Mrs. Mildred Kabia, uncle and aunt Mr. and Mrs. Oscar Hughes.
And good morning every day. Chatting, laughing, happily. What do? We have to survive. Ooh, yeah. I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah. Very, very many happy returns. Ooh, yeah. I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah. Very, very many happy returns.
Congratulations and a happy birthday to you, Prophetess Esther Danmos of 18 Smith Drive, Leicester Village, as the 16th of October marks a special day in your life. May God Almighty grant you your heart's desires, wishing you long life, good health, and the best birthday ever. And may you live long to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This request is coming from your loving and caring husband, Mr. Daniel Moseye Jr., children Danetta, Dan Matu, Yema, Felicia, and Timothy, father-in-law Daniel Moseye Sr. OOR. Also have a lovely day with lots of fun and pleasant surprises.
Very, very many happy returns.
She don't give me something, but Roja over. I don't even tell you govern like she do me karashika. Make I no feel liver. Me way be John Cena. I say I swear you mine, die. Baby girl now you be God design. But like as your face they show, now show your shoe design.
Happy third birthday, Valmond Morgan. Wishing you a day filled with fun, laughter, and joy as you turn 3. You are growing up so fast, and your bright smile brings happiness to everyone around you. We're so proud of the amazing little person you are becoming. Lots of love from Mom Theresa Williams and Dad Valentine Morgan, along with everyone at number 1 Abu Drive, Metchem Godrich. Have an unforgettable day at Modern Elementary School with your Nursery 1 friends. Happy birthday, Valmond.
I swear I know the lie, I think about you all the time. Cause girl, you blow my mind, and I know fit tonight. Girl, you do me bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, tonight. Girl, you do me bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, come on. No, baby. Okay, come on, come on. Lulu fair, no good lie, I need your love for my. I'm even getting you be moving,
Happy, blessed and wonderful birthday to our darling daughter, Mariatu Rosamond Victoria Smith, of number 8 Willoughby Lane 3, Brookfields, and of the International Primary School Limited. As the 16th of October marks your 6th birthday, we pray for God's unending love and favor upon your life. May you excel among your peers. May your light shine before men, and may you be the salt of the earth that carries the flavor of God, that seasons the earth. We love you so much, darling. Have a blast. This request is coming from your parents, Abdul and Esther Smith, sister Golda Smith of the same address. Congratulations and enjoy your day.
The death is reported of Hassan D. Kamara of 13 Claude Lane, Consultown Hastings, which took place on the 3rd of October, aged 37. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 13 Claude Lane, Consultown Hastings, or call on mobile number 099 682 635. The death is reported of Emmanuel Shehu Galba of 29, George Bugdozak, aged 38. He is survived by his wife Juliana Ayawa Galba, daughters Bashira Tabitha Galba and Lydia Shehu Natu Galba of CBJ Nursery and Primary School. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 29 George Bugdozak or call on 088 007 049 077 226 or 088 176 792. The death took place on Thursday, the 10th of October, of Mrs. Mary Thorley of 95J off Regents Road, Lumley, aged 88. She is survived by children Mavis and David Thorley. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at a residence 95J off Regents Road, Lumley, back of Marfa Field by the Government Hospital, or call on mobile numbers 076 631 348 or 078 826 876. With gratitude to God for a life well spent, the death took place on the 25th of September of Mr. Mohammed Simeon Alimami Kagbo, commonly known as Bosque of Tankiad Wilberforce, and the Ministry of Information and Civic Education, aged 55. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Fanta Kagbo, children Mohammed Kagbo, Moses, Mary, Isaac, and Fodebi Kagbo, all in Freetown. Brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews, relatives and friends include the Tankiad community, the Koblai, Pama, Sese, Tawa, Bayo Sharif Kamara, Kondi, and others at home and abroad. The body will be conveyed to Sangbamba Village, Fadugu, immediately after a short funeral service at St. Luke's Catholic Church, Wilberforce, on Friday the 18th of October at 11:30 a.m., followed by a vigil at Sangbamba Village, Fadugu Town. Funeral service will take place at St. Peter and Paul's Church on Saturday the 19th of October at 10 a.m., burial at the village cemetery.
It is well with my soul.
Funeral arrangements for Mr. Prince Adonis Lee, age 60, are as follows. On Thursday the 17th of October, a vigil at St. Paul's Parish, Wilberforce at 6:30 p.m. On Friday the 18th of October, laying out at his residence, 8 Addington Street, Wilberforce at 11:30 a.m. Funeral and communion services at St. Paul's Parish, Wilberforce at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Wilberforce Village Cemetery. Sadly missed by his wife, Mrs. Abigail Wara. Children Irene and Crispin Lee. Brother and sister Charlotte and Harold Lee. Several nieces, nephews, cousins, other relatives and friends at home and abroad.
Be still, my child. Peace, be still. Peace, be still.
The death took place on the 27th of October of Madam Kade Sise, commonly called Kade Yamba, of Mama Lane, Gloucester Village. She survived by children Mohammed Mansai of MADAM, Sierra Leone, Saliu, Abu, Sister Grace, Abi, Karimu, and Samuel. Funeral service is on Thursday the 17th of October at the Church of Christ, Gloucester at 1:30 p.m. Burial at the village cemetery.
Though the storms surround you, always I am with you. Peace, be still, my child.
Funeral and communion service for Mr. Emil Femi Stevens will be held on Thursday the 17th of October at the Buxton Memorial Methodist Church, Charles Street at 2:30 p.m. The body will be laid out at the Buxton Church Lower Hall from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. A vigil will be held on Wednesday the 16th of October at the Buxton Memorial Methodist Church from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mr. Emil Stevens died on the 25th of September, age 65. He is survived by his wife Mary, children Brian Constant, Emil, Josephine and Michael, mother Madam Ione Nicholson, father Mr. James Stevens, several sisters, brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles, nephews and nieces, other relatives and friends at home and abroad. May his soul rest in peace.
I am his, and he is mine forever.
Funeral service for Mrs. Margaret Moinia Samba, age 68, who died on the 7th of October, will take place on Friday, the 25th of October at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Belia Park at 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. There will be a laying out on Friday, the 25th of October at a residence, 8C Belia Park from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. A vigil will be held on Thursday, the 24th of October at a residence, 8C Belia Park at 7 p.m. She is survived by her husband, Mr. Prince A.K. Samba, children Augustine, Samuel, Linda and Esther Samba, several brothers, sisters, grandchildren, in-laws, cousins, nieces, nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad include the Sivaline John Bull and Mami Hawa John Bull. Funeral service for Madam Aisatu Ntam Nimansare, age 73, will take place on Sunday the 20th of October at the Wesleyan Church, Panlap, Makeni at 12:30 p.m. She will be buried at a residence 3 miles along the Panlap Bikolo Highway. She is survived by children Bashiru B. Kamara, Khadija Tubangura, Hannah and Yeli Tarawali in the USA, Rugiatu and Nancy Tarawali. Stepchildren Mrs. Adama Jackson, Mrs. Kadiatu Sharif, Mr. Stephen S. Tarawali, Aminata Jallo and Aisatu Tarawali, all in the USA, Mr. Robert Tarawali, Julius Tarawali, James J. Tarawali, Pamela Tarawali and Stephen Tarawali, all of Panlap Town, Makeni, and others including Paramount Chief Masa Yeletam III of Banti Chiefdom, Bombali District. Sympathizers may call at 3 Mile off Bikolo Highway or call on 078 706 515 or 076 936 348.
Nothing lack if I am his, and he is mine forever. Where streams of living water flow, my ransomed soul he leadeth, and where the verdant pastures grow with food celestial.
Funeral arrangements for Madam S.C. Nicolasa Akita Cole, formerly of 13 Kutan Road and of 9A Ferguson Street, aged 83, as follows. An evening song and vigil at St. George's Cathedral on Thursday the 17th of October at 7 p.m. Laying out is at the Columbia Davis Funeral Parlor, Tail on Friday the 18th of October from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Funeral service will take place at St. George's Cathedral at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. She is survived by her children Tamoshia, Mohammed, Asib, Tony Knox Goba, and Stella Cole, all in the UK, and Mrs. Olive Iruba Misila in the USA. Several grand and great-grandchildren, cousins, nieces, nephews, in-laws, relatives, and friends at home and abroad.
And oh, a transport of delight from thy pure chalice floweth. And so through all the length of days thy
The death is announced of Mrs. Joya Cummins, which took place on Friday, the 11th of October, age 48. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 69 Main Road, Koso Town, or call on mobile numbers 077 418064 or 076 7801 02.
My ransom soul he leadeth, and where the verdant pasture.
The death took place in the United Kingdom on Saturday the 12th of October of Mrs. Celestina Christiana Simishola Polright, aged 66. She survived by her husband, Hennessy Polright, children William, Williamina, and Williet, siblings Nikita, Victoria, Rosalind, and Hilton, relatives and friends at home and abroad. Funeral arrangements will be announced later.
Death's dark veil, I fear no ill. With thee, dear Lord, beside me, thy rod and staff my comfort still.
The death is announced of retired Staff Sergeant 1816-6856 Sir Samuel Bando, commonly called Bidget, which took place on the 5th of October, aged 57. He is survived by his wife, Marie Bando, children Moses Samuel Bando, Sia Marion Bando, and Hannah Frances Kumba Bando, mother Finda Bando, father Kumba Bando. Several brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. The body will be laid out at the New Testament Church at 12 noon on Friday the 18th of October, followed by funeral mass at the New Testament Church 9 College Road, Congo Cross at 1:30 p.m. Burial at the Congo Town Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at Block J5, Lagunda, Wilberforce Barracks, or call on 077 394 736. The death is reported of Mr. Abbas A. Kamara of 3 Henry Comer Drive, Lower Kingston Town, Hastings. He died on the 5th of October, aged 65. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Josephine Kamara, children Hamid Edward, John and Mauricia R. Judy, father-in-law, Mr. Freddie Edward Kate and wife, brothers Al-Hassan, Saliu, and Usman, several uncles, aunts, nieces, nephews, in-laws, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will be held at 23 Kamara Lane, Benguima Road, Waterloo, on Tuesday the 15th of October at 6 p.m. Laying out is at the Divine Grace Church, back of Universal Church, Side Street, on Wednesday the 16th of October from 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. Funeral services at the Divine Grace Church, back of Universal Church, Side Street, on Wednesday the 16th of October at 1:30 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery.
Sings at the river that flows by the throne of God. Here we reach the shining river, lay we every burden down.
The Koma family announces the death of Mr. Santigi Sidiki Koma, commonly called Mr. S. or Santos, of 7 Jeremiah Street, back of Regent Palace Hotel, who died on Friday the 11th of October. He is survived by his wife, Umu Esconte, children Samilia, Abraham, Sarah, Ruth, Isaac, Adam, and Ramatu, several grandchildren, brothers, sisters, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held on Friday the 18th of October at the 3 Angel Messages Church, Circular Road at 12 noon. Burial at the Circular Road Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at his residence or call on mobile numbers 075 581989 or 076 816 889. The Simbo family announces the death of Mr. Jabez Holima Simbo, who died on the 7th of October in Bo, Unduvuibu section, age 78. He is survived by his wife, Mami Simbo, a very close friend, Fatih Simbo, children, Arnold, Christopher, Zainab, and Bokari Simbo, several brothers, sisters-in-law, nieces, nephews, grandchildren at home and abroad. Relatives include the Simbo, Yavana, Sabole, Dambo, Kondoba, Shaka, and Kainesi families. Laying out is at the UBC Church, Bo number 2, on Friday the 18th of October at 10 a.m. The body will be conveyed to Njamakwi, Bo on Friday the 18th of October. Funeral service will take place on Saturday the 19th of October at the United Methodist Church, Njama Bo Town, at 10 a.m. Sympathizers may contact Reverend Josephine Bankole on 076 747 575, 030 096 357, or Mr. Christopher Simbo on 078 567 118.
Praising my Savior all the day long. Perfect submission, perfect delight, visions of rapture now burst on my sight. Angels.
The death is announced of retired Colonel Dr. Kis Kamara of 32K Bendus Drive, Lumley, who died on the 2nd of October, aged 80. He is survived by his children, Kaifa Kis Kamara in South Africa, Mrs. Karina Bori in the UK, Mrs. Rugi Mbawa, and the Reverend Dr. Mrs. Sidratu Kis Lahai Taylor, Brother Molai Kamara in Holland, several sisters, nephews, nieces, in-laws, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will be held at his residence on Saturday the 19th of October from 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Laying out is at his residence on Sunday the 20th of October from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Funeral service will take place at the Whosoever Will May Come Church, Wilberforce Barracks at 12 noon on Sunday the 20th of October. Burial at the Military War Graves, Regent Road, Lumley. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 079 155 631 or 078 153 898.
This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story.
Funeral service and burial for Mrs. Martha Doe Lawson, who died in the United Kingdom on the 15th of September, aged 89, will be held on Friday the 18th of October in the United Kingdom, and the memorial service will take place at the family home, 26 Lord Street, Waterloo, Freetown, the same day at 2 p.m. She is survived by her children, Daphne Graham, Doreen Dean, and Raymond Lawson, all in the United Kingdom. Grandchildren, Alviv, Henry Conte, Dion and Sian Graham, Dr. Daniel Lawson, Alima Sadia Dean, and Davina Parsons. 4 great-grandchildren, in-laws, cousins, nieces, nephews, other relatives and friends in the United Kingdom, Freetown, and other parts of the world.
Oh my soul, what wondrous love is this, oh my soul.
The death took place on Tuesday, the 8th of October, of Mrs. Mariama Mayonegan, commonly known as Mami I, aged 33. She survived by her husband, Mr. Bontin Egan, children Alex and Lillian Egan, mother Mrs. Kumbatamba, siblings Mrs. Siajalo, Mrs. Finda Ture, Mrs. Awakagbo, Miss Kumbatamba, Mrs. Millicent Tarawali, Mr. John Tambatra Esquire, and Mr. Edward Newman. Funeral services on Friday, the 18th of October, at the New Jerusalem Assembly of God Church, Wilberforce, at 2 p.m. Burial at the Wilberforce Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at 5B Scan Drive, Wilberforce, or call on mobile numbers 076 605 489 or 079 850 828.
I'm so confused. Tell me what's happened. So many voices in my head, but it told me that
the reading of the Holy Quran to mark the first anniversary of the death of our dear son, brother and father, Maruf Usman Kamara Esquire, who departed this world on the 15th of October 2023, will take place on Tuesday, the 15th of October at the Jamil Salam Mosque, Freetown, at 4:15 p.m. after Asri prayers. He is dearly missed by mother Haja Jurai Kamara, children Shuaibu, Aisata Maruf, and Morufiatu, siblings Juma Abubakar Kelfala and Indira Ramatu Kamara.
I know this day will come one day, but it's come too soon.
When peace like a river attendeth my way, when so
The death took place on Friday, the 11th of October, of Mrs. Gwendolyn Rebecca Jeter Bentic Beckley of Waterloo, formerly of 123 Sumaila Town, age 78. Jeter was a foundation staff and pensioner of the Bank of Sierra Leone and a member of the Buxton Memorial Methodist Church. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 33 Eddie Macaulay Street, Gloucester Village, or 12A Hennessy Street, New Englandville, or telephone 078 361 838 or 076 576 326. She will be sadly missed by her children, Oliver, Miriam, and Humphrey. Funeral arrangements for Mrs. Iris Rachel Abiose Cole are as follows. A vigil will be held at 10 Edward Street off Mountain Court on Wednesday the 16th of October at 7 p.m. Laying out will take place at 10 Edward Street off Mountain Court on Thursday the 17th of October from 10:30 to 1:30 p.m. Funeral service is at the Church of the Holy Trinity, Kisi Road, on Thursday, the 17th of October at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Racecourse Cemetery. A communion service will be held at the Church of the Holy Trinity, Kisi Road, on Sunday, the 20th of October at 7:30 a.m. Dress code for women, white of your choice. Sympathizers may call at 10A Duarte Street off Mountain Court or call on mobile numbers 076 620 102 or 075 012 506. Mrs. Iris Rachel Abiose Cole was 86 years old. She consistently received recognition as a senior great woman of Church of the Holy Trinity. Former worker at the West Africa Shoe Company, the Telephone Exchange, and retired as telephone receptionist, Ministry of Finance. She is survived by her children, Mr. Aaron Godwin and Mrs. Iris Godwin, and Mr. Winston Cole and Mrs. Millicent Cole. Grandchildren Charlie Oluwole Adeola, Tracy Whitney Cole, Marian, and Oboya. Several nieces and nephews, cousins, in-laws, relatives, and friends at home and abroad.
As year without you has felt like an eternity, missing you always, please join us for a celebration of life, honoring Andrew Olatunji Patrick Cole, aka Ola Cole, who passed away on the 30th of June 2023 in the United States of America. There will be a memorial service at the Gibraltar Methodist Church, Sania Bache Street, on Friday the 18th of October at 2:30 p.m. Sadly missed by lovely wife, Mrs. Lillian Cole, nee Bayo. Children, brothers, sisters, in-laws, uncle, aunts, nieces, nephews, cousins, grandchildren, friends and other relatives at home and abroad. All are cordially invited to grace the ceremony.
Gathereth the saints at the river that flows by the throne of peace, be still.
The death is reported of Reverend Mrs. Justina Adesimi Anderson Nimanli, who died on the 14th of September in the United Kingdom, aged 68. She is survived by her husband, Mr. James Johnny Anderson, daughter Dr. Joyce Elliott, stepchildren Lorinda and Albert Anderson, siblings Aina, George, and Beatrice Manley, several grandchildren, in-laws, cousins, nieces, nephews, close friends and relatives at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held at the Lighthouse, 262274 Camberwell Road, SE5, Oye, on Friday, the 18th of October at 9:30 a.m. Burial at the Branchley Garden Cemetery, SE233RO. There will be a live coverage via Zoom meeting, ID 822261111983, passcode 2024, same day, Friday, the 18th of October. Funeral service for Mrs. Daisy Bobo Nimambu of 83 off Regent Road, Bishop Drive, Lumley, will take place on Friday, the 18th of October at the Destiny Chapel International, 104 off Regent Road, via Cold Drive, Lumley at 1:30 p.m. There will be a vigil on Thursday, the 17th of October at 83 off Regent Road, Lumley at 7 p.m. The body will be laid out at a residence, 83 off Regent Road, Bishop Drive, Lumley, on Friday, the 18th of October from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Burial at the Regent Road Cemetery, Lumley. Mrs. Daisy Bobo died on the 28th of September, aged 72. She is survived by children Samuel Wuriba, Victor Bobo, also known as Bombay in India, Francis Bobo, also known as Paco of the Sierra Leone Ports and Harbors Authority. Adopted daughters Mrs. Marvel Sise and Nancy Conte. several grandchildren, great-grandchildren, brothers, sisters, nieces and nephews, in-laws, close friends and relatives at home and abroad.
And he is mine forever, where streams of living water flow, my ransomed soul. Peace, be still, my child.
The death is reported of Mr. Joseph Ambrose Ganda, fondly called Josie, former principal of the vocational secondary school in Serabu, which took place on the 24th of September, aged 63. He is survived by his children, Teresa, Aminata, Mark, Yata, Augusta, and Janet Ganda. Brothers, Kieran, Nathaniel, Gerald of NRA, and Roxy Ganda in the USA. Sisters, Margaret Ganda in Canada, Katumu Ganda, Mrs. Martha Teresa Bobo of ADPSL, and Mrs. Margaret Fogbawa of Bo. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may contact Mr. Kiran Ganda on 076 345 331, Mr. Gerald Ganda on 076 222 822, Mr. Benedict Ganda on 079 483 251, and Mr. Nathaniel Ganda on 075 546 396.
Peace, be still. Peace, be still. Peace, be still, my child. Peace, be still, my.
Funeral service for Mrs. Susan Samai, formerly of Block 25, Moretown Barracks, Freetown, will take place on Wednesday, the 16th of October at the Dayspring Army Evangelical Church, Moretown Barracks at 12 noon. Her remains will be conveyed from the 34 Military Hospital to Pangabalia, Bagbobo District on Thursday, the 17th of October at 7 a.m. Burial is on Friday, the 18th of October at the village cemetery. Mrs. Susan Samai died on Thursday, the 26th of September, aged 43. She is survived by 6 children, several aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, nieces and nephews, pastors and members of the Dayspring Army Evangelical Church, Moretown Barracks, members of the Army Wives Association, the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, members of the Maling Descendants Union, other relatives and friends at home and abroad. Sympathizers may call at Block 25 Moretown Barracks or call on mobile number 076 389 024.
And home rejoicing brought me. In death's dark veil I feel my soul. It is well, it is well.
The family at home and abroad announces the death of their daughter, Police Constable PC 231611 Martha Cecilia Yema Masale, who died on the 28th of September. She is survived by her parents, Mr. James Jimmy Roy Masali and Christiana Gilo Masali, son Charles Masali Jr., several brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews, in-laws, relatives and friends at home and abroad. A vigil mass will be held at the Holy Cross Parish on Tuesday the 22nd of October at 6 p.m. and at Kuntolo at 8 p.m. Laying out is at 18C Kenema Road, Kuntolo, on Wednesday the 23rd of October from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and at the church at 11 a.m. Funeral services at the Holy Cross Parish Locust House in Kisi on Wednesday the 23rd of October at 1 p.m. burial at the Kissimesmes Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at N92 Locust House in Kissi or call on mobile numbers 088-352-858 or 076-452-845. May her soul rest in perfect peace.
So many voices in my head.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. In remembrance of a dearly beloved husband, father and grandfather, the Honorable Dr. Brahma Mori Commander, who represented Sierra Leone at the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja, and former Member of Parliament of Constituency 018 Kenema North, who died 1 year ago on the 13th of October 2023, age 71. You are gone but not forgotten, as fond memories of you continue to linger in our hearts. We always remember you in your prayers. We pray that Allah grant you a peaceful rest till we meet again. Sadly missed by your wife, Mrs. Munira Commander, children Bala and Mercy Commander, and grandchildren all in the United Kingdom.
But it's come too soon. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord.
Victory Christian Fellowship Church announces the death of their General Overseer, Father, Brother, Uncle, and Grandfather, Reverend Musa Fode Sese. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 088-434-122 or 078-046-969.
My ransom soul he leadeth, and where the verdant past.
The death took place in the United Kingdom on Saturday the 12th of October of Mrs. Siltina Christiana Simishola Polright, aged 66. She survived by her husband, Hennessy Polright. Children, William.
It is well.
With gratitude to God for a life well spent, funeral service for Mr. Tamba Terry Perry Bandafo will take place on Sunday, the 20th of October, at the Church of Believers of God, Liverpool Street, Waterloo. Burial at the Racecourse Cemetery. A vigil will be held on Saturday, the 19th of October, at 76 McCarthy Terrace, Calabar Town, from 8 p.m. to midnight. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Aisatu Bandafo, children Jamilatu, Kadiatu, and Mary Bandafo, several grandchildren, brothers, cousins, nieces, and nephews, in-laws, and other relatives at home and abroad.
It is well with my soul.
get use?
Yes, I get use.
This na the program where they give you the use where they happen all about na the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about team them working loss and plenty more.
We are there all about na the country. But you self help for being the use to your area.
Where use the original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path, a new part of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the Slbc brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the Slbc for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the Slbc. Constructive Nationalism on the Slbc.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program where you for spend time for watch. Now the kind program where you for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This is a program. We say we dey counsel you for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
A reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is
freedom of speech. But same way so, we need for no big responsibilities.
You never blame government for this small thing. You for know your rights as a citizen. Never blame government for this small thing. You for know your rights as a citizen. You get school for play, I get school for play. We all get school for play. For we country, mama salon. You get school for play.
You get school.
I get school for play.
I
we
get
all
school.
get school
All
for
the
play.
make out of zone.
For we country, mama salon.
Yeah. As a citizen, not sit on full foot and full hand. But let we country go before forgive and help it hand. Not so until our government is a work for your land. Now we roll, now you roll, and now everybody roll.
The government for work on that big thing there, but he said will take care of that small thing there.
From the day where you born, you don't take coat, you can do something. Even you not do for vote, now for work, support medical to promote. If you sit down, you say you know mix, we go demote.
Love and unity, make care for me country, sir.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of Civic and Development Talk, where they come out from the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy. Where they bring the program can to you. My name is Zulayatu Hamid, and remember I say Civic and Development Talk can come to you every Tuesday, 7 to 8 o'clock evening time. Inside the program today, we'll continue for a look at the prohibition of the Child Marriage Act 2024, where His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio begin assent to inside this year. But before we come inside the program proper, let we take with civic quotes for today. Alright, welcome back. Then I will see the quote of the week, and I hope so you go pick sense from what we don't show you just now. Well, as I tell you earlier inside the program today, we continue for look at the prohibition of the Child Marriage Act of 2024 and the welfare of Pekin in general and the country, and self-waiting the National Commission for Children don't they do for help Pekin business. Some of the rights of Pekin, if you have a no, will include the right to proper education, the right to safe environment, the right to access to fresh food and water, the right for then a safe and decent house, and the right for play. And same way, so the right for say no to labor. That means say forgive Pekin work where passing age. Well, inside the program today, we can talk to the Deputy Director na the National Commission for Children. We can tell more generally, first of all, about some of the rights of picking and what the commission they do, and waiting at their own, part where they play by this prohibition of the Early Marriage Act. Good evening and welcome to the program.
Good evening. Good evening, viewers.
First of all, tell Fambul them what's the commission, what's the idea about?
Well, the National Commission for Children be established by the 2007 Child Rights Act, and we rule, we mandate, we statute give for monitor and coordinate the rights then within the Convention of the Rights, the implementation of the rights within the Convention of the Rights of a Child, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children, and Part 3 of the 2007 Child Rights Act, because now the rights they're more embedded. We also advise government on policies and legislations them, we aim for promote and protect the rights and welfare of picking them. We're compatible with the African Charter and the Convention. So more or less than they will do as a commission. And I see you will mention some of the rights there. One key right the way, and not one left from behind, whether the right to participation, picking them for participate. Now issues the way they impact their life and the development. So you see that now, instead of taking decisions for them, therefore participate in the decisions they make for them now as elders.
Better you make mention of that right to participation there, because now definitely they make them able for bringing their own voice and governance and other issues. But first of all, let's talk about some of the rights and the like the right to safe environment. Then an adult, the big person your responsibility. But Boku tend to want for shy away for tell picking saying instead getting rights. Waiting are some of the things the owner don't do as commission for make big people they know say I get the rights for provide safe environment for me picking.
Well, one thing where the commission put in strength partner for make we ensure say we do what we call public education. We make sure say the picking know their rights and how they go claim them. We ensure say we make sure the parents they know their responsibility, and also we hold the state accountable in terms of then the primary duty be to ensure say them protect picking them, ensure say them safe, because now communities and then it's outside and day. So they ensure say we talk to duty bearers themselves for make them ensure say they do their role what they're supposed to play. Anything for make picking them feel very unsafe or insecure, well for ensure say duty bearers them take the lead for ensure say picking and safe that the environment them, just as the parents themselves get that right, get that responsibility to the picking and for ensure say they provide positive parenting. We will support the picking and welfare for develop and live their life to the fullest and actually empower them to become active members of the community.
Okay, we'll go talk small about the collaborative, measures the owner don't put in place. NCC together with the Ministry of Children's Affairs. So tell us small about that before I play one video. Will be interview Abdul Manaf Kemokai, we in the Executive Director of Defense for Children. So let's talk small about that.
Well, one major role with the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs now like with Parent Ministry, we work closely with them. Then they supervise we activities them. And we collaborate not only with the ministry, we also, because we get a coordination role, so we work with all the child protection actors and players, and be it development partners, be it other institutions, that way they get a role for ensuring so they protect and promote picking their rights. We work with them and ensure say we deliver on the mandate. So a few of the roles them now, like one that the legislative reforms, all the technical working group for all picking laws, the way they promulgate Nasalon, the NCC that a key member of them with itself then day. So as we talk, the Prohibition of Early Marriage Act today will play a key role, a leading role. We'll all be there with other major type in all the processes until the law being passed in the Parliament. We also they play a key role for currently review the Child Rights Act. We currently day before Parliament, table on a Parliament today. So we play a leading role for ensure. So we work with other partners for make we get one of the if not one of the best laws in sub-Saharan Africa we do for protect picking them. And I want to tell viewers they say Sierra Leone now one part of the country that we far advanced in other countries in sub-Saharan Africa for the legal and policy framework we do for promote and protect picking them. So the laws they will get is strong past most side than the other side in Africa. And if once we ensure say we implement it to the latter, picking the rights then will really be promoted.
Okay, we will definitely bring into the conversation the implementation aspect, because you make mention say yes, the law and day, but you know if it's supposed for all water. But before we carry on with the program, let me take one interview we'll do with Abdulmanaf Kemokai, where we talk to we on the rights of picking in the country.
We are a child rights organization, so the main focus now how we go make sure see government of Sierra Leone first of all really comply with the international obligations. We know say the government of Sierra Leone don't sign a lot of international treaties with the government picking their right, especially the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. With DCI actually my organization will be one of the drafters in Geneva. So any country we actually make sure say we follow up with the government for ratify, and after ratification, government try to do everything possible for implement. And to start with, we always work with government for make sure say government also gets what we call the legal framework, all the basic laws that we're supposed for them in place, because now they start. Now they be able to define your national position on how you want for they be picking their rights. Now they also they put in place the institutions and what's now the mandate of the institutions they be. So basically we don't work with the government for really set up that framework and also push for implementation. So we all work at the national level for set up then framework and where we go at community level. Now for example, raise the awareness of people in the community about picking their rights, especially with respect to government policies, government laws, and waiting at their own responsibilities. And in many cases also we try to build their own capacity for able for do what they're supposed to do. In the communities we come to child protection, we all know say they come first, because in as much as we get law enforcement bodies, police not there everywhere, and even in communities or cities, society, they go sit down at every home for the check waiting they happen at their homes steady. So you need for also educate the people then we get them picking them. You also need for train community structures. We also they keep decorum at the community. We also the peace community. Keep community peace. We also they represent government and then communities for make sure say whatever government are seek to, then also make sure say it happen at the communities. So they also monitor the issues of abuse and violations and bring them here also to the attention of the government. So in that respect, with any peculiar abuse, all the offices, for example, here we call it socio-legal defense center. So if they abuse you can at this office. If you tell they do everything possible in your own reach for make sure say you get justice. And that will include we are coming you, gonna police, we monitor the case, if that case gonna court, how we will also provide legal representation for that beginning until justice come. And also how we go for make sure say maybe other services we know they provide, we picking need. If they abuse picking, for example, they need medical service. So organizations they need, for example, Rainbow or one-stop centers they do government set up. But not everybody can know about then services then they. So we all role also now for educate people and facilitate their access to their services daily, so that Peking go able for make use of their services. But we organization, they just sit down and wait until they abuse Peking and work with their abuse Peking. We now also do a lot of prevention activities. And one main one are what we call youth activism, where we really train the Peking them and the youth them for take up their own responsibilities. And their own responsibility really include how they will protect themselves and each other, how they are also able for navigate, the issues within the community, how they will be good citizens, and how they will be able to relate with even the structures that they talk about, how they could be part of governance within the community or even at district level, and how all the issues here we had to talk about, how they could be part of the drivers, part of the one then where they really look at the issues and also be part of the problem solvers. And that make the concept of intergenerational partnership between adults and young people in terms of how we will really able to make good society good when we push 1990. Because myself grew up in a salon society, I really feel say the parents the way they now, they're more aggressive to picking them, and they not even respect their own culture, So because when we grow up, the society will look calmer, and the interrelationship between families will be stronger, and so that bond being there. But I think say during the war, the pikin that were born during that time they not grow up with that culture, and then are the parents they now, and they see the aggression, so they grew up in an aggressive society. All them manners they talk about, all the things they talk about, it sounds like if we don't really lost in the society, and so like with the grapple for bring the calm back, because when we talk about picking the right, we don't want to be like alien, like now something what they bring. I mean, even within with culture, picking rights, even when you talk about, for beat speaking, for example, not to calm, we know so in we own culture, now practice for beat. But me, when they be the beat, when they want beat me, I don't go to my granny they stop. Neighbors, then they, where if they beat you, then they come in. So that also means.
Well, that's now Abdul Manaf Kemokai, the Executive Director, Defense for Children, Sierra Leone. I still get with me inside the studio, Henry Mustafa Sheku, when the Deputy Director, now the National Commission for Children, and we will talk about some of the responsibility of an adult way, say you get forgive, you pick in, and if they just follow up on the roles of their own parts, where it comes to the area of complaint, like if you get anything where they don't monitor you or you don't do your picking, whether they can take that kind of information and they waiting they can do. So look, continue on Dandy. Waiting on your own position, if person get complaint or you see something on social media, how I can do follow up?
Well, anything we can do with picking their rights, if you don't have social media, of course, what we can see them. Once we see them, we go into, we look inside them, and ensure say we redirect them to the appropriate authorities. They will be duty bearers for taking up. If no matter we're supposed to go for police, family support unit, if there's something we can do with maintenance, we forgot the ministry, we send them there and ensure say we follow up and ensure say we'll see them through until the picking they actually get justice or get redress. Now that's what they do for now. If the new bill pass, then we'll go for get new mandate. We will go further than that. But currently, in terms of investigating into complaints or allegations of child rights violations, we'll do more of referrals and ensure that we follow on through.
Okay, so it's not the commission in position in the area of natural disasters where they can happen. How one can come in for support speaking?
Well, something and they will not wait for natural disasters. We work with part like the NDMA and other organizations then for do disaster preparedness, and we look more at the aspects of picking them. See, most times when they do the disaster preparedness, they tend to forget about picking them. So if you actually make representation on their behalf during the preparedness stage, then you go realize they're going to be left out. For instance, if something don't happen now, like we get the mudslide, the victims there of that, survivors of that incident, somebody will probably say, oh, let's send everybody in a stadium. You have to look if stadium actually ideal for get picking them, because picking themselves will be affected in all of that. Or if they go to a stadium, waiting that the thing they will put in place for picking them. Picking them go for need psychosocial support. They're going to need counseling and other things. Then they're going to need medical support. So therefore, ensure they make provisions for them. So in almost all the disaster response, then now you see when they do the response, picking they really catered for. Like even the last one, na the house na Kisi. One or two picking them be affected. Of course, we monitor them at church camps. The good thing was we are impressed that church camps we get gratis for any picking way the carry go we get there from disaster. So now continue to follow through for see how they carry on there. So on disaster preparedness, disaster management, we ensure say picking them mainstreamed into all the response and the preparedness.
Yeah, a better way you talk about cancelling where you can picking business, because parents at times can tend to forget say even though picking is small in age, but instead they think instead get emotional intelligence. What do you go say to particular parents? Because if you listen to Abu Kemokaweti say because after the war, Boku picking them ball picking, so it's as if they don't even remember who side them come out. What in a NCC their own role or support when they can give in terms of emotional intelligence or cancelling way camper like disaster, so we picking going go through.
Well, I want party would strongly recommend. We know say the Minister of Social Welfare get specialized people than that. Especially also we get development partners. They say child protection NGOs. Them we get psychosocial counseling support. Depending on which kind of trauma the pikin don't go through, we can recommend obviously which particular agency for support. We always refer them to them, or we even request their support for savings, provide psychosocial support for them pikin, especially the kind of trauma we then go through. If not like that kind accident and mudslide or something, a victim of sexual or gender-based violence, we ensure say we provide the kind of counseling for her because it need that mental something. You don't go through something where in other experience it. So you really need that psychosocial support. Now something where government can foresee how they really prioritize psychosocial support for picking them. We're happy that guidance and counseling also don't begin at schools there because now one major thing there. So some of the rules and they want for guarantee picking the rights to education. And if they get for right to education, they can forget that mental preparedness and mental intelligence to make them able to go through some of the things there.
I want to take with some of our role they want to play out of Freetown because I don't know not of Freetown.
Yes, I agree with you.
How na effectiveness in the provincial areas.
The NCC get office na Bo and McKinney, so we get regional presence na Bo and McKinney currently. As part of our strategic plan, we plan for expand in 2025 to Kenema. However, with the work na then district and the through we partners them. Currently, we implement a program called a study because we can do study for what's the underlying factors there. So they look at holistic study about juvenile justice systems. We will look at holistically what are the challenges and bottlenecks and they we want use that report now for engage all the to government which mechanism we could put in place. For instance, we only get remand home for the provinces in Abo. Imagine so if somebody any child offender do something from Kairang. They get for move from Kailan, Kaut and Abo, now they go there. And not to all services and they currently then remand home then they. So what was the challenge? How for going to court, how the people go access justice and that speedy manner and it's child friendly manner. So we go to all the regions then they because they work through partners then we get sister organizations, we get like the Human Rights Commission there, we get the other institutions that we can work through. But this one we say can move there. So Office Nabo can support anything we can for do the Eastern region and Kenema. We Office Namakini they support the Northwest region and the Freetown where they take the rural areas. We know say challenging one of the national institutions, resources they get for help for go out, so they go out gradually, but they work through systems and structures existing structures that were already done there. But when actually all currently the Child Rights Act where they go, we get child welfare committees, we work with local councils, they want and they are able to reach out to them in anything we want to do. They also get strategic partners them like other child protection organizations than they like World Vision, SOS Children's Villages, Child Fund, even UNICEF and other one than they. Then they are subsiding the way we know they, so we work through them for our reach out to I'll get a wider outreach. Okay,
the reason why I asked about our presence now, the interior upline of the province. Now for the family them will not say yes, when I said they do na your work. And I go for land say, na get outreach officers there. What's not the one they your own the National Commission for Children?
Well, with outreach officers they get a mandate for ensure say one. communities them or people them know their rights, picking them know their rights, parents they know their responsibilities. So then they go out to the communities and for ensure they do outreach program. And whenever we get issues in the communities, now the outreach officers they will send actually for goodie, for look into the issues, for investigate them and provide a report. And then they guide we on recommendations on actions the way we're supposed to take. And then they will go out for support victims them. For instance, if somebody is a survivor of prison and they get for go Rainbow Center, just like other organizations they do, we can refer them with the follow-up then with the case then. So that for be the role of the outreach officers there. Anything we get for do community work, community services that they get for do them. They also get the mandate for make them bring in other staff then we as required by waiting the Peking need or the need of the Peking for ensure safe. Then they try for promote what you call this child participation, something very much key because many times before now we the adults now we can take decisions for picking them, but now we want to put this picking them at the stage for where they participate in the decisions, the way they impact on them. So also child participation, they therefore promote child participation. School outreach programs, they also get monitors. The monitors now they will see how then laws them or then policies then they where government don't put in place for promote picking their right, how the implementation they go. Well, based on the implementation, what you will ever find out, now develop into a report who can present to government or the line MDA for ensure say we make the necessary reforms so that it will go well.
Okay, we not get any statistics because on the second half of this program they can't talk about the act prohibition of the Early Marriage Act. So in terms of statistics, you will able to tell we waiting at the outside the salon of NSF in terms of protection of girl picking specifically.
Well, there are so many laws where they for protect picking them. We'll not go on for just specifically picking them, but we know say girl picking them are the most vulnerable. So most of the laws they tend for really protect them because of their vulnerability. We don't see boys themselves vulnerable, but girl picking them more vulnerable. So most of the laws the way they see now, it really differ protect girl picking them. In terms of giving specific statistics, I don't know if you mean on the amount of laws that we get, or amount of picking they will able for protect.
Yes, amount of picking they will not able for protect, and in terms of the
this like the laws the way they come na broad spectrum. It's difficult right now for make you tell because you get for go na each and every family support you forget an accurate statistics. Could have done will be the direct beneficiary, but indirectly. Almost every other person they benefit from any law when they come because the law they for protect picking them as long as they're between the 0 age 1 or even 0.1 to 18 below to the day they become 18, that law they for protect you. So there are many ways you can protect. Sometimes it can even prevent. And one thing with this prohibition of widespread, it puts a lot of preventive measures. And now, no wait for law. We go say, okay, we wait for people that don't broke the law, they can seek redress. Their lawyer then therefore prevent the incident for let it not happen at all. So the laws that become very stiffer. For instance, the Sexual Offences Act. If it is force, we still see the sexual offences against Peking and they go up. But when President make a national emergency and they actually amend that in 2019, you see how it make them very stiff. It make them, what you want to do now, you get for think twice. Say, if I do this one, I mean, so many things get for done. So the prohibition of marriage, and but what laws they will promulgate. And even when Parliament go down pass the 2024 Child Rights Bill into law, it will be one of the law they work for a very long time for stand the test of time. We meaning that it will be one of the strongest in sub-Saharan Africa for protect picking them because it's very rich. It gets so many things there inside.
Okay, before we go for break, something crossed my mind earlier. I asked, one of the guests we get last week about this issue of picking that they taught market for sale that treat during school hours. You get any, una self get us the National Commission for Children role one at the play for tap this?
As I tell you, we current mandates we not let investigate into complaints. Okay. So what do they do when such things that we don't say? We don't say police supposed to take action according to the law. So when we say we take the picket, we will crack on the police and we request the police for make them do the needful through the family support unit, for do the needful for ensure say bring their parents then they will say. We also they go into communities with our outreach officers for make we educate the parents then for make we know say most of the parents picking the way they go through them and they are for say they don't go through what you call domestic trafficking. What is child trafficking? Not to only way pull picking can go other country, but domestic trafficking we pull somebody upline in a village. You don't promise them all the goodies, say they take this speaking, you come train them, give them the best of education and waiting, only for make a camp, end up in our streets they do the incident. Now a huge form of child labor that make we really in the new child right bill, we don't make a little bit stronger. We also the Employment Act and other acts and they talk about them, but in the child right bill, it really stronger now. What they should say, the hours of 6 spelled out or 8 p.m. to morning, no picking up for the before engage in any work. So look at the length of time and look at the hour of time. Tantamount to child labor and punishable by law.
Okay, well, we'll go for a short break. The man they talked to it today on the prohibition of the Child Marriage Act. Now, Mustafa, where they tell you about some of the law they ready for Piki come out and the National Commission for Children. Now, listen to one other interview where a monologue from the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy, where we look at as Friday now be the International Day of the Girl Child.
Citizens get rights for live, freedom of speech. But same way so, we need for know big responsibilities.
You never blame government for the small thing.
As Salon they join other country them for celebrate International Day of the Girl Child, I want for member Salon people then say, girl picking them safe gets the role for play, we go help the country in better one. As the theme for this year now, Girls' Vision for the Future, we mean say, government don't they invest, pan girl picking them book learning na the country, give them more voice, panting the way they affect them, and same way so, pull them pampo. And what make government don't they do all this? Now for make girl picking they able for talk about things them where they affect them, like domestic violence, equal access to opportunity them, and safe get voice pan governance business. We responsibility as community member. Now for say we put we girl picking them at school. Not push them a corner, say this not to girl picking business. Not send them a married house before them term. Not give a market for sale, the terror for them at school. And make we protect them from sexual harassment and maltreatment. To you the girl picking safe. Make sure say when them put you in a school, now for take you book learning serious one. Not left you school go to man and set mouth or shame for talk till we go affect you better one tomorrow. Because now this good citizen for do for himself, in community and in country.
This is a message from National Council for Civic Education and Democracy.
We rights now you rights for make we motherland. We need for let we serve, let we come and swam. Forget about party business, let we work for we land. We stand for the truth.
Well, that's a message from the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy, Sierra Leone. As Salon will join other countries there for commemorate International Day of the Girl Child. I still get with me Henry Mustafa, where they tell you about some of the things the way the National Commission for Children don't they do. Henry, I want to continue the conversation on the International Day of the Girl Child. This day is significant for low member picking them, especially girl picking and then contribution to society. So take me through if we be doing anything or be collaborate, join with other institutions for market the day.
Yes, all we three offices in Salon, Bo, Kenema, and Bo, McKinney, and Freetown. We collaborate with partners them. In fact, in the north, all the child protection partners they come together. They organize a symposium for school picking them. And now Freetown, the event will happen in Waterloo with HSF, Africa AIDS Foundation, in coordination with NAS. We talk to the picking them on sexual and reproductive health rights and the impact of then teenage pregnancy and the STDs then. So we'll be in Waterloo. Waterloo will be there and we all commemorate the day. And also we both office hold a symposium for just continue for raise awareness. And the AHF event now when the MSSF attend them, we get a symposium for educate the picking them and parents them on the prohibition of early marriage, because understand one of the strongest laws them we don't come out to really get for protect picking them, especially girl picking them. We not say boy picking themselves can contract early marriage, but we know say the girl picking are the more and they can go through so many sorts of traumas, being forced to do them. So we really try to educate the Pekin and put them in the law before the law come into effect. Because the law, as you know, will come into effect in December. But for now, we want to make ensure say people they really know about this law, because ignorance of the law is no excuse.
So, for the one that will not be the part of that sensitization efforts, they talk to the public now, let them understand what this law mean, what the para, and how one can come on board. Well,
family for no say early marriage, child marriage, that's something we be done. They don't become a culture of communities there. We know see many local areas them, as long as they say they don't put Pekin in a society, the next time is marriage, because if you say that they don't go prepare them for marriage, so they don't be look at age. As long as you don't go through the traditional rites, then they think so you're married. Then we get some ethnic groups in way to them. I mean, it's something. Girl Pekin, not get for good like, but not forget for the like boy Pekin. Boy Pekin ain't go school or go learn trade or something. But girl Pekin, they no say whatever you learn, now the home you get for this. So why not you go and turn at the marriage and take care of your home? No matter your age, and you understand the decision not to the beginning they make, and the parents they make the decisions they for them. So if you look at what happened when the rationale behind the law, now that we know say with First Lady don't do a lot to promote protect girl picking them in terms of hands off our girls program, and also looking at the trend with all consider say there is a need for them to make certain laws them, and this lawyer is very strong in the way that it not only they protect marriage, they annul them, and it also they protect cohabitation. Because you go say, okay, I'm not married now, but me into with the tap in the house. So it really make a strong say even cohabitation. And it make us so strong that it get layers of people that we call people. So for instance, people then they will give consent, they call people. Once they call people, it means they're guilty if the law hold them. People that will arrange the marriage, people that will promote the marriage, and people that will promote the marriage, several categories of people that fall under people that when they say people that will promote the marriage. You yourself will go dress the hall, park the chair, you win at the DJ, we get for dinner the marriage, you win at the guest, you will go attend the marriage as guest. You are all culpable of the same offense, and the law kitchen will find on cohabitation. No, all they can say, okay, this woman don't go tap to me around there for years. No, if you deal with a minor. In a hotel or something, we now secluded those one or two, understand there, with the aim of something we get for do with affection. When the law, as long as the law don't prove and say, now that not be yourself, even just for 2 hours, you don't, now cohabitation they look at that. Not to that cohabitation, say, this it can't happen to me now. So all of them thing and now the prohibition of child marriage, they really they bring and come. One major thing, it also look at the welfare of the victim, for say the victim can get compensation, and also the government is supposed to provide services for that kind of possibility, because if you don't go through early child marriage, especially if you don't go contract them before, I mean you just see say they don't go through certain kind of trauma or waiting, they don't lost their education, they don't lost their childhood, all that, and they can't go determine whatever compensation and whatever social services, and if it's sustainable for protection, because some people they force them, and if they force them, means the family structure will not be broken. For instance, the Pekin no wants the married, then they don't force them, they wrong go to police or wrong go, then go stop that marriage. For they come back to the house, it go for become a problem. So the ministry for the Ministry of Social Welfare for ensure, see them protect them Pekin, and they provide services for them, provide safe homes for them, and reintegrate them back into their family.
You make mention of outreach officers earlier, but then again, for make we watch ourselves and look us how they go, we need community heads there, whether an imam, whether an pastor, whether an aidman, instead of getting your responsibility for play. How now they bring in particular people there on board, where as you talk, make mention, just say, if like you a DJ, once you go picking married, possibly not 18 years yet, instead then go find
So the law make provision for community structures them, for observers prohibition officers. The Ministry of Social Welfare is supposed to recruit prohibition officers who get for the other communities, and the district council, then ward committees, then chiefdom committees, then they get a role for play for prohibit, because mostly they happen in communities they will not follow. And even if they don't contract the marriage, maybe they say prohibition, they get annulment on that particular vision. That particular already avoid. And the Registration of Customary Marriages and Divorces Act 2007, they allow for parental consent for let them register such marriage. But with this particular law now, such marriage is not supposed to be registered. And if they don't contract her, then the probation official they can know or government can know about her, then they annul them straight. So say that marriage is not valid. So then they scatter the marriage. So basically, them provisions, the community structures, then they say they for work with them. And we as the NCC, we get a big role for ensure say we monitor for say all the systems the way they go set up for them and they work. So we go for the work in our communities, then for see how then they work. And most of them marriages, yes, it happen at urban centers, but rural centers, it happen they more than urban centers. So we ensure say we work with them local community structures, them the role of the local authorities and the paramount chiefs and other people them for ensure say then ensure say child marriage not take place in the communities there.
Okay, how do they work with schools then? Because speaking and generally tend for feel safe or talk to them company there. Like for the case where they talk so maybe they go through some kind of trauma or they want to put them na maridos early one, you go tell him party them. So it's possible to say when they work with schools there, so that there will be a form of way one can get information.
Yes, we get we outreach officers and they go to school, they form school clubs, and also we get assembly talks with and those school clubs then they would really encourage peer education among picking them now them various schools them, and not to school no more with the do we also do for picking them then they out of school situation. Because they're not in school, they find them prone more to the marriages than the one they were in a school, So in the school, we ensure say we institute school clubs there. So the kids there, we give them the right information, we give them let them know. So if somebody discuss that we're not the part of the school club, discuss and say, oh, now this my parent they want for do, then company will tell and say, hey, you this day for do, you can go to this institution, you go to this institution, not only NCC or Minister of Gender and Social Affairs, because sometimes then three big institutions, not go there at the community side go there, but you get the police, you get the local authority for make you go report and inform and say they want put contract into child marriage and you don't want them. And even the act of attempting to do it, according to the law, once they prove them, you're already culpable of the offense. They attempt to attempt. You don't do them, but you attempt. You don't plan it. You try for do them. You also culpable of the law. So that's what the law actually did.
If it's possible, I should say you don't get Boku seminar or engagement with religious heads, whether an imam or a pastor. How one can bring them kind of people there on board, because Salona is a religious country, and if that channel don't use, maybe the message go far and wide. What thing one can do in any cases then?
Yes, religious leaders then of course say they are very much their characters, they are key stakeholders there in Lenka, and for them they know say morally wrong. In terms of their religion, it's morally wrong for a contract picking into marriage. So for them, they really go for they are saved. But they for ensure say we pass the message to the congregations them. So they are strategic partners them in terms of ensuring this lawyer really reach the congregation. Because it's not about knowing the law, but for understand them and waiting at the rationale behind that. Because somebody will can't tell you, say, you give me somebody who you explain to something, say, this time me picking, I go tell you that if na border give me or na border for me, na me get when you want for do now they do. Not to government they can't tell me because na me they feed them, na me they take care of them. Yes, now a responsibility for feed them, for take care of them, but for protector. The government can for support you for protector. Who say you not able? Now the government they provide that because na citizen of this country getting right like any other person. Just like you said, we getting right and getting right for like develop and becoming for active members of the community. So we ensure say we take religious leaders them as a strategic partner so that we go for reach out to more people. Anybody, any set of individuals or institutions or category of persons who see they're very much key, or they use it as an entry point for make we reach out to the wider populace.
Okay, you also make mention of investigation and research when they Epuna do na work. Like if you get any information, say they want to put speaking for early marriage. How that that particular department they want to get at the National Commission for Children, how they work, improvements they will need, because definitely in a capacity, the structure, we need money for them for carry on the kind of.
Yes, obviously, I mean, human rights work not easy, especially to do picking their rights. Easy. It means a lot of resources for like we do. What we research the care for do, one forget an in-depth understanding on the prevalence and who say it happen and why it happen, and it give we for make recommendations there on how we able to stop her. So on anything we can for do picking and write them, we want to know what are the gaps where they did, what are the prevalence, who side they more, what are the reason why they happen, and then till the 19 drive policy actions or every implementation. It can help people follow no say maybe they don't pass this fine law, but people they don't know about them because we don't go to the community, we don't do a lot of research, and when they talk to people, them use different methods and realize say. This particular law, the public education fine, not really go down under it. So what do they do? When they bring actors then together, we go and say, hey, let's focus on educating this public about so. Or the community structures need capacity building on the law. Then no say the law they, but they don't know their role as to what we for do. So if that day we study lead we to say we need for capacitate the local authorities, the community structures, the ward committee, for where they be trained on the law, let them know the actions they will for take and how they for take up, and we for be the refer pathway. Obviously, and then the actions that they will do. So they will research, they inform we and we partners there as to waiting at the next course of action we for do for ensure say we able for ensure the implementation of laws, because we get fine laws in our country, but you get rather say some side and the implementation can be challenging, and we want for people to see an effective implementation of their laws then they. So waiting can cause the laws that not be for being implemented effectively. What we research don't do we be here engaged on what we will be able to do. As I tell you, quite recently we don't do research on the juvenile justice issues in the country. So side and day, so get for do with court system. So side and day, it get for do with rehabilitation system and reintegration program. For instance, you will see somebody that continuous offender, they come, then they go through the process, they release them back to community, they come again. Why? Because they don't go through enough rehabilitation and reintegration process not be done, be clear to them. So when you go back to the community, you just go back as that same person will go commit the crime and then come back.
Okay, well, Henry, as we round up, you go can talk on two things. What's in the role of, the National Commission for Children, and also about the area of aiding and abetting, where you make mention of this form of public sensitization for tell the public say if you put your hand per married, if you go up, if you go watch, if you go dress the place, anything waiting to happen to you, Henry go round up on that note today. But let's take one short interview with my colleague do we talk to one parent where in name na Aminata Swari, and he said give opinion about the act.
Pikin not married. As far as me know, Pikin where they underage, we not past the age 18 yet, they not for force and for married because a bad. One where you engage Pikin mommy and daddy business where they underage, you go ambogam, and he gets in rights for let it go and become a woman before ever you get in consent for marriage. Me na one person where they advocate for girl picking them. Moreover, na the province system. They go na the province system, do sensitization to people them, and I don't then a bigger institution where we been going at the 14th district by then, where we do sensitization for picking the way they underage where they married, where we they meet the chief them, we meet the stakeholders them. For let them tap them kind of batin in the because why? If you don't make you Pikin don't go school, a then a school underage, then it go get belay. Waiting at that Pikin in future. So we forgive we Pikin and the rights for let them go and become a woman. One, we get for talk to we elders them at the villages them. Let them put a strict measure because then self now other people and one and the way they encourage picking them for married in early age we no good, and it go make we no go get girl picking them, we go get future for develop the country and the nation as a whole. So we get for Sinap as combra them, we the woman them and the man combra them and the stakeholders in our community, we get for look at we girl picking in future because then say woman na in the bring come, boy picking na in the care go. So if you don't left your girl picking, you not able for mature, you make it go get belay before time. A very hard training and not good at all for we nation. the stakeholders them. Now the more gets this work here for go monitor homes them where they no say their homes there, so they in a habit of giving them, picking them to early marriage. That's not one. Secondly, they get for go na the schools them, and they not for just go no more than go talk. Then get for monitor the measures the way then they put and do follow up. Let it not start and where it reach sometime 1-2 months, then the thing begin fade. It go lost the focus of waiting and they go do for tap them underage picking and forget belly. As National Council for Civic Education don't take up this honor for do this sensitization, we they ask Papa government at least make them try for see how best they go sponsor National Council for Civic Education for do this sensitization, because then go able for reach the people the way they out there, more or less the one the way they far and there, and the lame people we not even there na the stage for understand. If they don't empower the institution, then go able for go further and spread this information for disseminate to people we not understand waiting they go on, so that this why way we they talk, so we no go begin to go back and forth.
Well, we get any Mustafa Sheku still in the studio where he come out from the National the National Commission for Children. I mean, institution I just find you. So anyway, we come out from the National Council for Civic Education and Advocacy, but in the National Commission for Children, and he go round up on the their functions as a commission, and also waiting the law say this prohibition. Waiting you the family for take from this interview we don't get today.
Well, you mentioned about aiding and abetting, we na a serious offense. We, according to the law, the prohibition of Early Marriage Act 2024, now a conviction. If anybody found one thing of we can't to aiding and abetting this number for the want to what did the law say? A conviction of not less than 15 years or a fine of 50,000 leons, what we call 50 million old leons. So either they fine you or they give you a conviction of not less than 50 years or both. So you will the aid and abet now that you will do things that where they support for make the marriage that picking they off. Anything where they do we connected to your role. That means you don't support that one day. And we also we get other side where they bring in other players them. They bring in other players them, just as we said earlier, the wedding guest, attending a child marriage is an offense. Also, promoting child marriage, that's what I say, they call you for dress the place. Now you prepare the food, now you make the cake, now you dress the yawo, now you ensure say, organize the ashobi, every layer of them people, and if they find you one thing, now you they go prove say no, I not be no, and for say I not be no, for saying that picking is no excuse. I mean, at this law they always tell you say when they invite you per marriage, when this law don't come into effect in December, when they invite you per marriage, when you go per marriage, they say can't go play per marriage, can't go dress, can't go do anything with the winner for marriage. Please ask the age of both the bride and the groom. If not to underage, because if you're not underage, then you get yourself for blame, and not to the law. Not to the law. They tell you say you already get it. Then you go prove say I not be no. And how we prove say you not be no? That they don't know how you go for do it. But that I get for do what in abetting. We role on this particular law. We play a major monitoring role. We get two major institutions them with in charge of the implementation. We get local reserve. We get the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. We get for policy, with resource mobilization, and we get the Ministry of Social Welfare. We then get forget the staff, the structure for ensure say they get prohibition officers them, also provide that social services them where the beginning go need, victims then go need, and provide any other thing we get for the we at the NCC they monitor them two institutions there, and then the other players them in the implementation for ensure say a go as how the law wish, and who say if we say challenges there, we draw the attention of players there. We'll come back to them blood for put up modalities in place with a recommendation how we will go about popular.
Okay, quickly, upline in the province where people they know see them think they are common, whether they give small picking to for married. What's one I can do in that situation? They are waiting the public for noise and able for reach out to now with any complaint if we then they fall under our functions.
Yes, we now all child protection players then get a role for play, and I'm sure when I said that the NACED, the National Council for Civil Regulation, will get a role for play. One at the major role they do a platform like this for educate people. Then maybe people they know say this one is bad. Parents they know their responsibility, picking they know their rights, and if such thing come to una, who say we know the. When we're not going for draw we attention on draw that the Ministry of Gender, Children, or the Social Welfare, or the police, or even the probation officers available in our communities, or the community structures that are the local council ward committees and all the like. So we all, even the press, the media, we all get a role for play in ensuring that this lawyer hold water.
All right, plenty thank you to Henry Mustafa Shekwina, the Deputy Director of the National Commission for Children. They don't take in time today, don't can talk to me about waiting at their own functions from the Commission, educate the public, educate we all on the prohibition of the Early Marriage Act. May bring the program can to you. My name is Zulaya Tuhami, the myself come out from the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy. Good night.
Citizens get rights for freedom of speech. But same way so, we need for know the responsibilities.
Never blame government for the small thing. You for know your rights as a citizen. Never blame government for the small thing. You for know your rights as a citizen. You get school for play. I get school for play, we all get school for play. For we country, mama salon. You get school for play.
You get school.
I get school for play. We all get school
on the make out of zone.
For we country, mama salon.
Yeah. As a citizen, not sit on full foot and full hand. But let we country go before forgive and help it hand. Not so until our government is work for your land. Now we roll, now you roll, and now everybody roll.
The government for work on that big thing there. But he said will take care of that small thing there.
From the day where you born, you don't take court, you can do something.
Me, for can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want more than
say you want for Gona State. Because the last EDSA credit when me buy na ya asidom where I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what it say.
It say buy Q Power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
You see?
But I no get QCell more.
Now it make am sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It will be one day na salute.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try, man.
Hey! Lights don't come!
Yes, use the QCell top up and buy EDSA Lite anytime, anytime. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell. Salon Clyde.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
We decided to leave Liberia on Independence Day and head to the neighboring country, Sierra Leone. We paid about $30 for a 5-hour trip, and even though it was expensive, we were sort of happy to pay because the driver was willing to handle and pay all that's needed to be paid at the border. It relieved us the stress of interfacing with immigration officers as well as police and military men on the road.
When I might get up and go, I might step into the bar. Then one of you will go before. That office one. Yeah. If you will come down. Yeah, when you come down, then you say, we don't want 2, 3, oh, Freetown.
Well, we're taking off Freetown before we pay money, right?
Or we go, or we do the polo. I will collect my money for the podcast.
So you buy that, you come from the car.
Yeah.
Simple. But you don't claim money to cross, you don't claim money.
Wait. From Freetown, are you transferring us to another car? That's not me. The money paying small. The 25 small. The 40 no, it's 25. Now we say. So when I pay the 25, I reach the Freetown, I go, the second city. Then I will transfer here another time. You will pay that car. I don't want to pay. In the 25 car.
The border cross you. You need to pay for the border cross.
And I pay for it. But I tell you that I'm going to pay for the stamping. And I want that to get me from the tower.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I reach it.
Why? You know he asked somebody, he said to cross.
No, I got money about 25. Get money. I got only 25.
No problem. You not give money to a crowd.
No problem.
Go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, we're heading to Freetown, Sierra Leone. We got to Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone, in the thick of the night. And when it was morning, we headed to a small town outside of Freetown, where we'll be staying for some days.
So guys, I'm currently in Freetown, Sierra Leone.
We're actually going to a town called Lunge, which is where the country's airport is located. And you can't get there without using a ferry. So we're going to use a ferry to cross the water to the other side, which is called Tagrin, and then take a bike to Lunge.
So guys, we have to take a ferry, a 45-minute ferry from Freetown to a place called Lungi or something like that. To a place called Lungi. They transact Western Union where for this town. And they see the signboard, they blue normal shop they run up. Oh, I prefer by green.
So guys, that's the ferry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Maggie.
All of us.
This is what the ferry looks like. We paid 27 leos each to use the ferry. The ferry is usually packed with people and cars.
Guys, sorry. We're on the ferry. These are what I paid for. I better go.
It's like no balance.
Okay, go balance some more.
Jump.
The ferry is usually packed with people and cars.
Let's go. Let them reduce a bit. Guys, people are not going down.
Going down. See that Southern Africa? What proposal? If it happens like that, that would show what to do. No rugged and put aside. You can't come here.
Yeah, it's true. Is there somehow?
It is somehow. Yes. We let them know, say we don't change the plan, say that place line. I don't want to go. Wait, let me go there. Guys, this is what Lagos State needs. Once Lagos State can have this from Ikorodu to the island, I think that their transportation system and traffic situation would really be. Guys, this is what Lagos State needs. If Lagos State can have this kind of ferry ride from Ikorodu to the island, right, the traffic system would really go down, and of course, transportation will really increase. Can you see what's happening right now?
So guys, we're going up. Guys, we're leaving the After about 45 minutes, the ferry bettered at Dagreen.
We're out of the ferry.
And then we took a bike from Dagreen to Lungi. I've been here for about a week. We've been here for about a week. I know I've not showed you guys, what this town looks like, but this is actually the town where you have the airport. That's the airport there. That's the cargo terminal. This is the town where the airport is. So if you're coming to Sierra Leone, you have to land in this airport, and then when you land, you need a ferry to ferry you to Freetown. I think this is the only airport in the world like that, where you need a ferry to ferry you from this town to the. I have Kenneth Nwache with me, and I have Camp Ramadan with me here. Come on.
Yeah.
You've been in Sierra Leone for how long?
I think this is my 4th month.
4th month?
Yeah, 4th month.
Wow. How do you see life in Lungi?
I think it's okay. There's nothing much here to say maybe this is like this place is like this or this or that. I feel like it's a normal town. There's nothing much here.
It's a small town.
It's a small town, and there's nothing much here. And I think what is even making this town a bit popular and people traveling here is the airport.
The airport.
Yes. Apart from that, as you can see, there is nothing.
Yeah, there's
this place is like this place.
Yeah.
It's like the standard of a nightclub.
Oh.
This area. This a nightclub for them.
Okay.
And every evening, to be honest with you, when you come around, you see a lot of people. A lot of people. There's nothing much, to be honest. The only busiest areas that you can find here is Rotifunk. Yeah, and I think apart from that place too, that's it. They don't really have much, and they have a couple of let's say beach resort, because this place has like a beachfront, or like they have a sea that some people have actually invested and built some beach resorts around, and I think that's it, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kenneth Nwache.
Guys, since we are here, we normally buy some fries every evening.
Yeah.
Now that we're strong, we want to buy some fries here, so follow us.
Guys, we'll buy some potatoes, fried potatoes.
Yeah,
fried potato, fries. Yeah, this is the place.
Yeah, you'll get new one.
How are you, man? Are they good?
New one. Let's say we wait.
Just try and see.
So they make fire.
Like this one was yesterday.
Yesterday. Potato. Fish.
I'll go buy potato and fish.
Yeah, come give us. My friend, come.
I'll go buy them.
Just buy small, go. Not to wait. This will make fire. Maybe next time. Boy, come.
Wait, how much did you buy yourself? 10 and 10?
Yes, 5 is
5. I just sent me for 10.
10, that is 20.
Huh?
10 million or
No, 10. I mean, that's 5.
This one be how much? Mama, how much?
Jesus.
You the best. Mama, how much? Show my dad here. Now 40 ba? Ma put on.
No.
No,
But 40 how much I beg? I won't know which I did buy.
Let's say.
And how much for this?
3,000.
3,000 naira.
Yeah, we know they use Naira.
Put use your hand.
Yeah, now
How much be this one?
This one,
wow.
This one tight.
Put that one for me.
You dey put your hand for
So that's like 2,000.
Yeah? It's not hygienic. You witness of.
Sierra Leone felt at home not just because of how friendly the people are, but also because of their pidgin, or Creole like they call it, which is similar to Nigerian pidgin. So you can converse with them in Nigerian pidgin and they would understand.
Madam,
Yes, so nothing one day for house.
you there house? You dey cook with?
I dey cook pepper soup, I dey sell pepper soup. Three big fish.
How the pepper soup be?
The pepper soup, big fish, cassava, pepper.
You dey use cassava? Okay, me, I don't know, Sha. Make I ask my people, maybe they go buy.
Okay, what do waka? Song you over.
No wahala. You don't open now?
No, I don't want to the pepper soup. Why do I can't open?
Okay. Man, we've been in this place for days. I'm currently in this. Is it the second largest city? I don't think so.
It's the most important after Freetown.
Okay.
Because this is where they have their only airports.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm in one of the important cities here in Sierra Leone. It's actually like a village, you know, a small town. But the reason it's important is because this is where the only airport in Sierra Leone is located. The Freetown International Airport, which is actually not in Freetown.
Lungi.
Yeah, I'm in a town called Lungi here in Sierra Leone, and we've been here for a few days, you know, and I'll be showing you what this town looks like, or this village. I don't know what it looks like, you know. Yeah. I'm not cheap.
Alright guys, welcome to Lungi town. This is like Afam have said. So we're headed to the market over the local market over here. We want to buy some ingredients to make Nigerian jollof here in Sierra Leone. So we are taking you guys to the market to show you guys how the market, how local market look like here in Sierra Leone. Actually, it looks more like Nigerian local market.
Like any African market.
Yeah. Because most Nigerian ingredients, you'll find it here. You find Advocacy, you find most of them here. So let's go together and buy some. So show them. This is the market, almost here.
It looks like any market anywhere in Africa.
They will have gari. See gari now.
Oh.
They will have gari. So, we're going to buy rice. We're going to buy rice.
Rice.
Bring that right, that long right. We'll buy chicken. That's another long grain. This is the long grain rice.
Why not they give me money and I make
The long ones. This one. Yeah? Why
give me money?
You get that?
Don't balance.
Okay. Look at us this woman here. The pillows. I want to buy that long grain rice. Get that. Oh, look at that. If you don't best yourself, you don't know them, you answer me. If you don't best yourself, you don't know.
We need to manage that one.
No, one by that. Let's use the one. That is something you have in the house.
Oh, the house?
Yeah.
woman.
Deep price. It's going to be 20.
Nah, roasted fish, have you?
Yes, let Titus. Give us. I'm going to go buy. One day okay.
One day okay.
Huh?
One good day okay.
Onion. So small now. One buy the big one.
What is about
How much for this one? 5 million. 5 million. Give us the two.
You go grind down?
You go cut them. Give us another line, no problem. Yeah, give to her. Okay. You buy chicken. No need.
No need us because in Christianity were using their religion to cajole people to give them money. I will be signing out of this vlog here. Please watch out for my Sierra Leone videos. Please subscribe to my channel so that you don't miss any of it. Also like this video, share and leave a comment below. Thanks for watching.
While the frequency of buildings collapsing and fire accidents are growing at an alarming rate, only few people have thought about ensuring their businesses or property. This negligence has driven some people out of business, some into poverty when they were visited by certain tragedy. A lack of compliance with insurance regulations by many citizens
is rife, and many do not even believe in the idea of insuring their property. It is against this background that the government in the year 2000 introduced Sierra Leone Insurance Company. SLECOM's Deputy Commissioner Sheikh Matia said they always ensure that claims are paid to beneficiaries when needed. Yet many people are either unaware of or indifferent to the importance of insurance, leaving themselves vulnerable to devastating financial losses.
Indeed, insurance companies pay claims. We make sure that they pay claims. Whenever there is some amount of discrepancies or whatever, then we come in and settle it. Whereas, to the best of our knowledge in insurance, so that people will have easy access to our office through our provincial offices, liaise with them, tell them about the compulsory insurance issue, about all the rest.
For a broker, Joshua Boni, distrust of insurance companies is one of the major reasons why many Sierra Leoneans are reluctant to insure their homes, lives, and property.
The insurance side to the client is that the client also feel that the insurance companies are taking money away from them without compensating them when the actual things occur. So the basic issue or challenge that I would say we as practitioners are facing is one of trust. And I believe that if that element of trust is worked on, the industry can be a better tool for the economy.
With over 4 decades in the insurance industry, Ambassador Ali Issa Bangura, Executive Chairman of Sierra Leone Insurance Company, has seen firsthand how non-compliance with insurance laws has worsened the impact of disasters on individuals and communities. Despite his company's compliance with all legal frameworks, individuals continue to shy away from insurance coverage. Ambassador Bangura calls for government intervention to enforce insurance laws more strictly and advocates for the digitalization of the insurance sector to improve efficiency and accessibility.
The corporate institutions that insure against fire and such perils. Individuals, no. I can tell you 90% of the houses in Sierra Leone are not insured. We all know that. But there's a law that says tenantable properties must be insured. It is in the Act. But the question is enforcement. How do we enforce that? You see, it's not easy in a situation such as ours.
One of the key concerns in the consequences of action, lawyer Ibrahim Mansaye of Mansaye and Associates Chambers highlights that when a house is uninsured, the legal consequences in the wake of disaster can be severe. Individuals could face fines or penalties for failing to comply with insurance laws, he emphasized.
Particularly under the Insurance Act of 2016, when you look at Section 91 of the Act, basically it provides that if you do not comply with certain provisions of the Act and you're found guilty of that, you may be fined up to the tune of 10 million leones, which is now 10,000 new leones, or face an imprisonment of 2 years. I would advise homeowners to insure their property not only against fire but also against other natural disasters.
Despite these challenges, there are still citizens who recognize the crucial role that insurance plays in Sierra Leone's development and their personal safety. For these individuals, insurance represents more than just a financial tool. It offers peace of mind and protection against unforeseen strategies.
We are seeing this disaster everywhere. We are seeing the houses being burnt and everywhere. We are seeing some unfortunate death, tragic. We are in terms of illness as well. We are seeing so many people
in some deplorable condition, except they have to come to the masses to ask for financial help. And all of these things, if as Sierra Leonean, if you are part of this insurance, then it's a step in the right direction.
Yes, I trust insurance company because waiting do a better way.
I trust insurance companies because it is better that I have somewhere to save money than to spend all the profits after sales. Now I know if something goes wrong with my business, they will come to my aid.
But if I go back to the insurance, then go able for help me.
Education and awareness campaigns led by both government and private stakeholders are critical to reversing the current trend. In Sierra Leone, experts in the insurance industry say many citizens do not engage in insurance activities such as insuring their life, houses and other property, which in returns hinder them in terms of adversity. In a nation where disaster can strike without warning, the importance of insurance cannot be overstated. It is time for all Sierra Leoneans to embrace this vital industry for the protection of their lives, property, and future. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
My name is Cecilia Alice Cisse. I'm a broadcast journalist based in Freetown, working for the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Growing up as a child, I was taught there were 18 ethnic groups in Sierra Leone. Among them are the Limbas, whom like other ethnic groups are known for agriculture and palm wine tapping, and the Mandingos, who are more like business people. But over the years, there have been numerous reports of inter-ethnic conflicts across the country. Notable among those conflicts is between the Mandingos and the Limbas in Bewa Chiefdom decades ago.
As a ministry, we are aware of complaints being made even before my time as a Minister of Local Government and Community Affairs of a situation in Bewa Chiefdom, which still needs to be dealt with as other issues nationwide, community, ethnic issues that are very sensitive for those communities and those involved. To date, we know that there are still active actors involved in that particular situation.
Interestingly, my paternal lineage is from this town, Kamabai, Bewa Chiefdom, and this is my second time ever of being here. But unfortunately, I cannot speak any of the languages. Like many other people, I've had stories about the conflict amongst the ethnic groups here, particularly the Limbas and Mandingos. One account is saying that the conflict hinged on cattle rearers and crop farmers, while other accounts say it's based on the struggle for power, precisely the ascendancy to the chieftaincy. So, I am on this journey to find out what really happened. But as I proceeded, it was made abundantly clear that the conflict between crop farmers and cattle rearers is very common, just as in other chiefdoms across the country. However, what stood out clearly is the Limba ethnic group claiming to be in the majority, original inhabitants and custodians of the chiefdom. Hence, leadership belongs to them.
It originated from Suluku. Suluku was a warrior.
It originated from Suluku, a warrior who drove out the enemies, then believed to be the locals and claimed the entire Biwa chiefdom. But he was never a paramount chief. However, his first male child, Kalawa I, was elected the first paramount chief of Biwa Limba chiefdom. The daughter of Suluku, called Titi, fell in love and got married to Chief Nonko Sheriff at Karine village, of which Suluku was against. Titi therefore left Kabumbang and went to her uncle at Kamabwembe, who tied the knots between Titi and Chief Nonko Sheriff. And eventually, Titi gave birth to her kids with Chief Nonko Sheriff. But notwithstanding, those children are not eligible for chieftaincy.
But notwithstanding that not give them the right to say they will be chief.
Across the entire northern region of Sierra Leone, women are barred from contesting or holding chieftaincy titles. Therefore, male offsprings of a woman born in a chieftaincy family are considered not qualified and illegitimate to the ascension of the title.
And over and above that, people may even provide 2 sections them for the Mandingos them.
But over and above, our people had provided 2 sections for the Mandingos. They have the Karina section and the Balandugu section. So they have their own section chiefs out of the 9 sections of Biwa Limba chiefdom, which I think they now understand the situation and know that they came as settlers here. And sometimes they admit to that.
Admit that yes, na can they come.
The Mandingos, who on the other hand feel equally entitled, claim their legitimacy to the paramount chieftaincy of Biwa chiefdom is by treaty and not by birth whatsoever.
My legitimacy or our legitimacy has a direct contact. Our great-grandfather was the king in Sierra Leone, King Alpha Matsiri. He signed a contract with the British government in those days as a king, and he was on stipendium. So from there on, settled at Karina, and there we had the privilege of contesting here from our great-grandfather, not from the mother side.
The German-trained physician contested and won the 2006 Biwa Paramount Chieftaincy election, which processes were boycotted by Limba sections and 4 ruling houses, 2 of which are in Kamabai and 2 in Kabumban towns.
I went there legitimately, signed, went through the process. They refused to take part in the election for reasons best known to them. I was crowned, elected, starting function.
3 years later, Dr. Alpha Sheriff was put under pressure by the Anes Baikroma administration to be removed from office.
Made allegations, set up a commission of inquiry on me. Up to the time I'm talking to you, nothing was published, no white paper, only with the permission, instructing the provincial secretary for me to hand over the staff, which I refused. I told them not over my dead body, because my right. It's not appointment. It doesn't please the president, Dr. Shera, as permanent chief. The people, my people, voted for me. I have no problem. I have problem only with just few people. And Kumar I have problem with. Finish.
It's not a good thing. We need to put up our right gears to address it, because those will come as little drops, and before you realize, they transform themselves into early warning, and then there we are, and we don't want a repeat of what happened. So yes, we know about it, and we are concerned as peace activists.
Then a case was brought against him in a formal court system.
I was on my way to Freetown when they stopped me at the checkpoint at Pile Up. They said they have instruction from the IG to collect stuff from me. An ordinary policeman. I said, you ordinary policeman? By then, I don't know who was then the LUC or whatever. They called him. I said, no, I will not give it up. They detained me at McKinney, then took me to the CID. I was there 2 days. They were asking for that. I said, I will not hand it over. Throw into Pandemba Road. The next day, I appeared before Wellington, Magistrate Wellington. He read the charges to me. My lawyer is still Dr. Abubakar Jabi, because he conducted. After this happened, after the so-called Commission of Inquiry, which they set up 3 good months, up to the time I'm talking to you, I was not handed over any result. How can you take an action?
That symbol of authority in question is fed missing in the custody of the judiciary. But with this receipt from the Office of Master and Registrar, Dr. Sharif has assured hopes.
Only the judiciary can tell me where they kept my stuff. It was a bail bond. I gave it to the custody of the judiciary, which I have a receipt, an official receipt for it, and trying to ask for them, they are pretending that it's missing, but it's a game.
And in his absence, while he was battling with the state in court, a new paramount chief election was conducted and won by Chief Salifu Kalawa from one of the 2 ruling houses in Kamabai town.
They made an election in order to eliminate us. Our section was dropped out of 9 sections, the whole section, only 8 Christians. To carry it out to this moment.
More continue peace. We get on peaceful. We play and laugh. We paramount chief they go there.
We're at peace with them. We play and laugh, and our paramount chief sometimes visit, eat and celebrate together. But we know that they are not a ruling house to stand up for power against us. The issue is between them at Kaina and Bumban.
Now there with Bumban, do ya? Now them picking them be giddy. Now then get right for make Ajo there for stand for power. The Madingos are looked upon as people who came in as strangers. For them, according to the Limbas, the Madingos are not entitled to any chieftaincy setting. But the Madingos have lived side by side with them. They have grown bigger. They have done intermarriages as well. And so the Madingos themselves feel that they are part of it. But I'm sure that would have been a very good arrangement between them. But what has exacerbated the problem, what has moved it to higher height, is the interference, the political interference. Now here was a situation under Tijan Kaba, one of our ex-presidents. He had to install a Madingo chief, to the discomfort of the Limbas, who thought it's their right. They are the people who actually hosted the Madingos initially when they came. And shortly after that, when Tijan Kaba left the political scene, then took over Anespai Koroma. He in turn went and dethroned that particular chief who was installed by Tijan Kaba on behalf of the Madingos, and then he installed a Limba chief, satisfying the Limbas. Yeah. So these 2 factors have been playing out in the face of conflict out there. Limbas think they have been, left behind. The Madingos think they have not played very well, and each group will push their own blame to one of those leaders.
The conflict has left a scar and devastated the socio-economic livelihoods of the people in the 9 sections of the chiefdom.
Once Limba, Madingo, Fula, over one word.
As we are here, we need peace. We want Madingos, Limbas and Fulas to live as one, so we can sustain our lives. We want government to bring us together.
To one let government join together. They'll get peace study.
There is no one accord in this town. We need peace. Government should help us to bring peace in Briwa so that everything, including business, will flow normal. Anything government says, we are ready to obey for peace to prevail.
For more than a decade, Dr. Alpha Sharif has, through several correspondences, been making follow-ups on his case. In this letter, for instance, dated 7th February 2018 to ex-President Ernest Bai Koroma, the medical doctor was still seeking answers to plot his removal from the office as paramount chief. 3 months later, he wrote to Koroma's successor, Julius Madebiu, and outlined how he ascended the throne and subsequent occasioning harm meted out on him.
I believe in justice and love. Let me repeat myself, I have no problem with the tribe as a whole, Limba. Just a handful of them who are finding a way to bring problem into the country, but they are not my problem. I will still continue to keep to the peace and listen. I've addressed my issue to the present government. I'm waiting for them to hear from them.
It's a serious situation. In such a scenario where you have two sets of people thinking that they all have rights to the chieftaincy, one, we want to recommend the amalgamation of the chiefdom. One in favor of those who are living on the side of the Madingos and another on the side of the Limbas. Then both amalgamated chiefdoms will stand aloof from one another and they will go about bringing out their own chiefs. And in that kind of scenario, you will not have the Limbas will come up with their Limba chiefs and the Madingos will come up with their own Madingo chiefs. If not the amalgamation, but then maybe we can talk about the rotational setting, wherein if the Limbas have produced one chief this time, when his demise comes, then it rotates over to the other. But there are levels of conflict when you talk about those kind of conflict. And the area that has generated for the highest level of this conflict is what we refer to as the overt conflict. You can see it clearly, it is being manifested everywhere. There are frictions, there are tensions. So in that case, I wonder if rotation will work.
The amalgamation, if it's good, will set up the matter quietly. What I did, I'm not praising myself, but how many people will say no to a sitting president to say, I will not give you this? We are not many.
This is obviously a very complex and sensitive issue. Even the government is careful to handle it.
For us as a ministry, it is for us to find the right methodology of actually dealing with issues of that nature.
Now, this appears to be a prolonged catch-22 situation that continues to quietly brew on Broadway.
When no get nothing, you people that no want you. You no get money, you people that no one know you. Oh, me brother there with us are in Africa. With the poor one there with us are in Africa. 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 Every brother with us are in Africa.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the Slbc brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the Slbc for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the Slbc. constructive nationalism on the SLBC.
Life no go ever sweet without that thing what we call love. Now that make
No fact na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it mean I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We build and maintain relationship. This is a program we dey counsel you for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself. Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC.
As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucy and Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, head of news and current affairs unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli, and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
Life no go ever sweet without that thing what we call love. Now that make
No fact on a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made I don't learn from and I wonder you say life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program so we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle dispute between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself. Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Good evening and welcome to News Hour, coming to you live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Stella Bangura. In this edition of News Hour, Parliament approves Millennium Challenge Compact and the Program Implementation Agreement. Sierra Leone Standards Bureau and partners commemorate World Standards Day. And the Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation affirms that the corporation operates in a fair, free and pluralistic airspace. These stories and more in this edition of News Hour. Stay with us. And now to our full story. The Sierra Leone Standards Bureau and partners have concluded a conference to commemorate World Standards Day on the theme Achieving Industry Innovation and Infrastructure Through Artificial Intelligence, Our Shared Vision for a Better World. The day is also to raise awareness on the role of the Sierra Leone Standards Bureau in maintaining high standards for safety and quality. Joseph Stanley has the details.
According to the Executive Director of Sierra Leone Standards Bureau, Dr. John Kaisam, the theme for this year's is focused on Sustainable Development Goals 9, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure, paving the way for sustainable growth. He noted that international standards are essential instruments to drive innovation and strengthen resilient infrastructure that support sustainable industrial growth, noting that they are working actively with national standardization bodies and international partners to develop standards. Dr. John Kaisam maintained.
We also have news from the information sector. The Chairman Rights to Access Information Commission has disclosed that the Commission has recorded over 13,000 Freedom of Information requests since 2023. To date, 90% of which were successful. Dr. Ibrahim Sega Shaw made the disclosure during the 10th anniversary of the Commission, themed Access to Information in Sierra Leone. Mohamed Toure witnessed the ceremony.
The 10th anniversary of the Right to Access Information Commission was marked by a symposium with state and non-state actors focused on the theme Access to Information in Sierra Leone. According to the chairman, Dr. Ibrahim Sega Shaw, the Commission operates within the ambit of the laws established based on Section 25 of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone, which guarantees freedom of expression. 10 years on since the Commission was set up and fully constituted in October 2014, several gains have been made to provide a democratic space for monitoring government affairs, opening up space for political participation, and graduating from a culture of secrecy to a culture of openness in public management. He highlighted that between 2014 and 2017, the Commission achieved the opening of a data portal, a data readiness assessment report, projects and programs related to institutional and infrastructure developments, compliance and enforcement, and national and international partnerships of the Commission.
And then in 2023, that's the year, just the financial year that passed, is going to be part of the report. I'm going to give you that information now. 19,496 FOI requests were recorded nationally, out of which over 90,000 were successful. This represents a giant leap from the 13,117 recorded nationally in the 2020 financial year. There are, of course, few standout cases. I'm sure you must have followed, some that were highly mediatized. For instance, the Bank of Sierra Leone versus Matakago, and the Sengbe Mara versus CSL. There are a lot of the media leaks versus Ministry of Planning and Economic Development.
Minister of Information and Civic Education, Chernoba, stressed the power of freedom of information for national development, as functional information leads to national development for any country. Minister disclosed that the ministry is in the final stages of the archive law, government information policy, and data protection law that will align with the RAIC to strengthen the institution to ensure more democratic space is provided, which will be called Data Protection and Right to Access Information Commission. The symposium, moderated by Director General, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Josephine Kamara, and the Executive Secretary, Right to Access Information Commission, Honorable Mustafa Brema, focused on the evaluation of access to information in Sierra Leone, role of access to information in promoting human rights, transparency, and good governance. The event provided a platform for civil society organizations, state institutions that create space for accountability, and the first chairman of the commission to share input on efforts made to improve access to information and discuss what needs to be done to enhance the commission democratic safe space. SLBC News, Mohamed Lamintu reporting.
The National Cooperative Credit Union Association has unveiled its supervisory board that includes the Bank of Sierra Leone Cooperative Department in the Ministry of Trade and the National Cooperative Credit Union. The supervisory board is a crucial governing body that will be responsible to oversee the operations and policies of credit union, among others. Emmanuel Sumura has the story.
The National Cooperative Credit Union Association has been the body supervising primary credit unions in Sierra Leone, but the 1977 Cooperative Act that gave birth to NACWA has been silent about the legal standing of the National Cooperative Credit Union Association. The supervisory board involving the Central Bank, the Ministry of Trade and the National Cooperative Credit Union Association is a tripartite arrangement that has now given some legal backing to NACWA to oversee operations and policies of the credit union, but also meant to ensure credit union grow, become financially stable, and to also safeguard the interests of its members.
Set and enforce sound business practices for credit unions, establish reporting requirements for credit unions. One thing about good institutions, especially financial institutions, you have to be reporting how you spend the money, both for the benefit of your members and even for the benefit of us, the regulators. So we have to enforce sound reporting requirements.
Chairperson of NACWA, Lamin Kamara, said that with the new arrangement, they will be robust in supervising the capital adequacy of primary credit unions, among others.
Most challenging aspect where we have to supervise adequately, it's when it comes to the prudential requirements to actually run a credit union vis-a-vis your capital adequacy, your liquidity adequacy. We look at all that, your cash management efficiency. These are some of the areas we don't take lightly when we supervise these credit unions.
Lamin Kamara also noted that they are happy for the eventual setup and operationalization of the supervisory board because it gives confidence to people about credit union in the country.
It's to bring confidence to the Sierra Leonean populace. Sometimes when you tell people we are collecting monies, we're collecting shares, monies in form of shares, in some form of savings, the confidence, is my money going to be safe in your hands, will always be the following question. So, having an institution like Bank of Sierra Leone assuring people that we are supervising the process, I think it is one of the most credible institutions you can find in our country when it comes to monetary issues.
Whereas the acting training and education officer, Department of Cooperative Ministry of Trade, Joseph Saidu Bangura, was happy for such an arrangement, adding that it is a plus to them as well.
As a ministry, we supervise and we see how those CEOs of cooperative or financial institutions are being supervised throughout the country. For the Bank of Sierra Leone, at least to be part of us, to see how we supervise them, I think that is a wake-up call and there is an added advantage to us because the CEOs will know that now we are doing a business for real.
Credit unions offer people a safe space to keep their money from as little as 1 loan per day to help people build their savings to address their needs. And the National Cooperative Credit Union Association is the apex body of all credit unions in Sierra Leone. Emmanuel Samoa, SLBC.
The Ministry of Environment and Climate Change has successfully concluded the third phase of its symbolic tree planting initiative in Moyamba District. This ongoing project is a crucial step towards environmental conservation and combating climate change in the country. Jorian Dumbuya has the details.
Yeah. So.
Trees play a vital role in maintaining ecological balance by absorbing carbon dioxide, providing oxygen, and preventing soil erosion. By planting trees in Moyamba, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change is demonstrating its commitment to environmental conservation, climate change mitigation, and sustainable development. Paramount Chief Fire Sondofo Brema Sovola IV of Kamanje Chiefdom noted that deforestation has been a significant problem in his community.
This is a project designed by government, and for every plot, for every group that is partaking in the planting process, we have constitutions that is binding us, and we have bylaws, and we have memorandum of understanding between us and the ministry, and which we will not want to be defaulters to. We want to keep that, and we want to make sure that we keep our bylaws firm. Of course, before these bylaws, we as Chiefdom people, Chiefdom community people, together with our people, we have put up bylaws before this time to make sure that we stop deforesting our community. So if this one has come back so that all the trees we've cut, they say we should plant it, we should replant them, we are very much happy and we are ready to stand firm.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Jiwo Abdullahi, highlighted that the project was launched in 2020 with the aim of restoring degraded areas affected by deforestation.
So the main thing we've done this year is that the tree planting is owned by the communities. You know, we have community management committees, or community forest management committees, and they're the ones who are responsible for ensuring that they maintain these trees. Because at the end of the day, these trees are going to be owned by the communities. It's not the government, central government, that owns these trees. It's the communities that own the trees.
In another development, Deputy Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Mena Soba Stephanies, launched the Phase 3 of the National Tree Planting Project at Mosako Village, Bawa Chiefdom. Madam Soba Stephanies educated her people on the Pillar 1 of the Big 5 Game Changers, that the environment will only protect us if we protect our environment. She officially handed over seedlings to various organizations and encouraged the people to own the tree planting and tree growing and desist from deforestation and bush burning. Chief Sumaila Bange and the coordinator for Barwa Women in Agriculture and Development Cooperative Society, Madam Mary Yambasu, expressed their commitment in taking care of the trees. The Ministry of Environment remains hopeful that through continued efforts, climate change can be eradicated in the near future. For SLBC, Julian Dumbia reporting.
The Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Sajo Aziz Kamara, is currently attending the maiden edition of the Africa Skills Week, organized by the African Union Commission, Department of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, alongside its partners. The event is hosted by Ghana's Ministry of Education. Jonathan Turner reports.
Delivering the keynote address on the theme Catalyzing Youth Voices for Quality Skills Development for Sustainable Employability in Africa, Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Sajo Aziz Kamara, said that the African Skills Week should mark the beginning of a concerted effort to place youth at the center of the continent's development agendas. He emphasized the need for collaboration between youth, policymakers, educators, and industry leaders to transform skills development systems. This will ensure education and training programs are better aligned with industry demands, leading to sustainable employability for Africa's young population. Sajo Aziz Kamara highlighted the progress Sierra Leone has made in the area of technical and vocational education and training, Civic, as Sierra Leone recently completed a World Bank-funded skills development project that trained over 20,000 beneficiaries and strengthened the capacity of public and private civic institutions. He encouraged young people to continue advocating for policies that promote quality education and skills training, foster entrepreneurship, and ensure access to opportunities in emerging sectors. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
The United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel and UN Women have concluded the 15th edition of the Regional Open Day on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. The UNSC Resolution 1325 is cognizant about the protection and empowerment of women and girls in the aftermath of armed conflicts. The event brought together key regional stakeholders to discuss the progress and challenges in advancing roles of women, youth, peace and security agenda in West Africa and the Sahel. Jonathan Turner again.
The forum provided a platform for direct dialogue between senior UN officials and women and young leaders from across the sub-region. Special representative of the UN Secretary General for West Africa and Sahel, Simayo Leonardo, underscored the importance of ensuring that women and young people have a central role in shaping peace and security strategies, noting that the full implementation of Resolution 1325 and its subsequent resolutions was essential for sustainable peace in West Africa and Sahel.
Open days on the Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security are an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to supporting the participation of women in building peaceful and prosperous societies. Dear women, young women and men, leaders from the rural and urban areas of West Africa and the Sahel, thank you for the trust you have placed in the United Nations.
Government officials praised the contributions of women and youth to conflict resolution efforts in the country, and they remain committed to fostering partnerships that prioritize women's leadership and youth engagement in all peace and security initiatives.
Well, we're working together with all the ministries, so it is a multi-sectoral approach that we are taking. The third aspect is increased participation and representation of women in governance and decision-making bodies, including the security sector institutions.
1325 and progressive laws like the Gender Equality and Empowerment Act and Women's Empowerment Act of 2023. We have made notable progress in enhancing women's participation in leadership, peace building, and decision making.
Participants shared their experiences and challenges they face, including persistent gender-based violence, limited access to decision-making platforms, and the impacts of insecurity on youth development. Despite these obstacles, they highlighted significant progress made in advancing the women, youth, peace and security agenda. The Regional Open Day, launched in 2010, continues to serve as a unique opportunity for women and youth to influence national and regional policies on conflict resolution and peace building. The outcomes of this year's discussions will inform ongoing efforts to address the challenges faced by women and young people in the region, ensuring that they remain at the forefront of peace and security efforts. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
Young people from across Mano River Union countries have been engaged in internet usage and governance through the Mano River Union Internet Governance Forum. The two-day engagement, which was held at Brookfield Hotel in Freetown, was also meant to bridge digital divide for inclusive development. Mohamed Koma tells us more.
Young people are considered ardent internet users who either share information or connect with people around the world. However, in an evolving internet space where misinformation and disinformation are prevalent, young people need proper education on internet usage and governance. That was the reason young people from Mano River Union countries such as Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia and Ivory Coast were engaged at New Brookfield Hotel in Freetown on the need for proper usage of the internet.
When it comes to safety and security, we spoke about cybersecurity. How do we keep young people safe? How do we keep families safe? How do we keep women safe? A lot of times we have seen and we have heard stories where people are being bullied on the internet, right? We have seen pictures Even when, you know, in our community sometimes, when somebody dies, quick, somebody takes a video of it and they share it all over the internet. Sometimes the family members don't even know this person has died and everybody else knows about it. So thinking about how do we really become more responsible when it comes to using the internet.
Representatives from Liberia and Guinea shared their experiences on the current internet situation in their various countries, stating that their experiences were not too different from Sierra Leone. The occasion was further spiced up with a panel discussion where stakeholders within the domain of communication and internet discussed on how to make communication across Mano River Union countries easier, affordable and accessible. For SLBC, Mohamed Kouma reporting.
We had addressed some of the issues together with all stakeholders, and now we have come back to listen to all the stakeholders as to how they see the implementation of the Agreement for National Unity. Those were the words of the former Vice President of the Gambia, Fatoumata Jallow Tambajang, who is leading a delegation to Sierra Leone to follow up on the progress of the Tripartite Committee. She was speaking during a courtesy call to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Timothy Kaba. Soy Kamara was there.
The former Vice President of the Gambia is leading a delegation that comprises ECOWAS, Commonwealth, African Union, and United Nations. Fatoumata Jallow commended stakeholders in Sierra Leone for the role assigned to international guarantors in the implementation of the recommendations of the Tripartite Committee or the Agreement for National Unity. She emphasized the need for collaboration between government and other stakeholders and the need for electoral justice. Madam Jallow also commended the leadership of the presidents in the consolidation of peace and electoral reforms, and that they were back in Sierra Leone to listen to all stakeholders as to how they see the implementation of the Agreement for National Unity.
We will be coming from time to time. It's not monitoring and supporting, it's not one-time process. We support, we advocate, and at the same time we involve international partners to also support the process. So we're taking a holistic approach, and we are appreciating the necessity to come from time to time to monitor. Specifically, the objective would be to engage again all stakeholders, listen to them, to find out how they see the peace process, how they are living with the peace process, how they are working towards this national cohesion that is much needed, only not for Sierra Leone but for the rest of the continent.
Special Representative of the UN Secretary General Leonardo Santos Simao and Envoy of the Commonwealth Mbogoli Masaga also urged stakeholders to foster peace and move forward. The Commonwealth Envoy said their role was to render technical assistance at the request of the people of Sierra Leone. He encouraged all parties to meet the expectations of their people and allow peace to be entrenched for Sierra Leone to be an example of a post-war nation. Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation Timothy Kaba told the visiting delegation that President Bio and other stakeholders were fully committed to the implementation of the Tripartite Committee. He noted ongoing parliamentary efforts and cross-party dialogues.
We have seen cross-party visitations. We've seen political leaders in the country meeting and discussing the progress of our country. Parliament is in full functioning. In fact, the government has in fact asked Parliament to come for an important deliberation. If it wasn't the intervention of our international stakeholders and the willingness of the local stakeholders to work together for the progress of our country, we will not have Parliament coming out from recess to respond to the need of government.
The Tripartite Committee, which comprises the government of Sierra Leone, main opposition APC, and international partners, was set up following the 2023 elections to review Sierra Leone electoral laws. Suri Kamara, SLBC News, Freetown.
The Northern Region Women's Network has provided educational support in the form of school learning materials, cash, and mentorship talk to the best performed girls of the 2024 National Primary School Examination (NPSE) from all 7 districts in the northern region. The engagements, which took place at the Tonkolili District Council Hall in Magbroka, attracted various education stakeholders from across the northeast and northwest regions. From Magbroka, Abdul Karim Kano has more.
The award of certificates and presentation of educational materials and cash to the best performed girls at the 2024 National Primary School Examination, or NPSC, attracted pupils, teachers and parents from all 7 districts in the entire northern province. Addressing the gathering at the Tonkolili District Council Hall in Magbroka, President of the Northern Region Women's Network, Madam Aissatou Smith, said the group was launched in 2019 by Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallo with the aim of supporting women and girls' development in the north of Sierra Leone, especially in the area of education. She said the girls are being supported to motivate them to continue to work hard even as they are now in secondary schools. Madam Smith asked the authorities in Tonkolili district to identify 2 schools where the group will provide complete wash facilities, including toilets.
Our main goal is to support, inspire, mentor, educate, develop and network with women and girls from all 7 districts of the north as a means of enhancing their capacities for meaningful participation in the political and socio-economic development of Sierra Leone, as well as improving their livelihoods.
Deputy Director of Education, Tonkolili District, Jibril Albert Sise, commended the Northern Region Women's Network for providing the education support and mentorship talk for the 2024 Best Performed NPSC girls drawn from Falaba, Koinadugu, Potloko, Bombali, Karine, Kambia and Tonkolili districts.
Our sister, this is a Northern Region Women Network 2024 education support and mentorship.
Chairperson of the Tonkolili District Council, Madam Yabom Sise, reaffirmed the group's continued efforts to promote women and girls' empowerment through education.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I remain infinitely grateful to the Northern Region Women's Network for choosing Tonkolili District to host this great event. Thank you very much, my dear sisters. I also want to thank the Northern Region Women's Network for assisting us, for assisting the council during the corona epidemic.
Speaker after speaker, including Madam Aminata Toli, Dr. Frances Fona, and Madam Aminata Mansare, among several others, delivered mentorship talk on various topics to motivate the girls to take education seriously. The group also visited the Magbroka Correctional Center, where they provided sanitary kits to the female prisoners, and the Magbroka Government Hospital Maternity Ward, where they also supported pregnant and breastfeeding mothers, as well as some nurses with sanitary kits.
In a bid to combat school-related gender-based violence, Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and other line ministries and partners have launched the Safe Learning Technical Assistance Initiative. The venture is expected to create a safer learning environment and end discrimination in schools. Mohamed Koma picks up the story.
The alarming rate of gender-based violence in schools was the primary factor that led to the launching of the Safe Learning Technical Assistance Initiative through a national dissemination event held by the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and other line ministries. Through support from Global Partnership Fund for Education, Sierra Leone is among 2 countries that was identified to implement the initiative to end violence in schools.
Our partners, have identified violence in and around school as one of the key factors that actually affect effective learning, participation in learning. So the Global Partnership Fund for Education, a partner that is supporting most of the initiative, through most of the initiative that has been identified in our education sector plan, have identified that violence in and around school, especially school-related gender-based violence, is rampant in our communities.
Several educative sessions from national and international partners were held to present the actual perspective of how gender-based violence has impacted schools. However, it was established that even the pupils who are victims could also serve as perpetrators of violence in schools. The engagement was interactive as pupils present added their voices to the discourse, stressing the essence of a conducive learning environment. For SLBC, Mohamed Kouma reporting.
The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Henry Musa Parker, briefed the press about Feed Salon report held at UE Building. He said Sierra Leone saved about $20 million since the project was launched of importation of rice, eggs, onion and other local produce. He made this disclosure during a press conference held at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security as a way to celebrate the achievement made so far and also commemorate World Food Day. Our reporter Christina Kamara has more.
In an effort to inform the public on the progress made so far, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has held a press conference to catalogue the achievements and progress of the Feed Salon project. The project aimed at reducing the high rate demand of imported produce and also create job opportunity for Sierra Leoneans, especially women and youth. According to the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Henry Musa Parker, Sierra Leone has saved about $20 million of importation of eggs, chicken, rice and onions since the Feed Salon project started. He added that Feed Salon project is a call to action, noting that everyone has a role to play.
The Salon strategy was costing about 1.8 billion. To date, we have over 1 million in pledges, 1 billion in pledges, and some of these pledges are actually coming to fruition right here on the ground. So
he further highlighted that as a ministry, they aim to boost the agricultural sector together with the vision of the President, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, in minimizing the high rate of imported produce into the country.
There's also a call that the President has been making of everybody to stay engaged, and that's very crucial, that everybody has a role to play. It's not only the farmers, but even the guys that buy food. If you're buying food, choose Sierra Leone products. If you choose Sierra Leone products, the farmers will make profits. If they make profits, more people will come in, the production will increase, and that's when the price comes down. And that's when we'll begin to see a lot of the food in the market.
The minister said the first step they took as a ministry was to translate the vision of the President into transformational strategic document, which is now the guiding document for the investment of the agri-food system. The minister also said that this year they gave seeds and fertilizers to farmers on time, adding that all the implementations were being set. The ministry has raised money for the strategic tune of $1.8 billion, and they have raised pledges close to $1 billion, and some of those partners who pledged are now in the country to make sure that the actual activities were being done. SLBC News are in Freetown, Christiana Kamara reporting.
Feasibility studies are critical in project implementation. As such, without well-conducted feasibility, it would be difficult to attract donor support for project implementation. In order to address this challenge, the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development have signed a fiduciary agreement with the Ministries of Energy, Fisheries and Marine Resources, and Communication Technology and Innovation. The agreement will also utilize the trusted expertise and leadership in the various ministries to implement key development projects by the end of the year. Dennis Fraser reports.
The signing ceremony of the fiduciary agreement between MOPED and Ministries of Energy, Fisheries and Marine Resources, and Communication, Technology and Innovation for bankable projects that meets the requirements for the support of financiers. According to the Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Kenema, the signing ceremony provided an opportunity for the government to double down on investment in energy, fisheries, and communication that will result in economic growth.
We probably pushed your ministries a little bit more because we felt that they were priorities as well. And this was not, the selection was not just done by our ministry, but also with the advisor to the President of the State House on economic affairs. So he had a long list. We went through this long list, shortened the list. Unfortunately, he's not even here. But I would like to reiterate the importance of this signing ceremony, and we felt that we needed to have this ceremony because it is a big thing, small amount of money, but a big thing in moving forward.
The beneficiary ministry said that the gratifying initiative was a step in the right direction that will positively impact on the country's economy. They demonstrated their resolve for the implementation and also to leverage on the government's priority that will foster economic development.
For us to add a bankable project which we can, as a ministry, utilize, make use of, to make sure that what we want to do within our ministry come into fruition. I think this is one good thing that is going to happen in the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources.
For us, as I said again, it's really exciting because owing to the past experiences that we've got, particularly with developers, it has not been one that has been very pleasant. Giving the additional context, I think this is going to maybe serve as a game changer.
You see your young kid playing around, looking at they can deliver something, we need to invest in that because we don't know which idea could become the next Facebook, the next Microsoft, the next all these technologies that we use.
The signing ceremony also facilitated the release of funds for the conduct of feasibility study for selected projects in all areas of the government's priorities. For this purpose, Minister Bali acknowledged the input of all parties to the agreement and other relevant stakeholders. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
The National Social Security and Insurance Trust, NASIT, has officially launched its annual Customer Service Week with a series of events aimed at honoring its customers and staff while extending a helping hand to the community. Jonathan Turner reports.
The launch, held with much excitement, highlighted the importance of customer appreciation and service exchange within the organization. One of the notable guests at the event was retired Captain Mafule Bangua, a pensioner who served over 39 years in the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, RSLAF. With a glowing sense of gratitude, retired Captain Bangua shared her experience with NASIT over the years. She expressed deep appreciation for the staff's professionalism and dedication in ensuring that pensioners like her receive timely and consistent support.
You see, we came, they called us, and she gave us our check. We went to the bank, we received our salary. Now, at the end of every month, I don't think only a pensioner who wants to lie. I don't think there's any pensioner who is not receiving his or her salary. I can challenge anyone.
The week-long celebration included various events such as donations to the rainy season orphanage, reaffirming NASIT's commitment to supporting vulnerable groups in society. The donation is a reflection of the organization's dedication to social responsibility. Beyond its core mission of ensuring financial security for the nation's workers. Additionally, the week featured an update day where customers were encouraged to visit NASIT offices to update their personal details, ensuring that their status remains current and their benefits are processed efficiently. This initiative was particularly important for pensioners and contributors alike, as it helps prevent delays in payments and allows NASIT to maintain accurate records. Speaking at the launch, NASIT Director General Mohamed Fouad Dabo emphasized the value of NASIT's customers, referring to them as the organization's greatest assets. He assured the audience that NASIT remains committed to providing timely and reliable benefits to all its members.
For the fact that people are testifying that will make difference in their lives, for the fact that people believe NASIT should be a way of life and we should exist, that makes us proud. I think well in our slogan, NASIT will do what? We care. NASIT we care. It sinks well into that slogan.
To further boost morals and acknowledge exceptional service, certificates were awarded to staff members who have demonstrated efficiency and effectiveness in dealing with customers. The recognition served as a reminder of the vital role the NASIT staff plays in maintaining the organization's reputation for customer care and service delivery. As Customer Service Week progresses, NASIT's efforts to blend customer appreciation with community outreach continue to showcase the organization's commitment to not only serving its members but also contributing to the well-being of Sierra Leonean society as a whole. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
The National Grand Coalition Party, NGC, has held a press briefing to address rumors surrounding the suspension of the previous acting chairman of the party, Jesmed Suma, and the dissolution of the alliance between the party and the Sierra Leone People's Party. The press briefing was held at the party's headquarters at Nimbana Street in Freetown. Here is the report. The National Grand Coalition Party acting chairman and leader Alhaji Amadou Sharif called on media houses to affirm the suspension of the then chairman and leader Jesmed Suma and to clarify rumors pertaining his suspension. He said that the party, being a democratic body which upholds the value of the country's constitution, is also operated by the party's constitution. Acting chairman and leader Alhaji Amadou Sharif told media houses the facts and outcomes of their previous meeting, which was organized and chaired by the then chairman Jesmed Suma on the 5th of October 2024, contrary to rumors stating his absence. According to him, the suspension of Mr. Jesmed Suma was in line with the party's constitution in Section 16, subsection 3, which mandates the National Executive Committee, NEC, to discipline members for any misconduct.
Mr. Kunete stated the following reasons why Mr. Jesmed Suma should be suspended from the party. Number one, for unilaterally suspending two senior party members, Mr. Theophilus Morris, alias DJ Million, and Muhammad Ali Jallo, alias March, without following the constitutional procedures of our party. Number two, for unilaterally increasing the membership registration and subscription fees of our party without the approval of the National Executive Committee and the National Delegate Conference, which is contrary to our party constitution. Number three, denouncing the alliance publicly in the media without the approval of the National Executive Committee and National Delegate Conference, which is considered as anti-party activity, and for also putting our party in disrepute and public ridicule.
For these reasons, according to the acting chairman, is a violation of Section 52, subsection 1 of the party's constitution, resulting to the suspension. He also clarified misinformation on the dissolution of the alliance between the National Grand Coalition, NGC, and the Sierra Leone People's Party, SLPP.
And we entered into alliance through the National Executive Committee and ratified by the delegate conference, the National Delegate Conference. We had agreed. But he went on air and publicly denounced and apologized on behalf of the party for going into alliance with the SLPP. And that was not our agreement. It is on record that our party formally entered into an alliance with the ruling SLPP in which he, Jesmet Suma, was signatory to that particular alliance agreement. Members of the press, this is Mr. Jesmet Suma's signature.
More information on the alliance, he said, will be disclosed on December 14, 2024, during the party's National Delegates Conference, which will be held in Makeni. Executive members of the party also addressed issues of misinformation on the suspension of Jesmet Suma and asked that members of the party and the press continue to foster unity and rebrand the image of credibility of the party. For SLBC News Hour in Freetown, Stella Bangura reporting.
United we stand.
We stand united.
United we stand.
We stand united.
The Lumley to Aberdeen Beach Light, which was officially inaugurated 3 months ago, is already making a significant impact on both security and economy, especially for businesses along the beach. This new development has been a symbol of progress for local safety and economic growth for traders, pedestrians, tourists, and both commercial and private vehicles plying the route. Our intern reporter Esther Bassi compiled this report read in the studios by Cecilia Sisse.
In an effort to enhance both safety and community engagement, the government of Sierra Leone has rolled out the installation of Lumley to Aberdeen Beach Light. This project is set to enhance visibility and security and also stimulate local businesses, thereby attracting more visitors in a safer atmosphere for evening activities, fostering a stronger sense of community engagement. A worker at Freetown Golf Club, Abubakar Saw, said the light has been a good initiative by the government, adding that the safety of the beach has attracted more tourists and customers are coming out feeling safe, enjoying what they have to offer.
The cooking game members make it there for job first at the beach, then 6 to 7.
People feel comfortable to stay till odd hours. Prior to now, people were afraid to jog on the sand because it was unsafe unless they seek guide. We used to hear gunshots, armed robbers attacking people, but all of that are dead and gone.
That's 2 years back, we here and say and shoot person, but right now it's difficult for them to go back.
Amara Sisse, a bike rider, expressed his view in a delightful mood over the inception of the beach light, thereby appreciating the government for an impressive work done.
So I knew to ride this bike here soon. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and I get my pass out. If I want wasted, no possible for that.
Before the inception of these lights, I cannot ride my bike after 9 p.m. Neither could I break to use the restroom. But the coming of these lights has made me to walk until 3 a.m. without any fear. I want to thank the government for this impactful development.
So now all get collapsed because of this lights here. I don't like by you. Now appreciate them back here appreciate.
Santiki Kagbo, youth leader, mentioned that the inception of the beach light has enhanced permanent safety, especially for them who come around to play football and volleyball, adding that it has boosted their level of confidence by staying late with no thought of harmful activities or theft done. As the installation of beach lights from Lumley to Aberdeen progresses, Freetown stands on the edge of a transformative change. This initiative not only enhances safety along our coastline, but also fosters economic growth. With brighter nights ahead, we can expect a re-energized community space that encourages evening activities and promotes a sense of security for all.
Let's move to our business desk.
Business Update, the segment that brings you insight in business and its contribution toward positively impacting the economy. I am Moses Conte. In today's edition, Slbc takes a look at the hiking price of green leaves in various markets in Freetown. Though we are in the raining season, there is an increase of prices of green leaves such as cassava leaf, green and others in the market. Customers and traders across Freetown are grumbling. Aminata Saisei went out to gauge the situation at Kungu Market and files in this report.
Traders and customers in the capital city Freetown are facing increasing challenges due to the increase in the price of cassava leaf, green and green. Traders are saying that the increase in the price is due to the heavy downpour and bad road network. The price increase is also affecting other businesses. Customers say the situation is affecting their choice of source, while traders are complaining of slow sales. Yonken Sise sells cassava leaf at Congo Market.
Cassava leaf, they buy it here for dozen. The red one. The white tea, they buy 150 for dozen. So we try 5,000. We buy 30, 50, 60. For now, that's our business. We try 3,000.
Another trader, Musu Kamara, who sells green and green at Congo Market.
They buy the one side 40, we sell at 50. The water business, the water don't pour all the plantation, so that's how it will come in the stream.
Additionally, a clear contrast now shows that an increment of 25 leones has been added to the price of these local commodities. Business people are calling for a quick intervention that will salvage the situation, fearing that the effects could cripple the entire city's economic activities. Slbc News are in Freetown. Aminata Saisei reporting.
Many thanks to Aminata Saisei for that report. Well, that's all for this edition of Business Updates. I am Moses Conte. Keep watching.
From business, we'll move over for sports update.
Hello and welcome to Sports Update News. I am a presenter, Esther Marie Samoa. In this edition of the Sport News, Sierra Leone beat African champions Ivory Coast in the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers by a goal to nil at the SKD Stadium in Monrovia, Liberia. The 85th minute header from Amadou Bakayoko and the team the milestone feat. Well,
see what happens. Sierra Leone has scored.
The head coach of the team, Amilou Kaim, was happy about the outcome of the match.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. Never mind, we lost 4-0 to them. They are a very strong team, great players, but every match has a different approach. We are approaching differently from what we saw in the last match. We correct our mistakes, then we improve on what we have to get our achievements. We still have a chance, and I'm very optimistic that we qualify in the group stage. But this time now we have 4 points. We are going over to our house in order to come back against.
Congratulations, Leonsters. It was indeed a great feat. But that's it for Sports Updates on this. I have been your presenter, Esther Marie Samoa, saying goodbye. Keep watching TSLBC.
Many thanks to our sports desk. To end the news, the main points again. The Sierra Leone Standards Bureau and partners have concluded a conference to commemorate World Standards Day on the theme Achieving Industry Innovation and Infrastructure Through Artificial Intelligence, Our Shared Vision for a Better World. And the Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Josephine Kamara, has said that since assumption to the office, the corporation has been enjoying a very fair and free operation and ensuring a pluralistic airspace. Madam Kamara made this disclosure during the Ministry of Information weekly press briefing in Freetown. Well, that's how we end this edition of News Hour from the SLBC. I am Stella Bangura. Goodbye.
me. For can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want more than
say you want for go na street. Because the last EDSA credit wey me buy na here Activism wey I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what he say.
He say buy Q power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
Easy?
But I no get QCell money.
Na make am sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It will be one day na salute.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try am.
Hey! Nice one!
Yes, use the QCell top up and buy EDSA Lite anytime, anytime. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell. Salute Pride.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
We decided to leave Liberia on Independence Day and head to the neighboring country, Sierra Leone. We paid about $30 for a 5-hour trip, and even though it was expensive, we were sort of happy to pay because the driver was willing to handle and pay all that's needed to be paid at the border. It relieved us the stress of interfacing with immigration officers as well as police and military men on the road.
When I might get out of the door, I might step into the bar. Then one of you will go to front. That officer. Yeah. If you will come down. Yeah, when you come down, then you say, we don't want you to be Freetown.
Well, we're taking off Freetown before we pay money, right?
Or we go, or we to the Bolo. I will collect my money for the podcast.
So you buy you
Yeah.
Simple. But you don't claim money to cross, you don't claim money.
Wait. From Freetown, are you transferring us to another car? That's not me. The money paying is small. The 25 small. You have 40 that no, we say 25. Now we say. So when you pay the 25, I give you Freetown, I go. The second city. Then I will transfer here another car. You will pay that car. I don't want to pay. Give me 25.
Before that transfer, you need to pay for the bonus.
I'm not paying for it. But I tell you that I'm going to pay for the stamping. I don't want that to be from the flower.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I reach it.
Why? You know he.
I asked somebody, he said to cross. No, I got money about 25. Get problem. I got only 25.
No problem. You will not give him to a crowd.
No problem.
Go there. You get.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're heading to Freetown, Sierra Leone. We got to Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone, in the thick of the night, and when it was morning, we headed to a small town outside of Freetown, where we'll be staying for some days. So guys, I'm currently in Freetown, Sierra Leone. We're actually going to a town called Lunge, which is where the country's airport is located. And you can't get there without using a ferry. So we're going to use a ferry to cross the water to the other side, which is called Tagrin, and then take a bike to Lunge. So guys, we have to take a ferry, a 45-minute ferry from Freetown to a place called Lungi or something like that. To a place called Lungi. I say that they transact Western Union well for this town. And they see the signboard, they blue normal shop they run up. Oh, I prefer by green.
If I can come with a green, I'll call you again.
So guys, that's the ferry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Maggie. This is what the ferry looks like. We paid 27 leos each to use the ferry. The ferry is usually packed with people and cars. Guys, sorry. On the ferry.
This is the first I paid for it. I better go.
without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it made I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
join the Love Factor team
every Sunday 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is the show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
In the year 401 BC, at the height of the period known as the Greek Golden Age, a Persian prince named Cyrus the Younger was fighting a bitter civil war against his brother and was trying to seize the throne of Persia. To help him in this fight, he hired a mercenary army of mostly Greek soldiers, 10,000 men who traveled the long road to Persia to fight on his behalf. Among them was the Greek writer and adventurer named Xenophon, and he later wrote about this expedition in his work entitled Anabasis. Xenophon and his companions met the enemy Persian army at the Battle of Cunaxa, on the banks of the Euphrates River, and they gave the Persian prince Cyrus value for his money. The Greek heavy troops beat the Persians back and delivered a victory for the man who had hired them. But when the dust of battle had cleared, they heard the bad news. Cyrus the Younger had been killed, apparently knocked from his horse by a young common soldier. His claim to the throne of Persia had died with him, and the war was over. For the Greeks, this must have been heartbreaking. Their long journey, the victorious battle, and all their sacrifices had been for nothing. Their general had also been killed, and all of their senior commanders captured, leaving them without a leader and stranded in the middle of a foreign land. Now Xenophon and what remained of his 10,000 men had to find their way home to Greece. They knew that their only route was to reach the Black Sea, which lay across the wide deserts of what is today Iraq. They were terrified. They had few supplies, and the enemy army was already pursuing them close behind. They hastily elected some leaders from among them, and Xenophon was one of them. He told his men to throw away everything they carried, shedding weight in order to outrun their enemies, and so they pelted across the deserts and the fertile river lands dotted with date palms, following the course of the river Tigris north. And it's while they fled in this manner that they stumbled upon something that must have made them stop in their tracks. It was the enormous, crumbling ruin of a city, completely deserted, and full of the vast ruins of ancient buildings. This city was larger than anything Xenophon had seen back home in Greece, and later he wrote about this discovery in his work Anabasis.
Kai hoi men polemioi, ho to praxantes apelthon, hoi de Hellenes asphalos porevomenoi.
The Greeks continued their march unmolested through the remainder of the day, arrived at the Tigris River. Here was a large, deserted city. Its wall was 25 feet in breadth, 100 in height. The whole circuit of the wall was 11 kilometers. It was built of clay bricks, rested upon a stone foundation 6 meters high. Nearby this city was a pyramid of stone, a plethrum in breadth, and 2 plethra in height. And upon this pyramid were many barbarians who had fled away from the neighboring villages.
Hypsos dioplethron epitautes, polloiton barbaron esanekton plesion komon apopepheogotes.
But Xenophon didn't have time to linger. The pursuing Persians were right behind them, and he couldn't spare any time to explore the ruins. They dashed onwards, following the river north. But then, only a day or 2 later, the Greeks came across another ruin, this one even larger and more impressive, surrounded by an enormous series of crumbling walls.
Enteuthen de poreuthes an stathmon, henna parasagas, hex prostekos eremon, mega.
The Greeks marched 34 kilometers to a great stronghold, deserted and lying in ruins. The foundation of its wall was made of polished stone, full of shells. It was 15 meters in breadth and 15 in height. Upon this foundation was built a wall of brick, 15 meters in breadth and 30 meters in height, and the circuit of the wall was 30 kilometers.
Once again, they had no time to stop, but it's clear that the sight of these lonely, crumbling ruins affected Xenophon. For days afterwards, he asked any local people he encountered who had built such enormous constructions, all alone out there in the desert. No one he spoke to could tell him anything, and it seemed no one even knew the names of these great cities. Some people thought they might have been built by the Medes, a people who now occupied the area. Others told fantastical stories about the gods bringing down fire and thunder to destroy these ancient walls, killing everyone who had once lived within them. Today, we do know the names of these cities, and it's thought that Xenophon, at the end of the 5th century BC, was the earliest person to stumble upon them and write an account. These were the cities of Nimrud and Nineveh. At the time when Xenophon stumbled across these ruins, nearly 2.5 millennia ago, the first stones of the Parthenon in Athens had been laid only 50 years earlier. The Colosseum in Rome would not be built for another 500 years. But the city of Nineveh had already been an ancient ruin for more than 2 centuries. This mighty city had flourished, boomed into a towering capital, home to hundreds of thousands of people. It had given birth to some of the ancient world's most beautiful art and architecture, and then, all at once, fallen into dust. Xenophon and his men did eventually return to Greece, and when he wrote his memoirs, he gives special attention to those moments, when he looked out over the sand-blasted desert, the grasses sprouting between the crumbling bricks, as the wind battered his hair and tugged at his clothes. In those moments, Xenophon must have asked himself, who were these people who built such vast cities out here in the desert? How could such a great metropolis vanish so completely beneath the sands? And if so many people had once lived there, what in all the world could have happened to them? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at one of the most remarkable ancient civilizations, the society known today as the Assyrian Empire. I want to explore how the Assyrians built their empire out of the ashes of the Bronze Age, and built an empire of iron that lasted for centuries. I want to show how they expanded and developed to become perhaps the world's first military superpower, as well as fostering an extraordinary flourishing of art and learning. And finally, I want to tell the story of what happened to cause their final, devastating collapse. In this episode, we return for the first time to a setting that we've seen before, in episode 8 on the Sumerians. These are the arid desert lands of Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is a vast floodplain. For millions of years, its lands have been watered by two great rivers, the river Tigris and the river Euphrates. These great watercourses flow south from the mountains of Turkey and bring enormous quantities of silt down with them. If we were to soar high above the Earth's surface, we would see these two rivers as vivid lines of green snaking through the dusty land. The rivers Tigris and Euphrates form one arm of a geographical feature that has come to be known as the Fertile Crescent. This is an area of land roughly in the shape of a half moon that runs from the marshlands of southern Iraq, north up the silt-rich rivers, then west to the humid coast of Syria. The Fertile Crescent continues south through the mountainous lands of Lebanon, down the Mediterranean coast of modern Israel and into Egypt, watered by the River Nile and its rich delta. Surrounded by high, treacherous mountains to the north and east, bounded by the Mediterranean Sea in the west, and the impassable deserts of Arabia to the south, this sweeping corridor created the environment where some of the world's first great societies rose up. To us, the Assyrian Empire feels like a relic of the impossibly distant past. But it's worth reminding ourselves that for them, their world was already ancient. The earliest settlements in this region like the ones found at Göbekli Tepe and Çatalhöyük, are truly ancient, each between 12 and 9,000 years old. They are some of the first evidence we have of humans living in large societies after the end of the Ice Age. But the Assyrians also had an incredibly rich awareness of their own ancient history and the cultural roots of their society. Since the invention of writing by the Sumerians, around the year 3200 BC, humans had been passing their knowledge down from generation to generation, and it's hard to overstate just how powerful this was. The Assyrians held on to the memory of several of the great kings of the Sumerian age, revering them as semi-mythical heroes. Among these was the legendary hero Gilgamesh, who slayed monsters and went on a quest to find the secret of eternal life. And they still told stories about the Akkadian king Sargon the Great, who, for the later Assyrians, had lived nearly 2 millennia in the past. For them, Sargon was about as distant in the past as Julius Caesar is for us. But his name was still on their lips. They still told stories about him, wrote about him, and drew inspiration from him, as this Middle Assyrian text called Sargon the King of Battle demonstrates.
While Sargon dwelt in the land, his heroes with him, 12 he chose. He brought his army across the fir tree land. He conquered the cedar mountain. He took for his weapon the lightning bolt of his god.
Like the Sumerians before them, the Assyrians saw the ruins of ancient cities scattering their landscape and developed stories to explain how they got there. They believed that a great flood had once washed over the world, and that these ruined heaps of stone and brick were a remnant of this destructive ancient event. So I think it's worth reminding ourselves right at the outset that the Assyrians did not think of themselves as we might think of them, as an early culture at the dawn of human history, but as a people on the cutting edge of human progress, the product of a long and ancient line, and the culmination of all that humanity was capable of. Since the fall of the Sumerian Empire, the language of Akkadian had become the region's most common tongue, replacing the old Sumerian language. And the cities that had once formed part of the Sumerian empires had broken away. They were now a loose constellation of independent city-states, dotted up and down the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. Each city had their own king, their own army, and their own god. As we saw in episode 8, for much of the region's early history, the Akkadians had been something of a junior partner to their Sumerian cousins. But now, with the collapse of Sumer, the Akkadian cities of the north were finally free, and they set out on their own journeys. One of these cities was the city of Ashur. Ashur was occupied from at least the year 2500 BC. It was founded at the height of Sumerian rule, on a bank of the river Tigris in northern Iraq, about halfway between the modern cities of Tikrit and Mosul. Ashur was probably an early trading city. It would have been a town of tents and houses built from river clay, thatched with reeds. The smells of cattle and wood smoke would have drifted through its muddy streets. The sounds of people and the fluttering of the leaves of date palms, perhaps already the first canals being dug towards
It's a pleasant good morning and welcome to your breakfast program, Good Morning Sierra Leone Live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television channel 31 and on our social media platform, streaming platform. We're also live on Facebook at Slbc Tv Live. Today happens to be Tuesday, 15th day of October 2024. Remember, this program starts today with analysis and divergence of news and current affairs happens in the country. We are your presenters. I am Dennis Freetown.
Francis Bernard is my name, and our quote of the day is a wise word, and it says, "If you dream too much, you will forget reality."
Easily. And of course, I believe this should not be taken literally. I believe what this is essentially trying to say. If you are so ambitious, you cannot, can't take a glimpse of reality, don't you feel?
Sure.
And I'm sure you might be wondering why you're seeing me in my school earlier this morning.
Well, in the program this morning, today is World Cane Day. We shall be finding out the significance of white cane.
Freetown City Council concludes feasibility study for a cable car system in the city.
And Education Ministries conclude midterm review of education sector plan. These stories plus more, including your traffic day updates and a review of the front pages of our local tablet, will be part of this program for the next hour. We invite you to be part of the program by sending your comments and views to the number on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and as always, we always encourage your views and comments on the issues we discuss here. Therefore, you are encouraged to send your messages to the number on your screen, or you follow us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live, and on all other social media handles. We now usher in our guests, and we start with the Ministries of Technical and Higher Education and Basic and Senior Secondary Education, as they have concluded a midterm review of the education sector plan. The document, which is geared towards guiding the education system in the country, was launched in 2022 and will end in 2026. The coordinator of Civil Rights Coalition, Alfonso Mali, participated in the review process, and he's here with us in the studios. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Alfonso. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this huge document that is set to shape the educational landscape in a country. Let's talk about it. You have been part of the review process. Tell us some of the things you learned about this new document that you people are putting together.
Thank you very much. I was also part of the team that developed this document. Of course, the education is a one sector, but because of service delivery, we have two ministries, which is the Ministry of Basic Education, responsible for pre-primary, primary, and secondary education. We also have the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, TVET and universities. Right. So because of the service delivery, we have two ministries. So one ministry will focus on the basic, and another one will focus on technical and higher education. Now, this document normally spans for 5 years, but before we develop the plan, because it's a product of several documents, it's a product also of the education sector analysis. Now, what is the education sector analysis? It's a process wherein you do promoting in the entire education sector. What is going right, what is not going right, how do you want to go? It's a promoting. And to provide solution to this education sector analysis finding, we develop what is called the education sector plan. In this one, it spans for 5 years, 2022 to 2026, with the theme Transforming Learning for All, with 9 core objectives. And those 9 core objectives aim the review process, we look at key indicators and we measure performance.
So now let's look at some of these key indicators you're talking about.
I would just want to run through some of the objectives, so put this into context.
Okay, go ahead.
Good. Now, the first one says strengthen instructional core. Instructional core is the curriculum from pre-primary up to tertiary level. Now, in the Ministry of Basic Education, for over 30 years, we do not have a curriculum, that's a guide on how we teach subjects. We only have exam syllabus. And some of this exam syllabus is being copied from Nigeria. They are using their own syllabus. So in the ministry, the process was led by the Chief Education Officer for Basic Education. We now have curriculum from pre-primary to senior secondary. But the gap we identified during this review is key. It's over 76.
So, man, we like how we can say, who come is a correct man. Also,
cannot teach new subjects in this curriculum because now we have 5 streams, no longer 3 streams. We have the art and entertainment and also. So they have not been trained properly to grasp this curriculum, to deliver this curriculum. It's a huge gap. 2026 will not be examined by this correct curriculum, which is 3 streams. In 2026, we are expected to roll out a new curriculum. That's one. 2, when you say recruit, retrain, and support excellent educators, we talk of in and pre-service training for educators, which include teachers.
Capacity building.
Yes. Now, when you recruit them, they are in the school. On periodic basis, they should receive in-service training, especially with regards to the pedagogy, the method in which you teach, to ensure when you are in the classroom, you teach with a lesson plan, you have a scheme of work, and you follow through in terms of classroom management, so you bring innovation in teaching. So this is what the second objective is also. Okay, now you have to reduce gender and other disparity in education access, experience, and outcome. You can agree with me. For the past 4 or 5 exams, the girl child, I think proud of you also, Francis, you have been leading the girl child. We also look at objective 7, which is so key, and I want to dwell on objective 7 and objective 9. Eliminate all forms of corruption in education.
That is where we have examination malpractices.
Yes, in this document, it actually explains forms of education malpractices ranging from examination malpractice, extortion of parents, sex for grading, both the basic and higher education. It's clearly spelled out in this document. Now, we have the use of data and technology to aid the ministry to eliminate corruption in education. One of the success we have in this plan, for instance, this current was going to have in 2025, the process have started. Before now, you will submit Becker results to the ministry. The ministry will check those results manually. Well, it's 100,000, 200,000 candidates. It will be checked manually. And in checking them manually, people who have not passed Becker have been writing the WAS examination, which is contrary to the Education Act 2023. Before you write the WAS examination, you must have passed 5 core subjects, your Becker examination, including English or mathematics. So to tackle that issue of corruption, the ministry brought in technology. So now when you send in the results, WAEC will also forward soft copy to the ministry. They will match them. So the ministry find out that one index number or one code, they will use it for 80-90 kids because that index number passed the Becker exam. So they will shift at them. So when you combine the issue of eliminating corruption and the use of technology, the ministry is doing excellently well in that direction. So this is why they will come and complain, hey, open TASWA. No, because we are now using technology. Right. You will not bring in those candidates that are not eligible to write the examination. So what we did...
Alfonso, before you make a point, I've been listening to you with very rapt attention as you make those building blocks that are really the foundation for sustainable learning in the community. But from the sector plan you outlined, it's like premium has been placed more on basic education more than you talk about technical or higher education. But not also to dispute the fact that you're going to clarify that. What I wanted to know is, I'm talking about corruption in education. What are some of the mechanisms that we are really pinpointed in that sector plan?
Thank you very much. Let me answer the first question. Good. In my statement, I think you got it from my statement because SLBC was present. I stated very clearly that the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education doesn't seem to be following this plan. And if you look at this plan, the forward, right, in this plan was signed by 2 ministers. Dr. David Moina Senge, who is now the Chief Minister, and the former Minister, Dr. Alpha Etiwuri. All of this objective we have here should cut across. I notice that the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education have their own plans, the way they do things. And I stated it very clearly. I said, it is wrong. You know, we have the basket fund in tune to about 90 or $100 million now, the FEPS project, which is supporting this plan excellently well. I will dwell on that. Now, if you want to garner support for education when you move out of this country, you don't need to explain. What you need to do is to present the plan. Because this plan also is well costed. Right, is to present the plan. So I think the very good ideas the current minister have, Minister Wuri, who is a very proactive woman, he has very beautiful plan, but we must factor them in here for her to get support. Because donors only recognized what is in the education plan for them to support. So in answering your question, let me just answer it that way. Now, you asked about eliminating corruption in education. What does the document say about it? In this document, they cited the Teacher Code of Conduct. In the Teacher Code of Conduct, we have 7 principles in the Teacher Code of Conduct that's supposed to guide the morals of teachers, how they conduct themselves in and out of the classroom. But I am telling you, my brother, in this document, it's also referring that the ACC should actually engage community for them to have knowledge about the Teacher Code of Conduct. But if you go back to the education sector analysis, look at the prevalence of corruption in the education sector, that document alone cannot provide solution to eliminating corruption in education, because that particular document deals with code and conduct of teachers. And teachers are not the only one in the education sector. You have the Ministry of Finance, because in this document it also tells you that this ministry needs to collaborate with other ministry to ensure they achieve this. The Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Social Welfare, Gender, the Ministry of Health, all of these ministries.
But maybe what might be tempted to say is because the teachers play the greatest responsibility, as in so far as nurturing the kids are concerned. Maybe that's why premium was placed upon them. But I believe you are part of this engagement. As civil society space, you make your inputs, and of course those can be guarded and can be added into the document.
Yes. So this is why the ministry, for instance, what they are now doing in terms of admission, it was marred by corruption in schools. So this past admission, the Honorable Minister thought it fit and team that they should have an admission committee at school level, to minimize the excesses of some principals in schools. And this a committee comprised of the Parliamentary Committee of Basic Education. They have their representative, the local council, civil society, the CPSS, also the past PPs. They are also,
and of course, civil society.
Yeah, of course. When you have this team of people sits on admission, it minimizes discretion or corruption. You follow those processes laid down by the Ministry of Basic Education. So this is how the ministry is now fighting corruption, extending branch and partnering, because you also have a very, very key objective, which is objective 5, talking about strengthening governance, management, accountability, and performance, which is key in terms of education governance. So in reviewing or looking at the midterm review of this document, we first of all have to recognize that this document was costed, and I want to state those costs clearly. This education sector plan was costed for 5 years, 10.6 trillion.
Okay.
Now, in terms of dollar, it is 935 million US dollars at a rate at that time, which is the dollar was at 1,339. Now the dollar is 2.4 thousand. Right. On yearly basis, government should spend on education 2.1 trillion. In terms of US dollar, 194. This is why the Free Education Project Secretariat was created. Okay. That secretariat had 4 components: teacher management, strengthening policy, and all the rest of it. Majority of the supports, the ministry, or majority of the program being implemented in this one, they've got the support from Free Education Project. Oh. The building of classroom, the support of the Best Teacher Award, the training of teachers, the recruitment, the support of ICT in the ministry. Okay. Most of them is coming from the Free Education Project. You also have UNICEF. You also have Save the Children. Okay. You also have BRAC. All that donor that is supporting the education sector.
Thank you very much indeed. This is Afonso Mali, National Coordinator, Civil Rights Coalition. We're going to have more on that, and especially other very key components in that sector plan is finding about in the program this morning. But we want to move away from education a bit, and we want to discuss on the White Cane Day, which is actually today. The day is celebrated to achievements of people who are blind or visually impaired, and the important symbol of blindness and tool of independence, the white cane. The theme for this year's celebration is promoting inclusion, celebrating abilities, and advocating access for people. To further the discussion on the importance of White Cane Day in the program this morning, we've been joined by the Acting Director, Sierra Leone Association of the Blind, Kabaka Noah. Good morning, Mr. Noah. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's indeed a pleasure to have you on the program this morning.
Thank you.
Aside from all I've explained about this all-important day, what more can you tell our viewers as a significant component of this day?
Well, I mean, you've just summed up everything about the day itself, that it is a day blind people around the world come together to observe in view of the issues relating to blindness, and obviously the unifying factor, the unifying symbol of the white cane. The white cane, as you see me hold, is a tool, mobility tool, that enables blind people to navigate their environment relatively independently. Okay. And this cane is what we observe or we celebrate around the world. And since this is what blind people use around the world, so the day has been coined the International White Cane Safety Day, because this is what today every blind person around the world should be using or uses in their daily life to kind of interact with the environment around them. So that this is the white cane. And the white cane, as you see, is quite convenient, but it is very expensive. It is not easy to access for blind people who are mostly unemployed, and more so in rural communities and even in urban cities. So the white cane is very expensive, it's not easily accessible. So, but the cane itself is used to kind of help enable blind people to access services. Because for you to move around by yourself when you want to, I mean, enables you to kind of determine the services you want, when you want it, and how much of it you want, and where to get it. And this is why the white cane is very common among blind people around the world.
All right, Mr. Nora, before talking about some of the challenges, I mean, you faced in acquiring the white cane, kindly talk to us on some of its features, because this all-important companion that takes one around, let me guide you to get to wherever you want to go and ease your movements around. What are some of its features that makes movements so easy?
Well, as you see this, of course, the white cane varies from the individual. It depends on the I don't want to say status, but the economic power of the individual, blind individual. You have electronic white canes, but this is a conventional white cane. It has no electronic chip, but just by using this in the more professional way, you can know what lies ahead of you as a blind person, because it is ahead of you and it touches what object is ahead. And for instance, as I touch this now, I know exactly. And if I move this way, and I know that it's clear. It's clear, or there is a chair this way, and this might be a table, and therefore there is a gap between the table and the chair, and I can easily move within the chair and the table without touching any of the two. So that's what the cane helps you to do. And this is what also helps to move even on the streets of a country. Those streets that are well laid out, well planned though, because for a blind person to move around the streets of Freetown, for instance, it's almost like a suicidal mission. So because you are going to encounter different obstacles, and most of which may not even be surmountable. You may have traders there, you may have vehicles parked along the sidewalks, you may have some of the sidewalks that are poorly done. So that's why it's not easy for you to find us, to see us blind people move around with white cane by ourselves. If I go to countries like Liberia at some point, or in some places like Wilkinson Road, where you have better sidewalks in some cases, of course, some of them are now broken, you can never predict what you meet along the route.
So, Mr. Noah, now that you have said it's expensive, and it's really difficult to see the white cane, blind people using the blind cane, the white cane in Sierra Leone, how is it possible for you to sensitize the public about the importance of the white cane, that if you see the white cane, you know this is a blind person and you have to, if there is a way, you should help out. And also, how is it possible for all to get this white cane? You said it's expensive.
That's a very good question. How easy is our public education without the white cane being so common? That is a very good question. Indeed, there are white canes. Many of us use the white canes, but we cannot just we don't easily use the white cane on the streets alone because of the challenges I have just been describing. The streets are made for people like you who are sighted, who are non-disabled, and even for some of you, I hear several times, some of you even, get your scraps moving around some of the sidewalks. And so if that happens to you, just know that it is now more or less like a suicidal mission for people who are blind. But we are trying to sensitize the communities about white cane, and this is very common up country. And in up country, the rural communities are better laid out. Some of them are natural scenes that blind people move around from village to village using the white cane. So it's easy to sensitize in those areas where the white canes are quite easily available. But for us here, our sensitization has been mostly limited to like the radio, the television, or in our own areas where we live, in our offices, in our schools, where we are. That is where we limit the sensitization, because if we do not do that now, nobody would even hear about the white cane. But it is expensive, yes, of course, and most of the canes we have are donations. We are happy to really announce and to acknowledge the support of the Ministry of Health, which for the past 3 years now has been donating white canes, and they've now donated out about more than 650 white canes to blind people in this country. They are the very first government agency that has done so to blind people in this country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noah. Continue to stay with us. We'll definitely come back to you to talk about
activities, if any, lined up for this year's celebration. Now we continue with the program and we go to something else. The Freetown City Council has concluded a feasibility study for a cable car system in the city. The study, funded by the C40 Cities Finance Facility, was conducted over a period of 24 months in collaboration with German International Corporation GIZ and the Freetown City Council. The proposed cable car system aims to transform Freetown, improve the quality of life for citizens and promote sustainable urban mobility. Well, in the studios this morning we have engineer Simon Johnson. He is the senior project advisor, Freetown Cable Car Project. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, first of all, you need to let the public know what this Freetown, this cable car system is.
How is it going to work?
You need to let us know.
Okay. Just picture a cable car is a system that has stations that allows people to board the cable cars. Then upon the cable car leaving the station, it has towers. Look at it like these electricity towers that you see that carry power lines. Yeah, power lines. Yes, these power poles, these big ones like the Bumbuna transmission lines. Yes, but it is more sturdy and more robust. So you have like a line coming from the station at ground level or at a height that the car will be attached to. So the car will follow that line, climb up to the height of the tower, and move from tower to tower along those lines. That is how the cable car works. And when it wants to go to the next station, it comes down again to ground level or at the station level.
You drop passengers.
Drops passengers and picks up. But you have multiple cars, not just one car. You have like every maybe 5 seconds of 1 minute, there's a car coming at the station. For this project, we have about 150 cars that will be attached to the whole project. So that's how the cable car, that's how
this sounds
very much interesting.
Interesting and complex. And with the issue of traffic in Freetown, I think that's a very good one, if only you guys are able to implement it effectively. So now that you've launched it, when are we going to start? When will we start seeing these cars moving around?
Okay, before we get to that point, it's nice for us to know why we need a cable car in the first place. Yes, as you mentioned, traffic in Freetown. We know that because of traffic, if you increase more vehicles, you cause more traffic, because we have limited roads in the country, except you widen the roads. And if you decide to widen the roads, you have to break houses, affect people's property. So that's why Freetown City Council, in connection with C40's finance facility, sought to look at a way of providing additional transportation for people with minimal adverse effect to the environment, the built environment as it is. And the cable car, using it as a mass transit system, that is using the cable car to carry multiple passengers per hour. This one is designed to carry 2,000 passengers per hour, operating for 16 hours a day. Wow. So if every hour it carries 2,000 passengers operating for 16 hours a day, it carries over 30-something thousand passengers.
I can only imagine.
Yes. So, and we do not have that amount of vehicle carrying that amount of passengers within that short period of time in the country. And it has no traffic, because it's operating way above traffic, 20 meters above, 30 meters above, way above traffic. And you have, it's efficient because it carries 2,000 passengers per hour. It is clean in terms of carbon emission, because it's going to be primarily run on renewable energy, battery powered, solar powered, and it is going to be affordable. As per our analysis for now, it's going to cost like 9 leons to 16 leons to use the cable car, depending on the station that you're going to come down at. And also, it's going to be very reliable, because there's no traffic jam using the cable car. Currently, We have, yeah, it is safety. Yeah.
We are safety to safety.
Engineer Simon, you see, if one of our guests is becoming so anxious to know how is really this going to work, because you're talking about the airspace. For instance, we were joking about this the other day. You know, I'm only seeing those overseas kind of setup where you see, cars like in the air moving from one point to another. So you see, you did your visibility studies and you assess the landscape of Freetown.
Yes.
And you see how congested Freetown is. Yes. And how is this really going to work? Out of my mind, I'm beginning to imagine, is this some kind of a miracle?
Reality?
How will this come to reality?
Yes, that's why we did a feasibility study.
Okay.
We didn't just come and say we're going to do a project. You know, when you do a feasibility study, the feasibility study will speak to what is possible and how to make it possible. And this feasibility study has shown that the cable car pilot route that we are looking at, which is from Ferry Junction to the CBD, that is, we have 5 stations. 1 is at Ferry Junction, 2 is at where the Hillside Bypass Road meets Blackhall Road. That's where we will have the 2nd station. The 3rd station is going to be along the Hillside Bypass Road by Will Street Junction to connect the mountain people.
Okay.
And the 3rd station is going to be around Eastern Police Abacha Street area, so that will cater for market women who are business people who are along that route. Then the final station will be at Government Wharf Ferry Terminal. That is the final station for this pilot route. Freetown City Council, after this pilot route, if we are successfully able to implement it, has 2 additional routes. The other route will be the western route that will connect the CBD Government Wharf all the way to Lumley, passing through the National Stadium. And there's another route that is going to be the pilot route that will connect the mountain villages, Fuabe College, Leicester, Douazak, and go back to Stadium. So that is the whole network of cable car that is envisaged.
You're becoming too bored.
Yes. Yes, but for now we are concentrating. The feasibility study was for the pilot route, which is the Government Wharf to Ferry Junction.
So, engineer, this sounds very complex, but I know with technology you definitely be able to do it. However, one of our guests was just talking about safety. Safety is a concern, and I don't want to be in the air.
Yeah,
and then there is
maintenance. Road transportation is not safe here. We're talking about air transportation.
However, we go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll definitely continue to talk to Mr. Johnson. We'll talk about the safety and the significance of getting this cable car in the city.
Affordability as well.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base. Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and it's coming to you live from Broadcasting House at New England Field. We are discussing issues of national concern, and in the studio this morning we have Alfonso Manley. He is here to talk on the education sector plan, and also we have Mr. Johnson talking about the cable car, and Mr. Noah is here to talk about the importance of white cane. We now go for update for traffic, and for that we join studio 2.
I am present
presently at Joe Junction, as of where I'm standing, it's a roundabout to Grafton Regent Highway, Freetown Highway, and also Waterloo Highway. As you can see, the traffic is coming from the Waterloo Highway. People are rushing, going about their own businesses. Some are taking their children to schools. Some are doing their businesses. Some are rushing to go to their business places. As of where the camera is facing is the Waterloo Highway. Children are going to school. There are so many people out here rushing and running to go to their different business places. Some are going to work. Some are taking their children to school. There is a little bit traffic. Police officers are doing their best, trying to control the traffic, and also
many thanks to our very own Aminata Sanse for putting that traffic updates together. She was actually around Joe Junction axis, and today seems to be a little less congested because that place it can be something else sometimes, but that is all for traffic updates today. So quickly move over to again to our studio guest. Now over to you, Alfonso Mali. You throughout the review of the sector plan, you identify some grey areas, some gaps and challenges in the sector plan that needs to be addressed. You might take us through and how you intend surmounting those.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, in both ministries, there are structure that they should leverage on for the proper implementation of the education sector plan that spans for 5 years, taking into consideration the theme and the 9 core objectives. Now, we should have what is called education, now the ESP coordinating and information sharing group.
Okay.
This is where you share relevant information between and among those 2 ministries, including your partners. I don't think this is happening because in the review, we clearly identify gaps in terms of coordination. For instance, the day we are having the joint sector review, they are also having a very, very important program in the same ministry looking at gender. I don't think that is right. When we are reviewing the education sector plan, there should be no other activity within the education sector. All should focus on that. And secondly, we should also have what is called intergovernment collaboration and support, that should go beyond the 2 ministries, wherein the Ministry of Finance comes in to give support, paying of subsidy, which they have not done. They've not even paid last term subsidy. This is the new academic year. How do you expect schools to run? You have not paid subsidy. How do you expect parents not to be exploited? You have not even paid 3rd term subsidy for last academic year.
And speaking of that, sorry,
and this is where we came with the suggestion.
This forgive me for butting in, Alfonso. Speaking about that, talking about the interministerial support for, the sector plan, is it that maybe one might be thinking out loud that maybe the priority has been shifted a little bit to agriculture? Maybe that's why, the ministries of finance especially is dragging feet in supporting, the education.
It's not priority shifted.
Okay.
We don't want to be consistent in what we do. We don't want to follow what we have laid down to do in the sector. If we receive support to develop this kind of beautiful document, we must implement this document to the latter. So it's the consistency. For instance, our own suggestion, because when it comes to principal running their schools, managing their schools, you also have school boards. If you do not send subsidy to schools, how do you expect those teachers, without being called, to be given honorarium? So which means for the past 6 months, they've gone without that support. Auxiliary staff in school, which are very, very important. Very, very important. Because the second guiding principle of this free quality education is comprehensive safety. Ensure the land and environment that is conducive and free from all form of abuse. And auxiliary staff play a very key role to ensure the environment is conducive. It means for the past 6 months, they've gone without salary. Another important issue also, the Education Development Partners Group should be meeting. That is not happening. This is where they compare notes. What Save the Children is doing, what UNICEF is doing, what BRAC is doing. So we do not have duplication.
So Alfonso, how do you know it's not happening?
I'm part of the sector. I have MOU with the Ministry of Basic Education. I am part of the sector.
Alfonso is education.
Right. So let me say this now. It's not happening because.
So have you reminded them?
Yeah, this is what I'm discussing the outcome of the review. This is why I'm here.
Okay.
Right. So what we have discussed, we noticed in the first place that no sooner the minister signed the annual work plan of some of these development partners, they go and implement what they want, because the ministry don't have that kind of capacity to track them. Because in the ministry itself, that's the ministry where you have printer, there will be no ink in the printer and paper.
All right, quickly. So
it's a huge challenge.
Let's go quickly.
And secondly, we have what is called the Interministerial Committee, which is supposed to be chaired by His Excellency the President. Since the implementation of this free quality, they only met twice. And this is the 6th year in implementation. They should be meeting every quarter. This is where the Minister of Education will sit, Minister of Finance sits, and the Minister will explain the implication to the President of you not paying fee subsidies on time. It will also explain the implication of government owing WAEC too much of money. It will also explain the implication of having teachers in the classroom for several years without PIN code.
But it
will explain.
It's not so contingent only for education. It covers all.
No, this is one is for education. Okay. It's in the education sector plan.
Okay.
Right. So when we're looking at those, when we are tracking those key performance indicators, where we got actual figures to say if you are going to give 800 teachers PIN code, in this year is this year that, we track them. How have you achieved that? In terms of access, it's a huge success. Comprehensive safety, radical inclusion, it's a huge challenge in the education sector. How do you expect children to learn in a classroom without no ceiling, no doors, makeshift structure? How do you expect them to learn? How you put in a document to say special needs should have medical facility, those pregnant girls should have special care in schools? It's not there. It's not happening.
So do you think with the just published WAS result, do you think this is responsible where from the first 20 performers in the country, I think we only have St. Edward's Secondary School, which is a government assisted school. The rest is from private school. Even the top 20 schools, the top 14 schools in the country, there is no government school among them. Do you think this is responsible for that?
Yeah, maybe these are the
yes. This problem was identified when we had the education sector analysis. Early reading, Gravis EGRA and EGMA, mathematics and English. It's called learning poverty. Pupils from P1 to P4, some of them cannot identify, some of them cannot read clearly. So we have that learning poverty. This is why the Global Education Partnership Fund is, that fund is to support what is called foundational learning. And in this education sector plan, the previous one, you have pre-primary and primary as one. This one, they treated pre-primary alone and primary alone. So I am saying, if you have developed curriculum, let's roll it out. If you have, say we have to strengthen the system where principal, because of their action or inaction, not submitting class, ministry is not taking action. That means you are in some kind of marriage, with this principle. And this time government spent about 11 billions because of the carelessness and omission of some principle. They have to pay private WAS. For some people it's 11 billion. So if you have proper system in place, government will not be spending all of this money. So I am appealing this morning to President Bio. If government know you cannot pay subsidy, you pay subsidy for primary school. Let JSS and SSP, their parents can pay for them. It's 50 loans for term for JSS, 60 loans for term for SS. Other than you are starving the schools.
All right, thank you very much, Alfonso Manley, and keep staying with us. We now go, Dennis, to give you the front pages of our local newspapers.
Yes, and so for today's front page review, I want to start with Concord Times newspaper, which opens with a banner headline: 2023 elections fiasco. Moral guarantors monitor implementation of National Unity Agreement. Wicked Bank boss honored in Nigeria. 60-year-old wins Dufas Miss Old is Gold Beauty pageant. Ambassador Cisse engages Sierra Leoneans in UAE. Intensifies amnesty sensitization. All stories you can find on the front page of Concord Times.
All right, well, from the Concord Times, we now go to the Independent Observer, and it's hope this on the Independent Observer you have Mr. President, can we talk part 25, and EU provides 200,000 euro for flood victims. You have other stories including Sierra Leone and Egypt sign fishing, aquaculture, trading sector corporation MOU, and more stories including local sport and international sport you find in the Independent Observer.
For Premier News, newspaper begins with, of course, the last story you just heard from the last headline you read. Egypt's Sierra Leone signed cooperation agreement. EU provides 200,000 euro in humanitarian aid for flood victims. Africa's future depends on you, ex-president tells youth. More than 8,000 beneficiaries reach Orange CSR highest major gain in healthcare. Plus many other stories in the inside page.
The same story on my next newspaper this morning is the Global Times, and the same story dealing with the Sierra Leone Egypt signing of MOU in the fishing, aquaculture and trading sector, and full police report on alleged stolen diamond from Kono. You also have another story where emergency Belgium raises funds for Sierra Leone. These stories plus more, including local and international sports, you find in the Global Times newspaper.
Well, for my last and final pick, which happens to be, of course, Standard Times newspaper, it opens with an headline: neglect and humiliation. Former first ladies speak. SSG SLRI commences massive groundnut harvest, and plus other stories that you can find in the inside pages.
And my final take for today's review of the front pages of our newspaper is the A to Z newspaper, and it opens with a banner headline that NGC reaffirms alliance with SLPP ahead of 2028. You see a picture of executive members of the NGC, and also another story: EU aids flood victims with 200,000 euros humanitarian package, and special rep of UN Secretary General to co-chair regional annual open day in Sierra Leone. These stories plus more you find in the A to Z newspapers, but please be reminded that these stories we are just reviewing the newspapers. It does not reflect the view of the SLBC. We continue with the program.
Certainly so. Of course, you are watching Good Morning Sierra Leone, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31. We continue the program. We now move over to Engineer Johnson. Of course, we are making, outlining some of the move you're going to take insofar as this great infrastructure that will be one of its kind in Sierra Leone is concerned. How are we going to have this done?
Maybe it's going to be religion. Am I right?
Yes, this will be
in the Mano River.
Yes, even in West Africa.
Okay.
That's why we call it a lighthouse project. It's the first, it's a pioneer project. There have been studies that have been undertaken or plans for cable car in Lagos, but it hasn't come to fruition. So if we do ours first, it will be the first in the region.
So are you sure we are going to do?
Well, for now, there are positive indicators because we have cable car companies that are already interested in the project.
Right.
Yes, we have 2 main manufacturers, one based in Austria and one based in France. Sorry, they've showed interest in the project, and one of our donor partners has made an offer, a proposal that if under certain conditions, they will be able to fund in the form of a grant, about 50% of what is required for the project. As at now, we're looking at the total cost of the project. As at now, is about $91 million. And if we have a donor that is ready to fund 50% of the project, that is, we're halfway there. It's just left for us.
So we are yet to get the funds to start this.
Yes, we are yet to. The funds are not there yet. This is just the completion of the feasibility study. You know, when you do the feasibility study, the results is that it is possible. And now we developed what we're calling a business case. That is to show any businessman or any potential donor that this is an investment worth investing in. If you invest in it, you recoup your money.
It will not be like the Lunge Bridge. It's so many feasibility studies have been done on that, and up to this moment, we are yet to see the start of that, the construction of that bridge. But we are wishing you all the best, because we really hope that will happen when we are alive, so that we will also enjoy that facility.
You brought this question about safety that I want to touch on.
No, you have the floor.
Okay, yes. When it comes to safety, I know that because the cable car is up in the air, a lot of people are concerned about safety. First of all, that's why we have manufacturers, European standards. The design is based on European standards. We have European manufacturers that we plan on having implement the project. And safety comes in several aspects. One comes to power system, because it's going to be mainly powered by electricity.
That's another concern.
Yes, I know that it has been the concern. So we have the system is designed in what engineers call redundancy. Redundancy is what we say: if one thing fails, something else should pick up. If another thing fails, something else will pick up. So it's like a fail-safe system. Fail-safe system means, like, it comes in terms of power, it's mainly powered by solar, and the solar will have battery backup, and this battery backup will also have a connection with EDSA, so that EDSA will also be powering the battery system, and we have a backup generator. So at not given time will the system be without power, because it's not going to be directly linked with EDSA. It's going to be linked with EDSA through a battery system. And when you have a battery system, it's like a UPS. It's like a UPS. You know, when you have a UPS, when there's a power failure, the UPS automatically kicks in, powers up to control the cable car. So that is one in terms of the safety. The other aspect of safety, when I'm talking about European standards, you know, just compare the aviation industry. In terms of safety standards, in terms of transportation, after the aviation industry, the cable car comes second in terms of strict safety standards. How many times have you heard of airplane crash at Lunge? How many times? So let's not doubt technology. Let's not doubt our engineers. Let's not doubt something that is new.
Please don't get us away. We are not doubting the technology.
No, it's nice for us to ask questions. No, it's concerned. These are concerned. But what I'm trying to link it to something that we already take for granted. You know, because a new technology has its doubts. But when you see a technology that was new maybe 50 years ago, 30 years ago, when our grandparents were, imagine them telling them to go and fly at Lunge, what will happen with that aeroplane? Won't it crash? But now we all take it for granted. Cable car will also, one day we will all take it for granted, because there have been countries where people go and sit on the cable car without thinking of anything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Before we go quickly, if all goes well, when are we expecting the first cable car to start operation in Sierra Leone?
Like if you have to have the funding to
okay.
That's why
if we are to have the funding, it will take 2 to 3 years for us to have the pilot line running.
All right.
2 to 3 years.
Thank you very much, and we wish you all the best, and we hope you definitely get the finances so that will be implemented in Sierra Leone. Well, we quickly go over to you, Mr. Noah. Now that you are observing this day today, do you have activities lined up?
Yes, one of the activities we have related to the white cane directly is what we call awareness walk.
Okay.
And the awareness walk will be done along some streets of Freetown, and we are doing that to highlight the challenges blind people have in walking around the streets of Freetown, especially as you see cars parked everywhere, traders everywhere, sidewalks in very bad shape. So the awareness walk is one of those activities. We are also going to have what we call the Disability and Free Healthcare Forum. That will be at the end of the month to climax the activities.
Okay, it's a whole month activity.
Oh yes, we are moving on with it. And this, what we are doing now, goes right across the country. In fact, today we have school visits by blind pioneers moving from school to school, selected schools, to kind of sensitize the school children about the white cane and blindness generally in the country. We will also have radio programs across the country, and we'll be having, as I said, the forum, which will have healthcare personnel talking with them, sharing experiences with persons with disabilities, especially blind people, on the free healthcare services, its status currently, and what the challenges are.
And certainly so, Mr. Noah, just before letting you go, so you've dominated your day today. It was supposed to be, talking about your white skin day, but other, engagements came into the program that we had to deal with. But quickly, so part of the day as well is to celebrate, of course, the achievements of blind persons. I've not heard you talk much on that. Quickly, can you throw light on that?
Well, you see, you answer questions when asked and when you asked. Okay. But obviously, we've had several blind people who have achieved a lot in Sierra Leone. You remember the very first headmaster of the school for the blind headmaster, Sam Campbell. He is dead now. Posthumously, Mr. Campbell was somebody who kind of he raised the profile of Manga School for the Blind to a level in West Africa, sub-region, and around the world. We also have others like Mrs. Emma Parker, who have the Freddie Kamara. Freddie Kamara was actually, in fact, the first professional head of the Ministry of Social Welfare under the then President John Kaba. He became the very first professional head, Chief Social Services Officer. He has retired since. He's now in America. There are several of such personalities. We obviously will be discussing some of them also by the end of the month. And but to let you know, blind people are people who are very industrious in every aspect of social life, in every fabric of our development. You've had, of course, to make things even lighter, like the blind musical flames, for instance. Those ones, I'm sure, have now left their own footprints in the musical area in Sierra Leone.
Okay.
And just recently, one of the teachers who received an award, one of the best teachers in the north, is a blind man, and in the north, in Kabbalah. So that tells you, as blind people, in spite of the challenges, we are not being bogged down.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Noah. We congratulate you as you celebrate this all important day today. And thank you very much to our other studio guest, Engineer Johnson, of course, that was Mali. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being part of Good Morning Sierra Leone and sharing your insight with us this morning. We appreciate your time. But that's where we go down discussing into this edition of the program. Many thanks to our viewers for watching. This program has been produced by Joseph Stanley.
And I am Frances Bernard, and quickly before we go, a reminder of our quote of the day, which is a wise word, and it says, if you drink too much, you will forget reality. Good morning. Sierra Leone returns tomorrow. Keep watching your public broadcaster, the SLBC. Have a lovely and wonderful day. Good morning. It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium. Our quote for today comes from German physicist Albert Einstein, and it says, "Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving." Coming up in this edition of the podium, Freetown City Council concludes feasibility studies for a cable car system in the city. Sierra Leone joins the world to commemorate International White Cane Day on the theme "My White Cane, My Right." And Education Ministries conclude midterm review of education sector plan. All these and more coming up in this edition of the podium. Be part of the program. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The program is the podium, and my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. Welcome to the podium. First on the podium this afternoon. Since 2004, the President of the United States and Congress declared October to be Cyber Security Awareness Month, a time dedicated for the public and private sectors to work together to raise awareness about the importance of cyber security. The National Cyber Security Coordination Center, also known as NC3, was established by the National Cyber Security and Crime Act of 2021. NC3 is the cornerstone of safeguarding the nation's digital infrastructure and protecting sensitive information. Well, for more on Cyber Security Awareness Month, I have in the studio the Director of Ecosystem and Capacity Building, National Cyber Security Coordination Center, Victor Acc. Good afternoon, Victor. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon and good afternoon to listeners.
And now, before we go to the observation of the month, can you tell us more about this National NC3, for short, as you call it?
Okay, thank you very much. The National Cyber Security Coordination Center, NC3 for short, is established by an Act of Parliament, that is through the Cyber Security and Crime Act of 2021. And then we're mandated to look at all cybersecurity related issues in the country and make sure coordinate the affairs of cybersecurity with law enforcement and other relevant stakeholders. And the Act does not only create the NC3, but also created a very important body, which is the National Cybersecurity Advisory Council, which is chaired by the Honorable Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Jules Diallo, and it constitutes 14 other heads of ministries, departments, and agencies in that council to look at cybersecurity from a national lens and advise us how to address cybersecurity related issues. They give strategic leadership as far as cybersecurity is concerned. And now NC3 is on the operational side, making sure that we coordinate, build capacity, and make sure we have incident response whenever there are issues at a national level. We build capacity of law enforcement, we build capacity of different sector players. Of course, recently we just concluded the MDA training, wherein we trained over 33 ministries in the country on cybersecurity related issues, because they are dealing with sensitive government data. They need to have the know-how as to how to, first of all, safeguard themselves, safeguard the data that they are dealing with, and by extension, safeguarding the country's data. And prior to that, we've been doing public lectures in the universities. We've been doing school outreach programs. And of course, we have one of our flagship programs that we've been running, that is a cybersecurity hour and the radio stations, wherein we create awareness and sensitize the public as to what are some of the do's and don'ts, because we believe that an enlightened nation is a nation that can better respond to cybersecurity. And given the landscape, we all know that cybersecurity is no one man's fight. It's no one institution can win the fight. No one nation can win that fight. So hence the reason why we feel like collaboration is very, very important. International and national, MD, intra-MD, and even within the institution, we need to be that serious collaboration wherein there are incident response and mechanisms within the institution. When something goes wrong, how do you escalate?
who to go to, and how long do you wait before you take it to the next level, and how do you escalate that onto a national level, and what are some of the backup strategies? What do we have in place? All of that is being looked into, and then we have the Directorate of Resilience, which actually respond to any of these incidents once the complaints are actually made known and the escalation process reaches NC3. Then that response team will always kick in and then make sure all the organs of government work together to make sure that they bring a very fast solution or workaround to that particular problem.
Okay, so let's talk about what the law says about cybercrime.
Yes. Well, the law before 2021, trust me, there was no legal instrument to address the issues of cybersecurity, and we know that the past 10 years, internet penetration rate has been very, very high, and our way of lives have changed because of technology, and with artificial intelligence and robotics, all of that is now just continue to make our lives change even more dramatically. But then we have adversaries on the other side who are using technology to disrupt government operations. They are using technology for selfish gains, and then they are using the same technology to actually cause mayhem to institutions, individuals alike. So it was in 2021 government thought it fit that, look, let's put a legislation in place that will actually speak directly to these issues, because research has shown that 76% of all crimes are either cybersecurity related, or they are targeting the technology itself. So hence the reason why the act was actually, the bill was passed, and we now have the act, and we have over 40 to 50 different crimes clearly spelled out, and the associated punishments within.
So can we talk about the crimes? What can one consider a cybercrime?
Let me break down the word cyber itself first. Cyber, when we talk about cyber, basically it's about the internet space. So cybercrime is any crime that you will commit using the technology, or a crime you perpetrate online. So if I, for instance, post information that will cause somebody to say even commit suicide, it is a crime. If I hold very pertinent information about your digital content and threaten to release that content,
like the most common one, your nudes.
Nudes, exactly.
Yeah, sex tapes.
Or sex tapes. And then force you to do something beyond your wish with the threat that if you don't do it, I'm going to release this content. It's cybercrime. That is sextortion. We have cyberbullying, for instance. Bullying, in our days when we were going to school, you have to be physically present, and then you'll be bullied in school or wherever. But nowadays, so long as you are connected to the internet, you can be bullied. That is a crime, because it affects mental health. It has so many psychosocial impacts on the human life. So these are many more crimes. For instance, even defrauding a bank. Now, in a recent study we conducted, a skill workforce assessment study we conducted way back in February, we called different stakeholders and we were discussing what is our readiness as a nation. And it is very, very disturbing to know that we have institutions telling us that we don't have what it takes to actually defend ourselves. For instance, you find out that nowadays, 20 years ago, the police will be dealing with things like armed robbery and things of that nature. Nowadays, the armed robber sits in between the internet cable, and they will be robbing the bank without you seeing them. And what are you going to do if the capacity is not there to defend ourselves? Or nowadays, states can attack a state. We have state-sponsored cyber attacks. We saw what is happening in Hezbollah, Iran, Lebanon, and all of that. You go and buy pagers, you switch them on, you want to use them, and they just explode. These are all examples of state-sponsored cyber attacks. There is an incident of one West African nation, wherein one of their politicians made a statement that doesn't sit well with one of the warring parties between Palestine and Israel. A week later, their energy sector was attacked. and you hold the money in your hands, you cannot buy top up, and then the government sits on the other hand, they badly need the money, they cannot get the money simply because there is no handshake. The customer database was deleted. No explosions, no gunshots, no nothing, but it brings the entire institution to its knees. So cybercrime is very broad. Any crime that you commit out there using the internet or using the technology itself is considered a cybercrime.
Okay, so in your own center, let's talk about how effective the work you do has been in curtailing some of the crimes you mentioned.
Well, first
in Sierra Leone.
Yes, coming home, some of the work we've been doing, as I mentioned earlier, I've been building capacity of different sector players, law enforcement, judiciary.
I want to know the effects.
Yes, I'm coming to the effects. Okay. Because of those interventions. Now, I'll tell you that if you take a cyber related issue to the police, they know how to catalog it. They know how to take it onto prosecution level and take it to court. And there are judges who have been trained to actually sit on such cases. 10 years before now, or before 2021, you go and you start talking about sextortion. They might know the English language, but then to go into the details, how to even handle forensic evidence or chain of custody. We have legal-minded people now who knows that the fact that you compromise the chain of custody, your evidence should not be admissible in court. So there is a positive impact within the society because of some of those interventions. And then there are a whole lot of other complaints coming in wherein I will not go into the details, but we've been responding to and making sure that there are remediations to fix some of those problems. We have a whole lot of those ones happening, and we sit behind making sure that all these other organs of government that are related to security, the security apparatus and cyber security work together and work together effectively.
Now, does your institution have the capability to trace the perpetrators, like locating IP addresses? When we know IP addresses, the mobile phone companies, when we know someone can just buy a SIM today and get rid of it tomorrow.
Anybody can buy a SIM today, get rid of it tomorrow, but trust me, within the telecoms, they have what they call the home location register that keeps a database of every SIM card tied to a name. You have the visitor location register that also is a temporary database that does exactly the same thing. It tells you which cell site is serving you at what particular moment. So the point here is you can be traced, so long as it's a digital device.
You have the capability.
Of course, yes, we do. And that's why when you have a stolen phone, you go to the CID, they go through due process and they have the clearance through the help of NATCA. The telecoms company under discussion will now give you such support and they'll be able to trace your phone. We've had so many cases wherein there are phone thefts and sometimes other expensive electronic gadgets have been stolen, like vehicles, electronic vehicles. They have tracers in there. And so long as you are getting coverage of that one, your location will be pinpointed using GPS technology, and the telcos have all of this, and we are working together to make sure this actually happens and happen fast.
Okay, well, continue to stay with us. He is the Director of Ecosystem and Capacity Building, National Cyber Security Coordination Center, Victor A. Sise. We'll come back to you to talk about success cases and how you plan to observe this month. We're on the 15th. And now for another issue this afternoon, the Freetown City Council has concluded a feasibility study for a cable car system in the city. The study, funded by the C40 Cities Finance Facility, was conducted over a period of 24 months in collaboration with German International Corporation GIZ and the Freetown City Council. The proposed cable car system aims to transform Freetown, improve the quality of life for citizens, and promote sustainable urban mobility. Well, in the studio, we have the Senior Project Advisor, Cable Car Project, Freetown City Council, Simon Johnson. Good afternoon, Simon. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And now let's talk about what you looked at to ensure that this project comes to fruition, the studies.
Okay, we looked at several factors. There were several studies that make up the feasibility study. First of all, we looked at the technical studies that involved what we call traffic count, to see whether we'll have the number of people to make the cable car profitable. We looked at the engineering aspect, the topography of Freetown, in terms of the hills and the flat plains, and in terms of the current infrastructure. By current infrastructure, I mean the roadwork, the networks, and the housing infrastructure in Freetown. We looked at that. We also looked at what we call equity and inclusion studies. That is how the lowest person could benefit from the cable car, how they could be included. So we did studies where we included the market women, school children, the disabled, the petty traders, the drivers union. We included all of them in our studies. We engaged them in the equity and inclusion studies. We also looked at how it will be beneficial to the climate of Freetown in terms of pollution, how many tons of carbon dioxide it will eliminate or reduce from the environment, and what we have what we call NOxes, nitrogen oxide gases, which are harmful. We looked at that. We also looked at the environmental impact assessment. We also did a resettlement action plan. So we looked at all of that, and we also looked at the financial viability of the study. Okay. And we are currently in the process of finalizing the business case.
Okay, so now let's talk about all of what you looked at. Did it show that our terrain is good for the projects you plan to introduce?
Yes, it shows that it is possible, it is feasible for us to have a cable car within the current infrastructure in Sierra Leone, and also with minimal disruption to the built environment as it is. Okay. Yes, so as a result of that, we looked at using as much as possible public infrastructure and the SLI rights of way to have the cable car assets. There are only a few areas wherein we'll have will necessitate that we interfere with private property.
Okay, and now let's talk about the operations of this. How would it operate? Solar or normal energy?
The cable car is built with redundancy in mind. It's primarily going to be solar powered with a battery bank that will always be charged, and we'll also have backup diesel generators at all the locations of the cable car, and we'll also have a direct link with the EDSA line, power line, not the normal distribution lines, but the direct links, you understand, from the power station directly to the cable car's sites that has minimum room for power failures.
Now, you mentioned about limited interference to properties, meaning some parts of the city would be demolished to make space for what you want to do on the ground. Let's talk about how that will happen.
Okay. So far, if I could remember well, in terms of the studies, you have the cable car comprises of 5 stations and 24 towers. And of the 5 stations, most of them will be within government-owned properties. Oh. Yes, save for one station that might, for now, will fall within private property. But we have engaged the owners. We are in negotiations with the owners, and they have shown some willingness to have some stake in the property, you know, in terms of collaborating with the Freetown City Council to see how they themselves could benefit from the project in terms of their property. So there might be some joint arrangement with those property owners.
Now let's talk about the area, like Eastern Police, the areas the will operate.
All right, the very first station starting from the east will be at Ferry Junction. Ferry Junction, that is by Peace Market, between Peace Market and SLRA compound. That's where the very first station will be in the east, the furthest east. The next station will be, City Council has a works yard that is at the Hillside Bypass Road, where that traffic light is. where the Hillside Bypass Road meets Blackwell Road. City Council has a huge works yard there. So it's just for City Council to transfer the works yard elsewhere, and that portion will be utilized for the second station of the cable car. And along the Hillside Bypass Road, there is a place wherein SLRA doing the construction of the bypass road. We have what we call a right of way that SLRA through the government of Sierra Leone paid for certain properties, so they are now government owned properties. So we plan to utilize that for the third station, and the fourth station will be along Abacha Street. Part of the station will be above the street to minimize interference with people's property, but there might be one or two properties that will have some effect that needs to be adjusted to suit the cable car. But we're going to, most of the cable car station will be suspended above the street. Vehicles will be able to pass underneath, and the fifth station will be at where the Government Wharf Ferry Terminal is. You know, Government Wharf Ferry Terminal has a huge space that could be used, you know, concurrently with the ferry operations there. You know, it will be like an interchange. Somebody coming from Lunge with the ferry could come straight to the cable car and come in town with the cable car. So that's why we made that connection. And also at the ferry junction, somebody coming from the way east or coming from Lunge from the ferry terminal and wants to come to town could have that interchange using the cable car to come to town. So yeah.
So when will the project start after, now that the feasibility studies have been?
Okay, it's important for us to know where we are now. Okay. The feasibility study has shown that it is feasible and has shown that it is financially viable. By financially viable, I mean if money is invested into it, there's profit. So there's profit for the project to pay for itself. And also we have engaged potential cable car manufacturing companies that have shown interest in the project, and some of them have shown indication of being able to source funding for half of what the current budget is for the project. The current budget is about $91 million, and there's a potential for us to have half of that money going towards the equipment of the project. So what remains is the other half that deals with the infrastructure of the project. So if all of that goes according to plan, for us to have the cable car up and running, we'll need 2 to 3 years for it to be up and running.
So how do you plan to raise the remaining funds?
Well, we plan so far. That's why we've had engagements with government through the Ministry of Finance. We are currently on engaging them. No finance comes to this country without the Ministry of Finance being involved. They are key players. They know how to get donors, development banks involved into such projects, and so in our engagement with them, they will be studying the documents. They will be providing further technical advice, and in the meantime we are also engaging other donor partners, and that's why last week we even had the launch of the feasibility study, wherein we had ambassadors and their representatives present, and the following day we had an engagement with the Sierra Leone, with engineers and construction companies and firms, you know, so that they too could look at how they could benefit from the project and look at how they could engage their own partners to come and invest in the project.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the Senior Project Advisor, Cable Car Project, Freetown City Council, Simon Johnson. Well, for another issue this afternoon, the Ministries of Technical and Higher Education and Basic and Senior Secondary Education have concluded a midterm review of the education sector plan. The document, which is geared towards guiding the education system in the country, was launched in 2022 and will end in 2026. The coordinator of Civil Rights Coalition, Alfonso Manley, participated in the review process, and he is my studio guest. Good afternoon, Alfonso. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And now let's talk about the review of the education sector plan. let's talk first of all the existing plan. Let's know what is being reviewed.
Thank you very much. Let me put this into context. The education is a one sector, but because we want efficient service delivery, we have two ministries. One ministry dealing with the basic education, and the other ministry dealing with technical and higher education. The education sector plan is a product of the education sector analysis. So what's the education sector analysis? This is where the sector, we do post-mortem in the sector to know what is going right, what is not going right, how do we want to improve. So when this analysis is done, we will come up with a document called the education sector plan. It normally spans for 5 years. The current one we have now is 2022 to 2026. And the theme for this education sector plan is transforming learning for all, with 9 core objectives. Of course, the document itself has 6 chapters. So the education sector plan is the laid down plan of what we want to see in the education sector in terms of service delivery.
Okay, and now let's talk about some of the inputs for the review by the different stakeholders.
Thank you very much. We look at key performance indicators. Firstly, if you have an objective that you want to achieve that says you must strengthen instructional core, how far has the ministry gone? For instance, for the past 30 years, the ministry have run the sector without curriculum. What our kids we are using is WAEC syllabus, and mostly is the Nigerian WAEC syllabus. We don't have a curriculum. So, but luckily enough, the chief education officer and team, with the support of development partners, have developed curriculum for pre-primary onto senior secondary in terms of the basic education. Higher education have done the same. Now, if the government have developed curriculum, you know, we used to have 3 streams: arts, commercial, and science. Now it's 5. And that 5 stream, where I could begin to examine those 5 streams in 2026. So what is left? What is the gap in reviewing that first objective? WAEC need to prepare exam syllabus for about 76 subjects. They need close to $1 million to do that. We have to ensure teachers are trained to teach these subjects, especially civics. Now we go to school, the social study teacher or the religious moral education teacher is the one teaching civics, right? So we have to ensure that teachers are trained. WAEC is prepared come 2026 to examine pupils on this new curriculum. The second objective is to train, recruit, and support excellent educators. So these are the teachers. You recruit them in the way of bringing them into the service and ensure they have PIN codes. What are the gaps? There are teachers in school 3 years, 4 years, they have taught some 5 years without PIN code. Right. Now, when you are in school, you need what is called in-service training. How do you continue to give in-service training?
Qualification.
Yes, that's the pre-service. Okay. When you come in, you need that in-service training. How do you ensure you train teachers to teach? When you teach, you have a plan, the lesson notes, the lesson plan. How do you develop your scheme of work? How do you ensure the kind of pedagogy you use? This is the teaching method the pupils follow. In terms of classroom management, differentiation, how do teachers manage all of these? Those skills you get during. So it's in-service training. Okay. So in terms of the free education project, there's a secretariat, that's a multi-donor trust fund. Majority of these issues I'm highlighting, they have 4 components in the ministry that align with this 9 core objective. They've been giving huge support to this, especially in the area of teachers training, in the issue of supporting the ministry, in the issue of system strengthening, policy development, like we used to have now. We have a policy for school approval. They supported that on the free education project. You have what you call the fee subsidy guideline, when you have been paid subsidy, how you should use this money, all of this, the catchment policy is being supported by the Free Education Project. Now, we also have Objective 7, eliminating all forms of corruption in education. This is huge. In the education sector analysis, it clearly identify corruption in the education system, including sex for grade, procurement processes, the extortions of parents, and this is huge. And combining this, the 9th objective is the use of data and technology. So let me just give a practical example how the ministry used this one to actually ensure we kind of minimize corruption in the sector. Before you attempt to ask, you must have passed the Becker examination. Schools are required to submit Becker results of their candidates. So before now, they submit it manually. The ministry will have to check results by result on manual basis. So in moving forward, use of data technology to eradicate corruption, the ministry is now using a software. So after Becker, WAEC will send the soft copy to the ministry. They have the master copy. Schools have theirs. When you send to the ministry, they will match them. In matching them, the ministry have discovered a huge discrepancy. For instance, a pupil who passed Becker with a particular index number or reference number, you will use that index number or reference number for about 50-60 pupils.
With the same name and
different name, but the same reference number, because that reference number has 5 core subjects, including English or Maths. So that person passes the Becker. So you use that result for different name, the same index number. So as soon as the ministry match them, they will pick out all of them. So some schools we send 300. They ended up having 60 because these are the candidates. There are some mismatch we have to do with names. They will say go back and correct them. So what we have done is stock taking. How far has the ministry implemented this 9 objective? Looking at the key performance indicator, you want to recruit teachers in 2023. Let's say you want to recruit 5,000. In 2024, 6,000. In 2025, how far have we gone in those recruitments? We mark them page by page, step by step. Because this is the very first education sector plan that was 100% done by Sierra Leonean. No international consultant came in for this education sector plan. And the theme is so key, transforming learning for all. And in transforming learning for all, it tells you that it's not only the principal or teachers or those in the Ministry of Education that have business in education. If you go to section 97 of the MBSSC Act, it tells you those stakeholders, including past pupils, civil society, parents. These are very key partners to ensure we improve learning outcome. The plan itself is costed. The plan itself is costed, and this is very key. This education sector plan that spans from 2022 to 2026, we need to spend 10.6 trillion. This was done before the new currency. So if it's the new currency, it's 10.6 billion. In terms of dollar, it's $935.5 million. On annual basis, which means yearly, the Ministry of Finance, using the new currency, should spend 1.1 billion. The old one is 1.1 trillion. And $194,000 on annual basis on education. In this review, we identify several gaps in terms of coordination, in terms of government meeting its own commitment, in terms of the conduct of teachers, in terms of the conduct of the staff of the ministry, because the 5th objective is strengthening governance, education governance. How do we ensure, yes, you do things on time, rightly, when principals fall foul, how do you punish them, all of these, so these are education governance issues. But looking at this plan, yes, we have done tremendously well in terms of access. Yes, but in terms of comprehensive safety, implementation of the radical inclusion, quality teaching and learning, there are huge gaps. Some of them, if you give me time, I will highlight them in this
just give me
program.
a few and then we want to take a
One of the major one, during exams, it is the private school in most cases that come first. Why is that so? If you are attending a private school, on the first day of school, you will be required to pay at least 50% of the fees, your school fees, because this is what is used to run the administration of the school. As I am talking to you, when the free quality education was introduced, part of the package of the free quality education is to abolish admission fee and tuition fee, and government to provide. Last academic year, third term fees subsidies has not been paid.
Because we are aware of that.
First term. So what is the implication and the danger?
Okay.
It means that those teachers without PIN code have gone for 6 months without honorarium.
Oh.
Those staff that are called auxiliary staff, that are so important when it comes to the second guiding principle, comprehensive safety, that they learn an environment that is conducive and free from all form of abuse. That gets man, that watchman, that cleaner. It means they have gone for 6 months without salary. That's the implication. Okay, where do we get chalk? Where do we get report card? Where do we get register in schools? Learning and teaching material for the past 2 years have not been supplied in school. So we are suggesting, and this is very key.
Also, we'll come back to your suggestions
Okay.
after the break. But let me just round up with cybersecurity. Now let's talk about the effectiveness of your work as we observe the month.
Well, as we observe the month, what we are doing is it's a follow-up to the school's outreach program that we've been doing, but this time we flip the coin around to ask the students to actually come out and debate on cybersecurity related topics. Very interesting topics, 15 different topics, one for each day, and we started yesterday, and it's going to build up onto the 29th.
So how knowledgeable are they by what you saw
Interestingly, if based on what we saw yesterday, we were very surprised and shocked. Okay. And these kids are not reading from textbooks. They are telling the lives that they are living. These are the Gen Z generation.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they are victims. They have been exploited online, and they have been drawn into areas that they never intended to go into. So when they are speaking to issues like online bullying, they will give you real life examples. And we were shocked when they were even referencing the act, which made provisions for because the topic yesterday was that should online bullying be addressed legally, or should the schools address those issues? Okay. And then it was very interesting, the points that were coming out yesterday. So this will continue till the 29th, and on the 31st we'll now have a conference where the 2 finalists will compete, and then prizes will be awarded, and then dignitaries will be there. But then the essence here is to raise more awareness, so that all the schools will participate. Even the university students will be invited in this to be on that final day. But then we want to raise the awareness, because I keep referencing the study that we conducted, the skill workforce assessment. It is scary to know where we are now. So until the awareness is being raised, until every institution, every government MDA at stake, and they know the do's and don'ts, then we are heading for problems. So that's why we continue to raise the awareness, and we need the estates to continue to do this, not just this month of cybersecurity awareness, but even beyond. Because as I speak to you, if the national broadcaster is being targeted and is hacked, trust me, maybe what we're doing here is something quite different that will be, and the viewers will be seeing.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll get more of this discussion later on. The program is going for a short week. When we come back, we shall be talking about White Cane Day and what's going on in on the NGC political party. Stay tuned when we return. program is The Podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. Be reminded that you can be part of the show. Send your messages to 030-073-719. And we round up with Alfonso Manley as you were talking about the education plan review.
Yes, so there are huge challenges. One of them, the current minister Fufa solution to that is the issue of admission in schools. Now, for admission in school, there is a committee put in place, and thankfully enough, the ACC is part of that committee, because the ACC has been giving a lot of support to the education sector. We want to commend the commissioner and his team. They've been giving a lot of support to the Ministry of Basic Education. Now, what is key and what is huge, the big problem we have within the two ministries is the issue of coordination and information sharing. Madam Daphne, the day we are having the review, the opening of this review, they are having another program within the same sector. When this is a very important document, when you are reviewing the plan for the entire sector, all of the staff for the Ministry of Basic Education and Higher Education should focus in the review, but we cannot be reviewing one sector of the ministry having program that has to do with gender. I don't think that is correct. Okay. Secondly, there should be an education interministerial partners group that discuss, because when it comes to education, it's cross-cutting issue. It is the business of Ministry of Finance to pay subsidy. It is the business of the Ministry of Water Resources to ensure water in school they can connect. Okay. It's the business of Ministry of Health to provide health. So the issue of coordination is key. It's it's lacking. Both ministries. And this now is going for the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. Because based on my discussion, it's like this plan is for the Ministry of Basic Education. No, it's for both ministries. The current minister they have now have beautiful ideas. I've made telephone call to him even before the review, that if you want support for the higher education, factor all of your ideas in this plan. We cannot have two plans for the Ministry of Education. It's one sector. So it's based on the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, because they've been holding conferences how to finance higher education. You cannot finance higher education without this plan. They don't know when they want to support education. They will not ask you is the Minister of Education, whether basic. They ask you for the plan. Okay, and this plan is well costed. So I am appealing to the Ministry of Education, if you have prepared a plan, government should honor the plan and support this plan.
Thank you very much, Alfonso Manley, the National Coordinator of Civil Rights Coalition. Well, for the two final issues we have this afternoon, White Skin Safety Day is to celebrate the achievements of people who are blind or visually impaired and the important symbol of blindness and tool of independence, the white skin. The theme for this year's celebration is promoting inclusion, celebrating abilities and advocating access for people. Events will include the first National Civil Society Duty Bearers Blindness and Disability Forum. Well, in the studio this afternoon, I have been joined by Kabake Noah from the Sierra Leone Association of the Blind. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
And now, the significance of White Day, would you say it is well understood in this Sierra Leonean community?
Well, I wouldn't say it is well understood, and that's why we're making the effort to ensure that we strengthen education or awareness around the day itself. Okay. So I wouldn't say it is well understood, but the International White Skin Safety Day itself is a global event that brings together blind people unified by the white skin, which is a symbol of mobility. It's a tool that we use to move as blind people. The white skin, as you see it, enables us to move around relatively independently, especially in environmentally friendly areas. Well, suicidal for a blind person to move around certain streets of Freetown, if not all, alone, just using the white skin. So we are trying to raise awareness about the white skin, its relevance to blind people and to accessibility in terms of getting access to services. And that's why we are highlighting all the issues around its use in this country, so that service providers and government policymakers and others can be able now to realize that this is so important to ensuring access for blind people in every sphere of life.
So how far have you gone in educating the public about the white skin over the years?
Well, as you may also know that over the years, for decades, we have been on this, promoting education around the use of the white skin. And we've gone so far to the point that over decades ago, we hardly had any support from government in relation to white skin support. Now, for the past 3 years, we've had some support from the Ministry of Health through the National Rehabilitation Center. They have been able to provide nearly 700 white skins for us. That's a novelty. It has never happened before. All the white skins we've been having before now have been donations from NGOs and the private sector, and things coming in from out of the country. But for now, for the past 2-3 years now, we've had the Ministry of Health coming in to help support blind people with white skins as an assistive device. And that would never have been possible without sensitization, without engagement around the use of the white skin. So that tells you how far we've gone, and we still know that, there is a huge more work to be done. And that's why every year we engage people like you, the media, to kind of continue in our mobilization around the white skin use.
Okay, and in mostly around we see most of these blind people with other canes, not white ones, and mostly with people aiding them to go through their normal activities. But sometimes, it's only seldom we see these white canes with most elites, not just the normal blind people. How can the normal people get access to these donations like you mentioned just now?
In fact, I can challenge anyone who talks about the elites. In fact, it's the elites who frown on the use of the white cane. Majority of those who use the white cane are people who have never been to school, or have been dropouts, or are people who are offending on the streets. You who use the white cane. Sometimes what you see on the streets of Freetown or big urban cities, people using irons or sticks to move around. You know, when people are begging, they want to appear so helpless.
Oh, so that's why they don't use the white skin.
Well, for many of them,
does it signify affluence?
Well, it may signify some form of independence or some form of status,
okay,
and that may not be very good for some people's trade.
Okay.
But if you move around up the provinces, for instance, you are going to find many of our friends in rural communities using the white skin more than those who are even in big cities.
Okay.
And it's not only because for those who are begging on the streets, but even those who you know are teachers, maybe civil servants, maybe musicians, people who may be of different status, and let's call it that way, they seldom use the white skin, because for some of them, they think the white skin makes them blinder than they are blind. So they don't even use, many don't use the white skin because they think they may appear funny, or they may appear more or less in that state that may not be good for them. Okay. That's why they don't use the white skin. And I also myself, at some point when I was at Flabby College, didn't use the white skin. It was not, well, because by then my roommate and myself, we wake up in the morning, go to class together. But it reached a point we both now are now in different classes. So in the morning he would go alone and I'll be left behind finding my way. Okay. That was how necessity became the mother of invention. Okay. So I had to use the white cane, train myself on the use of the white cane, and that was how I became accustomed to the white cane.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us at the program as we take our final issue for this afternoon. The National Gun Coalition has suspended Jasmine Fode Mami Suma, the party's acting national chairman and leader. According to a letter signed by the NG, says National Secretary General, the National Executive Committee of the NJC took action for the immediate suspension of Mr. Suma. The letter stated that Mr. Suma has been engaged in anti-party activities and has been bringing the party into disrepute and public ridicule. In response, Jasmine Suma has refuted claims of suspension, referring to it as unconstitutional and illegitimate. Well, in the studio this afternoon, we have, I beg your pardon about the name, we were expecting you a long time. Good afternoon, welcome to the podium.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me.
So, what do you have to say about Mr. Suma's suspension?
Of course, Mr. Suma's suspension, first of all, I want to state that it is constitutional, despite him saying it is not constitutional, it is illegitimate and all. This is a decision taken by the second highest decision-making body of the party, which is the National Executive Committee. And according to our constitution, they have the constitutional right to ensure that they institute discipline to any member who is found wanting of misconduct. And Mr. Jasmine Suma is one of those. And remember, he is not the only person that was suspended on that day. Other two senior party members were also suspended on that day. The former Deputy National Women's Leader, Ms. Yatta, she stays in Kenema, and also the district chairman for Kenema district, who was acting in that capacity, who is Lansana Kama, Elias Okocha. They were also suspended on that day for embezzlement of party funds, which is in violation of our constitution. So when they were suspended, they accepted the suspension, and their suspension actually started with Mr. Jesmed. He started the process. He formed a committee according to the constitution. They looked into the matter, and the committee reports to the National Executive Committee for actions, because that is what our constitution clearly states, that when a member is found wanting of violating our constitution or other acts, you report the matter to disciplinary committee. Disciplinary committee looked at the matter, then they recommend to NEC. And also the area which Mr. Suma is contradicting, which I don't know if actually doesn't understand that particular section in our constitution, which is section 52 subsection section 52 subsection A, paragraph A, sorry, which gives section 16, sorry, subsection 9, which states that the decision of the National Executive Committee shall be binding on all organs and members of the party. And also another section gives also the National Executive Committee the power to institute disciplinary action. So it doesn't matter at what time they institute the disciplinary action, or it doesn't matter that they should necessarily report to the disciplinary committee before taking action, because that particular their decision is binding as stated in our constitution.
Okay, and now let's talk about, because it stated here that he engaged in anti-party activities and bringing the party to disrepute and public ridicule. What does the party mean by that? What did he do?
Of course, it is not strange. Mr. Jasmine Suma had been on various media platforms, including social media platforms, wherein he made statements about the alliance and other things which has
so
actually...
is that the main problem, because he is against the alliance?
No, that is not the only problem. He was suspended on 3 different charges, which is according to section 52, subsection 1, paragraph A, B, and C. He violated section 52, sub 1, paragraph A, paragraph B, and paragraph C. Paragraph A says disrepute of public ridicule, that was 1, and the breach of our party's constitution. Then thirdly, the anti-party activity. So he was not only suspended based on just because he is against the alliance. In the first place, it is ironical to say we suspended him because the next suspended him because he was against the alliance, because it is on record that this very Mr. Jesme Suma's signature was on this alliance agreement. So how can we say we suspended him, or the National Executive Committee suspended him because of that particular reason? It was on various social media platforms. Let me land. Saying all sorts of things about the party, the alliance, and all. And for somebody to say some of these things, you have to get the authority from the National Executive Committee. Because if you are coming on media, television to be specific, he was on AYV, publicly denouncing the alliance and also apologizing to Sierra Leoneans. He was not suspended because
he denounced.
He was against the alliance, but because of he did not follow the procedure. Because for us as a party,
there are procedures that he should have taken.
Before going to the media. That is one. Then for opting out of the alliance, there are also procedures which is stated in our party's constitution in section 56, sub 1 and sub 2. When we entered into the alliance with the ruling SLPP, we followed those procedures. We took the matter to the National Executive Committee. We also took the matter to the National Delegate Conference, which is the highest decision-making of body of the party for ratification. They gave the party the mandate to go into an alliance with the SLPP. So if we are opting out of the alliance, those procedures should also be followed. So for Mr. Jesme Suma to go on media without following those procedures, and that happened a day before the National Executive Committee meeting. So that shows he is a person that does not follow procedure. Then another reason also was the breach of the party's constitution. Mr. Jesme Suma, suspended 2 senior party members of the NGC without following due procedure. And it is not stated in any part of our constitution that the chairman and leader has the autonomous power to suspend any member of the party. And he did that. His signature was on the suspension letter. He sent the suspension letter to those 2 members. They stay in the diaspora. So for those violations, the National Executive Committee thought it fit that he is liable and they should suspend him. And remember, they moved a motion and the motion was voted on. He was there and it was in his presence.
Now he's making these claims, and what does the party plan to do about this? Because it's not like he has accepted being suspended.
Yeah, fine. That is one of the main problems, because if you are a person that actually respects procedure, democratic principles and the rule of law, you first of all need to accept that indeed I have committed this crime, or indeed the suspension is legal, it is legitimate, and therefore let me follow the procedure. Remember, he was not suspended or expelled from the party. He was just suspended from the party. So for him to be reinstated, he needs to follow procedure which our constitution clearly makes. He needs to appeal the decision to the highest decision-making body, which is the National Delegate Conference. But instead of Mr. Jesme doing that, I'm seeing him all over the media, saying all sorts of words. In fact, even against people that should make decision about his stay in the party. The NEC members is just saying things about them, abusing them on social medias and all.
Okay, thank you very much, Bokari Waimara from the NGC party. Well, viewers, we want to inform you that we called the side who was supposed to speak on Mr. Suma's behalf, because he is not currently in Freetown, but we didn't get them. We'll bring them to you in a subsequent edition. As we round up Mr. Noah. Yes, also, let's talk about how, the education of vehicle owners, drivers, and even pedestrians on the streets on what they should do, what they see a white cane.
Well, I mean, when you don't just see a white cane by itself.
Okay, with the owner, that's what I'm saying.
You obviously see the white cane with the blind person.
Yes, sir.
And that by itself means this is a blind person moving alone, and would obviously require the attention that you give to every other pedestrian.
Okay.
His case, the case of the blind person is unique because he's moving with just the tool, the assistive device, and that he would require special attention from every driver or bike rider or every other pedestrian around. Okay. But it's also important for me to just mention that the Sierra Leone Association of the Blind is the largest decentralized organization of the blind in the country. It operates in 13 districts across the country, with projects in 7 districts now, supporting mainly rural blind people, men and women, youths as well. Okay. In fact, right now undertaking is a 3-month ICT program for blind youths in about 7 districts across the country. The Sierra Leone Association of the Blind is an affiliate of the World Blind Union, which will be holding a conference next year in Brazil, and it's also a member of the World African Union of the Blind, with headquarters in Nairobi. Now, why I'm saying this, it's because people should realize that as an organization of the blind, our business for advocacy is to kind of engage on rights issues on blindness. And this is very crucial because policy matters and other legal issues are things that kind of change the environmental situation of blind people. Institutional barriers are broken this way. And if we do not have policies and laws being formulated, it's going to be very difficult for us to change the situation. Okay. And it's because of this advocacy and done by SLAB and all other organizations of persons with disabilities that we are today talking about, like the Persons with Disability Act of 2011. Okay. We are even talking about the radical inclusion in education policy and such policies which are now becoming quite friendly in terms of service delivery, in terms of the rights of persons with disabilities and blind people in particular. We are thankful to government that because the environment is becoming a little friendlier than before, but a lot more needs to be done. And this is why for us as LAB, we ensuring that, for instance, in the area of employment, we are undertaking an employers forum which will be coming in December. We had one in February to kind of educate employers about the need to employ blind people and other persons with disabilities as it is written in the Persons with Disability Act. Okay. For every employer that does that, there is some incentive for employing a certain percentage of persons with disabilities. So for many of them, this is something that is yet not fully understood. And sensitization around that particular issue will help to create jobs for blind people, and we'll be working with the Ministry of Labor, as we have been doing before now, to kind of promote education around incentive for disability employment among employers. That will also add to the government's 500 job or employment opportunities, 400,000 employment opportunities for citizens in this country.
Sir. All right, thank you very much. And as we close, Mr. Bokari Mara, do you foresee Mr. Suma coming back to appeal, or do you foresee a matter going to the court?
Oh, of course, that's a decision that he has the right to take if he wants to. The constitution.
Because from what he's saying, it's like he doesn't agree.
It's up to him, because what we are doing as a party, we are guided by law, and we ensure that we follow those laws. So, and our constitution also spells it out clearly that he has a number of days to appeal. When the decision was taken, he has 14 days to appeal. So if he doesn't appeal, when we go to the National Delegate Conference on the 14th of December in Makeni, definitely the delegates will decide the fate of Mr. Jesmel. If they are to bring him back to the party, or they are to expel him, or whatsoever, that is a decision that will be taken by body, not just a single individual.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, that's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guests for being part of the show. Our quote for today came from German physicist Albert Einstein, and it says, life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. The program was produced by David Agaba. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. The program returns tomorrow, same time.